This is a reading of an outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. It was published in 1909 and is volume 13 in the Bibliographic Survey. I believe it was 1909. Chapter 1. The Character of Esoteric Science. The ancient term, esoteric science, is used to describe the contents of this book. This term immediately rouses the most contradictory feelings among contemporary people. For many it is somewhat repellent or calls forth derision, pitying smiles, and perhaps even contempt. They imagine that a way of thinking that describes itself in this way can only be based on idle, fantastic dreaming, that this alleged science can only conceal an impulse to reinstate all kinds of superstitions that those familiar with the quote-unquote true scientific approach and quote-unquote real striving for knowledge are quite right in avoiding. To others, what is meant by this term seems to provide them with something they cannot acquire in any other way. Depending on their personal predispositions, they are drawn to it, either out of a deep inner longing for knowledge or out of the curiosity of a refined soul. Between these sharply divergent opinions, there are all kinds of possible intermediate stages of conditional rejection or acceptance of what different individuals may think of on hearing the words esoteric science. For many people, the term esoteric science has a magical ring to it, because it seems to appease their fateful obsession with knowing of something unknown, mysterious, or even obscure, with a knowledge that cannot be acquired naturally. Many people do not want to satisfy their soul's deepest longings with something that can be clearly known. They tend to believe that in addition to what is recognizable and knowable in the world, there must also be something that eludes cognition. Regarding their deepest longing for knowledge, and with a peculiar illogicality, they do not notice. They reject everything known and choose to accept only something that cannot be said to be knowable through any natural form of research. Let me read that sentence again. Regarding their deepest longing for knowledge, and with a peculiar illogicality they do not notice, they reject everything known and choose to accept only something that cannot be said to be knowable through any natural form of research. Anyone who speaks of quote-unquote esoteric science would do well to keep in mind the need to confront misunderstandings caused by some of its advocates who are striving not for knowledge, but for its opposite. This account is aimed at readers who will not allow their impartiality to be shaken by the fact that a term calls forth prejudices under certain circumstances. There can be no talk here of a knowledge that is secret in the sense of being accessible only to certain people because of some especially favorable destiny. We will do justice to the term esoteric science as it is used here if we think of what Goethe had in mind when he spoke of the quote-unquote revealed mysteries in the phenomena of the universe. Footnote, quote, there are so many revealed mysteries because the feeling for them becomes conscious in so few people, and these few, fearing to harm themselves and others, do not give voice to their inner explanations, unquote. Goethe in a letter to C. L. F. Schultz, November 28, 1821. End footnote. His view sees what remains secret, quote-unquote esoteric or unrevealed, in the phenomena we grasp only with our senses and our sense-bound intellect, as the content of a supersensible way of knowing. Footnote, some people have rejected the term esoteric science as used by the author in earlier editions of this book, on the grounds that a science cannot be something that is secret or esoteric to anyone. This objection would have been correct if that had been the intent in using this term, but that is not the case. The natural sciences, the sciences of nature, cannot be called natural in the sense that they belong to everyone by nature. Similarly, the author understands esoteric science to be not a secret science, but a science, quote-unquote, of the esoteric. a science that deals with what is secret and unrevealed in the phenomena of the universe, as far our ordinary means of cognition are concerned. This science, however, should not remain a secret for anyone who searches for its knowledge in appropriate ways. End of footnote. Of course, to those who restrict science to what is revealed through the senses and the intellect that serves them, what is meant here by esoteric science does not constitute a science. If such people wish to understand themselves, however, they must admit that they reject esoteric science not on the basis of well-founded insight, but simply on the authority of their purely personal feelings. In order to realize this, all we need to do is to consider how sciences come about and what significance they have in human life. The definitive factor in the birth of a science is not the object that is studied, but the type of human soul activity that takes place during the scientific quest. The activity and attitude of the soul involved in the study of science is what we need to look at. If we acquire the habit of exercising activity of this sort only when dealing with what the senses disclose, we may easily succumb to the opinion that the sense perception is the essential factor. In that case, we fail to look at the fact that specific activities and attitudes of the human soul have been applied, but only to what is sense perceptible. However, it is possible to transcend this arbitrary, self-imposed limitation and look at the character of scientific activity itself, without regard to its specific application. This is our basis for speaking of knowledge of the non-sensory content of the world as scientific. The human power of cognition tries to become involved with this content in the same way that it would otherwise become involved with the world's natural scientific content. It is the intent of spiritual science to free the methods and attitudes of scientific research from their particular application to the relationships and processes of sensory facts, while preserving their way of thinking and other attributes. Natural science attempts to speak about non-sensory things in the same way that the natural sciences speak about sense-perceptible things. While natural scientific methods of research and ways of thinking stop short at the sensory world, esoteric science views the soul's work in the natural world as a means of self-education and attempts to apply the faculties that develop in this way to non-sensory domains. Instead of attempting to speak about sensory phenomena as such, esoteric science speaks about the non-sensory contents of the world in the same way that scientists speak about its sense-perceptible contents. In this process, it retains the inner attitude of the scientific method, which is what makes the study of nature a science in the first place. This permits esoteric science to call itself a science. When we begin to consider it, we will find that the significance of the natural science in human life is not exhausted in acquiring knowledge about nature, since this knowledge can never lead to anything except experiences of what the human soul itself is not. The soul principle does not live in what we know about nature, it lives in the process of knowing. The soul experiences itself during its active involvement with nature, and the result of this living involvement is something other than knowledge about nature itself, namely the self-development experienced in acquiring this knowledge. Esoteric science attempts to apply the result of this self-development to areas that transcend mere nature. It is not the intent of esoteric scientists to underestimate the value of the natural sciences. On the contrary, they try to acknowledge it even more than the natural scientists do. They know that it is impossible to establish any science without the exacting way of thinking that is the rule in the natural sciences. But they also know that after this exactitude has been acquired by genuinely entering into the spirit of natural scientific thought, the soul's strength can hold it fast and apply it to other fields. Something appears at this point, however, that may cause misgivings. While observing nature, the soul is guided by the object under observation to a much greater extent than it is while observing the world's non-sensory contents, when it has to be able to hold fast to the essence of the scientific way of thinking out of purely inner impulses to a much greater extent. Since many people believe, although not consciously, that only the guidance of natural phenomena allows us to retain this essence, they tend to decide dogmatically that as soon as this guidance is abandoned, the soul with its scientific method is left groping in the dark. These people have not become aware of the distinctive character of this method. For the most part, they base their judgment on errors that necessarily arise when someone whose scientific attitude has not been sufficiently reinforced by observing natural phenomena nonetheless proceeds to observe non-sensory domains. Such cases naturally give rise to a lot of unscientific talk about the world's non-sensory content. However, this is not because such talk is essentially incapable of being scientific, but only because in this particular instance the scientific self-education that comes from observing nature was neglected. With regard to what has just been said, however, anyone wanting to speak about esoteric science must keep a sharp eye out for all the distractions and illusions that can arise from conjecturing about the revealed mysteries of the world without approaching them scientifically. And yet it would be counterproductive, right at the beginning of an account of esoteric science, to speak about all the possible aberrations that discredit its research in the minds of biased people, because these people conclude from the very existence of the aberrations, and it is true that they are very numerous, that the entire undertaking is unjustified. In most instances, however, scientists or scientifically minded critics reject esoteric science dogmatically, as was described earlier, and their reference to the aberrations is merely a pretext that is often unconscious. Discussion with such opponents will prove futile. Indeed, nothing prevents them from raising the very justified objection that there is no way of determining from the outset whether the person who believes others are in error actually possesses the firm foundation described above. Therefore, all that can be done by people who are striving in the direction of esoteric science is to present what they believe is permissible for them to say. Whether this belief is justified can only be decided by others, and in fact only by those who avoid dogmatic statements of any sort and are able to enter into how these esoteric researchers communicate the revealed mysteries of cosmic events. Of course, the researchers will be obliged to show how what they present relates to other achievements of knowledge and of life. They will also need to show what opposition is possible, and to what extent life's immediate outer sense-perceptible reality confirms their observations. However, they should never attempt to present things in a way that depends on the art of persuasion rather than on content for its effect. Esoteric scientific accounts often meet with the objection that they do not prove what they present, that they merely make some assertion or other, and say that esoteric science has determined this to be true. Do not misunderstand the account that follows by thinking that any part of it is being presented in this manner. An effort is being made here to allow the capability that unfolds in the soul through studying nature to continue to develop according to its own essence. In the course of this development, the soul encounters supersensible facts. It is assumed that every reader who is able to really go into what has been presented will necessarily run up against these facts. The moment we enter the domain of spiritual science, however, we encounter a difference between it and purely natural scientific observation. In the natural sciences, facts are present in the field of the sensory world. Scientists who present these facts regard the activity of the soul as something that recedes into the background in the face of sense-perceptible relationships and processes. Those who present spiritual scientific facts must place this soul activity in the forefront, because their readers only arrive at the facts by making this activity their own in the right way. Unlike the facts of natural science, which although not understood are still available for human perception even without any soul activity, spiritual scientific facts enter into our perception only through activity on the part of the soul. Thus, those presenting spiritual science presume that the readers are accompanying them on the search for these facts. Their presentation consists of recounting the discovery of these facts, and is governed not by personal whim, but by a scientific attitude trained by natural science. Therefore, they must also speak about the means they use to become able to observe non-sensory, super-sensible things. By attempting to present an esoteric scientific subject, we will soon see that this leads us to acquire concepts and ideas that we did not possess before. The new thoughts we acquire about the nature of proof are also different from our previous conceptions of it. We learn to recognize that when natural science is explained, quote-unquote, proof is something brought toward it from the outside, so to speak. In spiritual scientific thinking, however, the activity applied to proving something in natural scientific thinking is already present in the search for the facts. We cannot find these facts if the path that leads to them does not constitute a proving process in itself. Anyone who really follows this path already experiences the element of proof, and nothing more can be accomplished by means of a proof applied from outside. Failure to recognize this characteristic of esoteric science has led to many misunderstandings. The whole of esoteric science must spring from two thoughts that can take root in each human being. For the esoteric scientist, as the term is used in this book, these two thoughts express facts that can be experienced if we apply the right means. For many other people, these thoughts constitute extremely debatable claims that can provoke a great deal of argument and may even be proved to be impossible. The first of these thoughts is that behind the visible world there is an invisible one, a world that is temporarily concealed, at least as far as our senses and sense-bound thinking are concerned. The second is that by developing human capacities that lie dormant in us, it is possible to enter this hidden world. Some people may say that there is no such hidden world, that the world we perceive with our senses is the only one, that it contains everything necessary to solve its riddles, and that even if we are far from being able to answer all our existential questions at present, a time will come when sensory experiences and the science based on them will be able to provide the answers. Others say that we cannot state definitively that there is no hidden world behind the visible one, but our human powers of cognition cannot penetrate this world because they have limits that they cannot overstep. Although those who need faith, quote-unquote, may take refuge in a world of that sort, a true science, based on the guarantee of fact, cannot be concerned with such a world. A third group sees it as rather presumptuous to want to penetrate into a domain where we must renounce, quote-unquote, knowledge and be content with, quote-unquote, faith. Those who adhere to this position find it wrong for the feeble human being to want to penetrate into a world that is supposed to be the exclusive province of religious life. Still others raise the objection that it is possible for everyone to share a common knowledge of the facts of the sense-perceptible world, but since knowledge of the supersensible things is only a matter of personal, individual opinion, we should not speak of universal certainty in such things. And there are others who make many other assertions. It becomes clear that observing the visible world presents us with riddles that can never be solved on the basis of the facts of this world alone. They will never be solved in this way, regardless of how far the science of these facts may advance, because the very inner nature of the visible facts points clearly to a hidden world. If we do not realize this, we are shutting ourselves off to the riddles that spring up everywhere out of the facts of the sensory world. We choose not to see certain questions and riddles, and so we believe that all questions can be answered by means of sense-perceptible facts. The questions we choose to ask may indeed all be answered by the facts we expect will be discovered in the future. There is no reason not to concede that this is the case. But why should we wait for answers to certain things if we ask no questions about them? Those who aspire to an esoteric science are only saying that the questions they ask are a matter of course for them and should be acknowledged as fully legitimate expressions of the human soul. After all, science cannot be forced into narrow confines by forbidding people to ask unbiased questions. In response to the opinion that there are limits to human cognition which we cannot overstep and which force us to come to a halt in front of any invisible world that may be there, it must be said that there can be no doubt in anyone's mind that it is not possible to push one's way into an invisible world with that particular kind of cognition. For anyone who believes that form of cognition to be the one and only form, it is impossible to arrive at any other view of the matter than that human beings are denied access to any higher world that may exist. But it can also be said that if it is possible to develop another form of cognition, this could lead into the supersensible world. If we consider this form of cognition impossible, we reach a viewpoint that makes any talk of a supersensible world seem like pure nonsense. To an impartial judge, however, the only possible reason for this viewpoint is that its champions are unfamiliar with any other form of cognition. Yet how can people pass judgment on something while insisting that they know nothing about it? Unbiased thinking must concur with the statement that we should speak only about things we know and not make statements about things we do not know. This kind of thinking can only speak of people's right to communicate what they have experienced, but not of any right on their part to declare something impossible if they know or choose to know nothing about it. No one can ever deny others the right to ignore the supersensible. But there is never any legitimate reason for people to declare themselves authorities not only on what they themselves are capable of knowing, but also on what they suppose cannot be known by any human being. In the case of those who declare it presumptuous to enter the domain of the supersensible, an esoteric scientific view must call their attention to the fact that it is possible to enter this domain, and that we sin against the faculties we have been given if we allow them to stagnate instead of developing them and putting them to use. However, anyone who believes that views concerning the supersensible world are strictly a matter of personal opinions and feelings denies what is common to all human beings. It is certainly true that individuals must find insight into such things on their own, but it is also a fact that all people who go far enough come to the same insight about these things rather than to different insights. Differences exist only when people try to approach the highest truths through an arbitrary personal whim rather than by a scientifically guaranteed path. It must be admitted without reservation, however, that only those who are willing to immerse themselves in the unique character of the esoteric scientific path are capable of acknowledging that it is correct. If we acknowledge, or even merely assume or surmise from the manifest world the existence of a hidden world, and if our awareness that our powers of cognition are capable of development compels us to feel that this hidden world can reveal itself to us, then each one of us will be able to find the way to esoteric science at the individually appropriate time. When individuals have been led to esoteric science by these soul experiences, several prospects open up before them. One is the prospect of finding the answer to certain questions posed by their craving for knowledge. Another is the quite different prospect of victory over everything that impedes and weakens life. In a certain higher sense, it signifies a weakening of life, or even a soul death, when a person is forced to deny or turn away from the supersensible world. Under certain circumstances, it even leads to despair when someone loses hope that the hidden will be revealed. At the same time, the various forms of this death and despair oppose esoteric scientific efforts on the inner level of the soul. They set in when our inner strength dwindles. If we are then to have any strength for life at all, it must come from outside. Then we perceive the things, beings, and processes that appear to our senses, and we analyze them with our intellect. They cause us joy and sorrow. They drive us to whatever actions we are capable of. We can carry on like this for a while, but eventually we reach the point of dying inwardly, because we have exhausted what can be drawn from the world in this way for a human being's sake. This is not a statement stemming from the personal experience of one individual. It results from an unbiased consideration of all human life. What shields us from exhausting this source is the hidden element that rests within the depths of things. Ultimately, if the strength to descend into these depths, to draw up new strength for life, dies away in a human being, the outer aspect of things also proves to be no longer conducive to life. This is by no means a matter of concern only to the individual human being with his or her personal well-being and misfortune. Precisely through true esoteric scientific observations, we arrive at the certainty that from a higher standpoint, an individual's well-being and misfortune are intimately related to the well-being or misfortune of the whole world. We come to the insight that we are causing damage to the whole world and all the beings in it when we do not develop our own forces in the right way. If we ravage our life by losing our connection to the supersensible world, not only do we destroy something within us, something that can ultimately drive us to despair as it dies off, but our weakness also creates a hindrance to the evolution of the entire world in which we live. Now, it is possible for human beings to deceive themselves. We can succumb to the belief that there is no hidden element, that what appears to our senses and our intellect includes everything that can possibly exist. This deception, however, is only possible on the surface of consciousness, not in its depths. Our feeling and desire do not submit to this deceptive belief. In one way or another, they will always long for something hidden. If this is withheld from us, it forces us into doubt, into uncertainty in life, or even into despair. Cognition that reveals what is hidden is suited to overcoming all this hopelessness, uncertainty, and despair. In short, everything that weakens a life and makes it incapable of performing the services required of it within the world as a whole. This is the beautiful fruit of spiritual scientific knowledge. Rather than merely gratifying our passion for knowledge, it gives our life strength and steadfastness. It draws strength for work and confidence in life from an inexhaustible source. No one who has ever truly approached this source and returns repeatedly to take refuge there will ever go away unstrengthened. There are people who do not want to know anything about such knowledge, because they see something unhealthy in what has just been said. As far as the outer, superficial aspect of life is concerned, these people are right. They do not want what life offers in its so-called reality to be diminished in any way. They see it as a weakness when people turn away from reality and seek salvation in a hidden world that seems fantastic and dreamed up. If we do not want to fall into a state of pathological dreaminess and weakness in our spiritual scientific search, we must acknowledge that such objections are partially justified. They rest on healthy judgment that leads to a half-truth rather than to a whole one, only because it does not thrust its way into the depths of things, but remains on the surface. If striving for supersensible knowledge were likely to weaken life and turn people away from true reality, then such objections would certainly be strong enough to pull the foundation out from under this spiritual trend. However, it is not appropriate for esoteric scientific efforts to respond to such opinions by defending themselves in the usual sense of the word. In this case, too, they can speak only out of their own merit, which is apparent to any unbiased person, and make it evident that they supplement the life forces and strength for life of anyone who immerses him or herself in them in the right way. Such efforts cannot turn a person into a dreamer or someone who is alienated from the world. The strength they provide comes from the sources of life that are the origin of the soul and spiritual parts of us. Still other obstacles may confront many people when they first approach an esoteric scientific search. It is a fundamental truth that readers of esoteric scientific accounts find descriptions of soul experiences which they can follow in order to approach the world's supersensible contents. But while this is the ideal, it still has to be realized in actual practice. Readers must first absorb a fairly large number of supersensible experiences recounted by others without experiencing them personally. This cannot be otherwise, and will also be true of this book. The author will describe what he believes he knows about the nature of human beings and what happens to them at birth, at death, and in the body-free state in the spiritual world. He will also describe the evolution of the earth and of humanity. It could seem that a certain amount of alleged knowledge is being presented like dogma, as if belief based on authority were called for. However, this is not the case. In fact, what can be known about the world's supersensible content is present in the author as a living soul content, and immersing yourself in this content kindles impulses in your own soul, which then lead to the corresponding supersensible facts. In reading about spiritual scientific knowledge, you are active in a different way than you are in reading accounts of sense-perceptible facts. If you read accounts of the sense-perceptible world, you read about them. But if you read accounts of supersensible facts in the right way, you immerse yourself in the stream of spiritual existence. By taking in the results of spiritual research, we also set out on our own inner path toward discovering these results for ourselves. It is true that to begin with, what is meant here is often not noticed at all by those who read it. People imagine entering the spiritual world to be much too similar to a sensory experience, and so they find their experiences in reading about this world much too thought-like. But if we are truly absorbing these things as thoughts, we are already in the midst of the spiritual world, and must only realize that we are already experiencing, although we do not notice it, what we believed we were merely receiving in the form of thoughts communicated to us. Let me read that again. But if we are truly absorbing these things as thoughts, we are already in the midst of the spiritual world, and must only realize that we are already experiencing, although we do not notice it, what we believed we were merely receiving in the form of thoughts communicated to us. The real nature of what we have experienced will become completely clear to us if we actually practice what is described in the second and last part of this book as the path to supersensible knowledge. It would be easy to believe the opposite, that the path would have to be described first, but that is not the case. To anyone who simply does exercises in order to enter the supersensible world without paying any soul attention to specific facts about it, this world will remain an indistinct and confused chaos. We learn to find our way into that world naively, so to speak, in the process of learning about some of its specific facts. Only after that do we abandon our unsuspecting naivete and realize that we are fully consciously acquiring for ourselves the experiences that have been communicated to us. If you go into esoteric scientific accounts in depth, you will be convinced that this is the only sure path to supersensible knowledge. You will also realize that the opinion that supersensible knowledge might initially affect us like dogma, through the power of suggestion, as it were, is unfounded, because we acquire the content of this knowledge by means of a soul activity that strips it of any merely suggestive power and only allows it to speak to us in the same way as any truth that addresses our level-headed judgment. Our initial failure to notice that we are living in the spiritual world is not due to lack of thought on our part or to being influenced by suggestion. in taking in what we have read, but only to the subtlety and unfamiliarity of what we've experienced while reading. When we first take in communications such as those in the first part of this book, we begin to participate, with help, in knowledge of the supersensible world, through practical application of the soul exercises given in the second part. We begin to know this world independently. No real scientists will be able to find any essential contradiction between their science, which is based on the facts of the sense world, and how the supersensible world is investigated. These scientists use certain tools and methods. They produce these tools by transforming what, quote-unquote, nature gives them. Supersensible cognition also makes use of a tool, the human being, that must also first be made suitable for higher research. The human abilities and forces that nature provides, without any involvement on the part of the individual, must be transformed into higher ones. This is how we can transform ourselves into instruments for investigating the supersensible world. The end of Chapter 1 of An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. This is Chapter 2 of An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Makeup of the Human Being. When we observe the human being from the standpoint of a supersensible mode of cognition, the general principles of this cognitive mode take effect immediately. This way of looking at the human being is based on recognizing the quote-unquote revealed mystery in our human makeup. Of all the elements supersensible knowledge includes in this, the physical body is the only one that is accessible to our senses and our sense-based intellect. To clarify this concept of the physical body, we must turn our attention first to a great riddle that envelops all of our observations of life, the phenomenon of death, and connected with it, so-called inorganic nature, the mineral kingdom, in which death is always inherent. This points to facts that can only be fully explained through supersensible knowledge, and a significant portion of this book will have to be devoted to them. At this point, however, the intent is simply to offer a few ideas for the sake of orientation. Within the manifest world, the physical human body is the part of the human being that is the same as the mineral world. In contrast, everything that differentiates us from minerals cannot be considered part of the physical body. To an unbiased view, the most important fact is that death exposes the aspect of our human makeup that is of the same nature as the mineral kingdom. We can refer to the corpse as the aspect that after death is subject to processes that are found in that kingdom. It can be emphasized that in this element of our human makeup, the corpse, the same substances and forces are at work as in the mineral kingdom. However, it is necessary to emphasize equally strongly that this physical body begins to break down when death sets in. Yet we are also justified in saying that while the same substances and forces are at work in the physical human body as in minerals, as long as we are alive, they work in the service of something higher. Only after death do they work in the physical human body as they do in the mineral kingdom. They then appear in the form that is true to their own nature, that is, as disintegrators of the physical body's form. Thus, in the human being, we must distinguish clearly between what is manifest and what is hidden. During life, a hidden something has to wage a constant battle against the mineral substances and forces in the physical body. If this battle ceases, their mineral effects come to the fore. At this point, supersensible science must get involved. Its job is to look for what wages the battle, for something hidden from sensory observation and accessible only to supersensible observation. A later chapter in this book will discuss how to reach the point where this hidden something becomes as evident to us as sensory phenomena are to our ordinary eyes. For the moment, however, what is revealed to supersensible observation will simply be described. It has already been stated that information on how to approach higher vision can only be of value to people if they first become familiar with accounts of what supersensible research reveals. In this field, it is indeed possible to comprehend things that we cannot yet observe. In fact, understanding is the first step toward achieving vision in the right way. Although the hidden something that fights off the disintegration of the physical body is only visible to higher sight, its effects are clearly evident to a faculty of judgment restricted to manifest phenomena. These effects express themselves in the shape or form that the physical body's mineral substances and forces share during life. Once death sets in, this form gradually disappears, and the physical body becomes part of the rest of the mineral kingdom. However, what prevents the physical substances and forces from going their own way during life, which would cause the physical body to disintegrate, can be observed by supersensible perception as an independent part of our human makeup. This independent element will be called the quote-unquote ether body, or quote-unquote life body. In order to prevent misunderstandings from creeping in right at the outset, there are two things that must be considered with regard to the terms applied to this second element of our human makeup. First, the use of the word ether is different here than it is in modern physics, which describes the medium of light as quote-unquote ether. Here, however, the meaning of the word will be restricted to the one given above. It will be applied to this entity that is accessible to higher vision, but recognizable to sensory perception only because of its effects. That is, because it is capable of giving a particular shape or form to the mineral substances and forces present in the physical body. Second, the word body should also not be misunderstood. After all, we have to use words taken from ordinary language, words that express only sense-perceptible things, to designate the higher things of existence. In sensory terms, of course, the ether body is nothing bodily at all, no matter how fine or delicate a body we might imagine. Parenthesis, as the author has discussed in his book Theosophy, his intention in using the terms ether body and life body is not simply to revive the old scientifically outdated idea of quote-unquote life force or quote-unquote vital force. Parenthesis. Having arrived at the point of mentioning the ether body or life body in describing supersensible things, we have also reached a point where this description necessarily contradicts some modern-day views. The evolution of the human spirit has led to a situation where talking about such an element of our human makeup is necessarily seen as unscientific nowadays. The materialistic view has reached the point of seeing nothing more in the living human body than an assemblage of physical substances and forces, such as are also found in minerals, in so-called inanimate objects. The only difference is supposed to be that the way they are put together is more complicated in living things than in lifeless matter. Not too long ago, even ordinary science had different views on this subject. If you track down the writings of serious scientists from the first half of the 19th century, you will find that at that time even some quote-unquote real scientists were also aware of something in living bodies that is different from what is present in lifeless minerals. Back then people spoke of a vital force or life force. Admittedly, they did not imagine this life force as the life body described above, but their concept was based, nonetheless, on an inkling that something of this sort does exist. They imagined this life force as supplementing the physical substances and forces of the living body, just as the force of magnetism supplements the plain iron in a magnet. Then came a time when this life force was removed from the stock of scientific concepts, and people tried to explain everything in terms of mere physical and chemical causes. More recently, however, a reaction against this has again set in among some scientific thinkers. In some quarters, it is admitted that assuming the existence of something like a life force is not total nonsense after all. However, even scientists who deign to admit this possibility will not want to make common cause with the view of the life body that has been presented here. As a general rule, engaging these people in dialogue from the viewpoint of supersensible knowledge will lead nowhere. Instead, supersensible knowledge should make a point of recognizing that the materialistic view is a necessary concomitant of our era's great progress in natural science, which is based on a tremendous refining of our methods of sensory observation. In the course of evolution, it is simply part of human nature to raise some specific individual capabilities to a certain degree of perfection at the expense of others from time to time. Human faculties that lead to quote-unquote hidden worlds had to be forced into the background by the exact sensory observation that the natural sciences developed to such a significant extent. But now a time has again come when we need to cultivate these faculties. We will win acknowledgement of what is hidden, not by combating judgments that are the logical consequence of denying the existence of hidden elements, but by showing these elements themselves in the right light, so that they can then be acknowledged by those for whom this time is right. This needed to be said here to keep people from assuming that the author is ignorant of the views of natural science when he talks about an ether body, something that is necessarily seen in many quarters as a figment of the imagination. This ether body, then, is a second part of our higher human makeup. Supersensible knowledge attributes a higher degree of reality to it than to the physical body. Let me read that again. Supersensible knowledge attributes a higher degree of reality to it than to the physical body. A description of this body as supersensible knowledge sees it can only be given in later chapters of this book, once the sense in which such descriptions are meant to be taken has become evident. For the moment, let us suffice to say that the ether body permeates the physical body in all its parts, and is seen to be as its architect, so to speak. The shape and form of all our organs are maintained by the ether body's currents and movements. Footnote, see also Rudolf Steiner's lecture cycle, Occult Physiology, Prague, March 20th to the 28th, 1911, GA number 128, particularly the 5th lecture. End of footnote. Our physical heart is based on an ether heart, our physical brain on an ether brain, and so on. The ether body is differentiated just like the physical body, but it is more complicated. In the ether body, everything is in a living, flowing state of interpenetration, whereas in the physical body, distinctly separate parts are present. Having an ether body is common to plants and human beings, in the same way that having a physical body is common to humans and minerals. Every living thing has its own ether body. From the ether body we move on to a further component of our human makeup. To help us visualize this next part, supersensible observation points to the phenomenon of sleep, just as it pointed to death in the case of the ether body. As far as everything manifest is concerned, all our productive actions are based on activity in the waking state. Waking activity, however, is only possible if we repeatedly draw new strength for our exhausted forces from sleep. Doing and thinking disappear during sleep. All suffering and pleasure are submerged as far as our conscious life is concerned. When we awaken, conscious forces rise up out of sleep's unconsciousness like water out of hidden and mysterious springs. The consciousness that sinks down into the dark depths when we fall asleep is the same as the one that rises up when we awaken. According to supersensible cognition, what awakens life again and again from the unconscious state is the third part of our human makeup. We can call it the quote-unquote astral body. Just as the physical body cannot maintain its form by means of the mineral substances and forces it contains, but only by being permeated by the ether body, the forces of the ether body are incapable of illumining themselves with the light of consciousness. Left to its own devices, the ether body would have to remain in an ongoing state of sleep. We might also say that it would only be able to support a plant-like existence within the physical body. A waking ether body is illumined by an astral body. As far as sensory perception is concerned, the effects of the astral body disappear when a person falls asleep. To supersensible observation, however, the astral body is still present, but appears to have separated from the ether body, or lifted out of it. Sensory perception does not deal with the astral body itself, but only with its effects on manifest elements. These effects are not directly present while we sleep. In the same sense that having a physical body is something we share with minerals, and the ether body something we share with plants, with respect to our astral body we are of the same nature as animals. Plants exist in a continuous state of sleep. If we do not judge these things accurately, it is easy to fall into the error of crediting plants with a consciousness similar to what animals and humans have in the waking state. This error is only possible if we form an inexact concept of consciousness. When an external stimulus is applied to a plant, it makes certain movements, just as an animal would do. We can say that plants whose leaves curl up under certain external stimuli are, quote-unquote, sensitive to these stimuli. The deciding factor in consciousness, however, is not the fact that a being responds to stimuli, but the fact that it inwardly experiences something new in addition to the mere response. Otherwise, we would also be able to speak of consciousness when a piece of iron expands under the influence of heat. Consciousness is only present when the being in question has an inner experience, of pain, for example, as a result of the heat's effect. The fourth element that supersensible cognition ascribes to our human makeup has nothing in common with the manifest world that surrounds us. It is what distinguishes us from our fellow creatures and makes us the crown of creation, of the created world that belongs to us, at least temporarily. Supersensible cognition forms a concept of this next part of our human makeup by pointing out essential differences among our waking experiences. These differences immediately become apparent when we turn our attention to the fact that in the waking state we are constantly in the midst of experiences that are necessarily transient, while on the other hand we also have experiences of which this is not true. This difference becomes especially clear when we compare our human experiences to those of animals. Animals experience the influences of the outer world with great regularity, under the influence of the warmth and the cold, of pain and pleasure, and certain regularly recurrent processes in their bodies. They become aware of hunger and thirst. Such experiences do not constitute the entire scope of our human life. We can develop desires and wishes that transcend all this. It would always be possible, if we were able to go far enough, to demonstrate where the cause of an animal's action or sensation lies, whether within its body or outside of it. This is by no means the case with human beings. We can produce wishes and desires that are not adequately accounted for by causes either within or outside of our bodies. We must acknowledge that everything falling into this domain has a special source. In spiritual scientific terms, this source can be seen in the human, quote-unquote, I, capital letter I, which can therefore be called the fourth part of our human makeup. If the astral body were left to its own devices, pleasure and pain and sensations of hunger and thirst would take place in it, but there would be no sense of anything permanent in all of this. What we are calling the I is not the permanent factor itself, but what experiences permanency. In this field, we must formulate our concepts very clearly so that no misunderstandings arise. When we become aware of something lasting or permanent within the changing flow of our inner experiences, the feeling of I begins to dawn on us. The fact that a being feels hunger, for instance, cannot give it a feeling of I. Hunger sets in when its recurrent causes make themselves felt in the being in question, which then attacks its food with gusto simply because these recurrent causes are present. The feeling of I does not appear when recurrent causes of hunger drive us to seek food. It appears when, in addition to this, we retain an awareness of our pleasure on a previous occasion when our hunger was satisfied, so that our desire for food is driven by past experience as well as by our current experience of hunger. The physical body would fall apart if the ether body did not hold it together. The ether body would sink into unconsciousness if the astral body did not illumine it. Likewise, the astral body would repeatedly forget the past if the I did not rescue this past and carry it over into the present. What death is to the physical body and sleep to the ether body, forgetting is to the astral body. We can also say that life belongs to the ether body, consciousness to the astral body, and memory to the I. Falling into the error of ascribing memory to animals is even easier than ascribing consciousness to plants. It is natural to think of memory when a dog recognizes its owners, after perhaps not having seen them for a long time. In reality, however, this recognition is not based on memory, but on something totally different. The dog feels a certain attraction for its owners, which proceeds from their very being. This gives the dog pleasure when its owners are present. Each time they are again present after an absence, the dog's pleasure recurs. Memory, however, is only present when a being not only feels its experiences in the present, but also retains those of the past. Even if we acknowledge this, we might still fall into the error of thinking that the dog remembers. We could say, for instance, that since the dog grieves when its owners leave, it retains a memory of them. This, too, is an incorrect assessment of the situation. Through sharing life with its owners, the dog comes to need their presence and thus feels their absence in the same way that it feels hunger. If we do not make such distinctions, life's true circumstances will not become clear to us. Certain biases might make us object to this presentation and say that we cannot know whether or not anything similar to human memory is present in animals. This objection is based on untrained observation. If we are really capable of observing factually how an animal behaves in the context of its experiences, we will notice the difference between its behavior and that of a human being, and will realize that the animal's behavior is in keeping with the absence of memory. This fact is immediately clear to supersensible observation. But in addition, the effects of what enters human consciousness directly during supersensible observation enable our thought-permeated sensory perception to recognize it. If we say that we become aware of our own memory by inwardly observing our own souls, while we cannot do the same with the soul of an animal, this statement is based on a fateful error. What we can say about our own capacity for memory does not come from inwardly observing our souls, but only from what we experience with regard to ourselves in relationship to the objects and processes of the outer world. We experience this with regard to ourselves, with regard to other human beings, and also with regard to animals in exactly the same way. We are blinded by illusion when we believe that we assess the presence of memory only on the basis of inner observation. Although we may say that the power that underlies memory is an inner power, our assessment of it, even with regard to ourselves, is acquired from the outer world by looking at the context of life. We are able to assess this context with regard to an animal in the same way that we can assess it with regard to ourselves. Contemporary psychology suffers a great deal in this respect from its totally untrained and inexact ideas, which are highly deceptive due to errors in observation. It would be very easy to misunderstand this book's explanations of the faculty of memory. It will not be immediately apparent to people who consider only outer processes that there is a difference between what happens in memory-like occurrences in animals or even in plants and what is described here as real memory in human beings. It is true that when an animal does something for the third or fourth time, to all outer appearances it may well seem that memory and the learning associated with it are actually present. Like some natural scientists and their followers, we might even extend the concept of memory to include what happens when a chick creeps out of its shell and begins pecking at grain. It even knows the precise movements it needs to make with its head and body in order to do this. We might say that since it cannot have learned this while still in the shell, it must have learned it from the thousands and thousands of creatures who were its ancestors. This is what hearing says, for example, footnote 3, Ewald Hearing, 1834 to 1918, let me try the German, über das Gedächtnis als eine allgemeine Funktion der organisierten Materie. Materie, maybe. Sorry, I guess there is an English here, quote, memory as a general function of organized matter, Vienna, 1870. End footnote. It is quite possible to describe this phenomenon as something that looks like memory. But if we do not consider the unique process that takes place in human beings, which is a process of really perceiving earlier experiences at later points in time, rather than merely a process by which earlier conditions influence later ones, we will never be able to really grasp the essence of human nature. In this book, the perception of the past, and not merely its reappearance, even in a changed form at a later time, is what will be called memory. If we chose to use this word for the corresponding processes in the plant and animal kingdoms, we would need to have another one to apply to human beings. The word itself is not what is important in the discussion above. What is important is that with regard to understanding the essential nature of the human being, we must recognize the difference. It is equally impossible to relate the apparently highly intelligent accomplishments of animals to what is being called memory here. For the I, remembering and forgetting signify something very similar to what waking and sleeping signify for the astral body. Just as sleep allows the cares and troubles of the day to disappear into nothingness, forgetting spreads a veil over life's bad experiences, blotting out part of the past. And just as we need sleep to strengthen our exhausted life forces again, we also need to eradicate certain parts of our past from our memory in order to approach new experiences freely and without bias. Forgetting is precisely what develops our strength to perceive something new. Think about things like learning how to write, for instance. All the detailed steps that children have to go through in learning how to write are forgotten, and what remains is the ability to write. How could we possibly write if all our past experiences of learning how to do it arose again in our souls as memories each time we put pen to paper? Now, memory appears in various stages. Its simplest form is when we perceive an object and can then turn away from it and reawaken a mental image of it. This mental image was formed while we were perceiving the object, in a process that took place between our astral body and our I. The astral body made the outer impression of the object become conscious. But we would have been aware of the object only for as long as it was actually present if the I had not absorbed this knowledge and taken possession of it. This is the point where supersensible observation separates our bodily nature from our soul nature. We speak of the astral body as long as we have in mind the birth of knowledge about an object that is present. What gives permanence to this knowledge, however, we then call the soul. But from what has just been said, we can immediately see how closely the human astral body is linked to the part of the soul that gives permanence to knowledge. These two things are united into a single element of our human makeup, so to speak, and therefore this union can also be called the astral body. If we want exact terms, we can also call the human astral body the soul body, and the soul, to the extent that it is united with this soul body, the sentient soul. The I rises to a higher level of its essential nature when it directs its activity to the aspects of this object knowledge that it has made its own. Through this activity, the I detaches itself more and more from perceived objects in order to work within what it has made its own. The part of the soul where this happens can be called the intellectual soul or mind soul. It is characteristic of both the sentient and mind souls that they work with what they receive through impressions of objects perceived by the senses and then retained in memory. Here the soul is totally given over to something external to it. Even what it takes possession of through memory has been received from outside. I'm going to read that paragraph again. The I rises to a higher level of its essential nature when it directs its activity toward the aspects of this object knowledge that it has made its own. Through this activity, the I detaches itself more and more from perceived objects in order to work within what it has made its own. The part of the soul where this happens can be called the intellectual soul or mind soul. It is characteristic of both the sentient and mind souls that they work with what they receive through impressions of objects perceived by the senses and then retained in memory. Here, the soul is totally given over to something external to it. Even what it takes possession of through memory has been received from outside. However, the soul can transcend all this. It consists of more than just the sentient and mind souls. It is easiest for the supersensible view to provide some idea of this by pointing to a single, simple fact whose comprehensive significance needs to be appreciated. Within the entire scope of our language, there is only one name whose essential character distinguishes it from all others. That name is capital I. Any other name can be applied to the thing or being to whom it belongs by any human being. But as a designation for a being, I has meaning only when that being applies it to itself. The name I can never be heard coming from outside as the name of the listener. One can only apply it to oneself. I am an I, only to myself. I am you to anyone else, and anyone else is a you to me. This state of affairs is the outward expression of a deeply significant truth. The actual essential nature of the I is independent of anything external. Therefore, nothing outside of it can call it by its name. Religious denominations that have consciously maintained their connection to the supersensible view call the term I the quote-unquote ineffable name of God. This points to what has just been indicated. Nothing external has access to the part of the human soul we are looking at now. This is the soul's quote-unquote hidden shrine, and only a being that is of the same nature as the soul can gain entrance there. The God who dwells within the human being begins to speak when the soul recognizes itself as an I. Just as the sentient and mind souls dwell in the outer world, a third soul element immerses itself in the divine when the soul achieves perception of its own being. It is easy to misunderstand this view as a declaration that the I and God are one and the same. However, it does not state that the I is God, but only that it is of the same character and essence as the divine. If we took a drop of water out of the sea, would we be claiming that it is the sea if we said that the drop is of the same essence or substance as the sea? If we absolutely want to use a comparison, we can say that the drop is to the sea as the I is to the divine. We can find a divine element in ourselves because our own primal being is taken from the divine. Thus, through this third part of the human soul, we acquire inner knowledge of ourselves, just as we acquire knowledge of the outer world through the astral body. This is why esoteric science can call this third soul element the consciousness soul. In an esoteric scientific sense, the soul consists of three parts: the sentient soul, the mind soul, and the consciousness soul, just as the body consists of three parts: the physical body, the ether body, and the astral body. Psychological errors in observation, similar to those already mentioned regarding the erroneous assessment of the capacity for memory, make it difficult to acquire the right kind of insight into the essential nature of the I. Many things we believe we understand can seem to refute what is presented above, while in reality they confirm it. This is the case, for example, with Edward von Hartmann, his comments on the I in his Outline of Psychology. Quote, "In the first place, self-awareness is older than the word I. Personal pronouns are a rather late product of the evolution of languages. They are of value to language only as abbreviations. The word I is a shorter substitute for the speaker's own name, but a substitute that each speaker as such uses for him or herself, regardless of what proper name others may apply to him or her. Self-awareness can develop to a very great extent in animals and in untaught people with severe speech and hearing impairments, even without reference to a proper name. Awareness of one's own name can fully replace the absence of the use of the word I. This insight eliminates the magical aura that envelops the little word I in the minds of many people. This word cannot contribute in the least to the concept of self-awareness. Rather, it receives its entire content from that concept." End of quote. Footnote. For Edward von Hartmann, 1842 to 1906. Try the German again. System der Philosophie im Grundriss. That's parenthesis, an outline of a system of philosophy, parenthesis, volume 3. Also Grundriss der Psychologie, parenthesis, an outline of psychology, parenthesis, end footnote. We can agree completely with such views. We can also agree that no magical aura should be attached to the little word I to darken our thoughtful consideration of the matter. But the nature of a thing is not determined by how gradually the word designating it came about. The important point is that the essential being of the I in self-awareness is, quote, older than the word I, unquote, and that we are compelled to use this particular little word, endowed with qualities belonging to it alone, for the element in our interrelationship with the outer world that is different from what an animal can experience. Nothing can be shown about the nature of a triangle by showing how the word, quote-unquote, triangle came about. Similarly, nothing can be concluded about the nature of the I by knowing how the word developed out of a different verbal usage in the course of the evolution of language. The true nature of the I first reveals itself in the consciousness soul. The soul loses itself to other things in feeling and intellect, but as the consciousness soul it takes hold of its own being. That's why the consciousness soul's perception of the I can take place only through a certain inner activity. Mental images of outer objects, formed as these objects come and go, work on in our intellect through a power of their own. However, if the I is to perceive itself, it cannot simply surrender itself. In order to be conscious of its own being, it must first use inner activity to lift its being up out of its own depths. When the I is perceived, that is, when self-reflection takes place, an inner activity of the I begins. Through this activity, perceiving the I in the consciousness soul acquires a quite different meaning for the human being than perceiving everything that approaches us through our three bodily elements and the other two parts of the soul. The force that makes the I manifest in the consciousness soul is actually the same force that makes itself known in all the rest of the world, but in the body and in the lower soul elements it does not appear directly, but reveals itself in stages through its effects. Its lowest manifestation takes place through the physical body. It then rises step by step to what fills the mind soul. We might say that at each step in its ascent, another veil cloaking the hidden element falls away. In what fills the consciousness soul, this hidden element steps unveiled into the innermost temple of the soul, where it appears as only a drop in the sea of all-pervading spirituality. Here, however, we must first take hold of this spirituality. We must recognize it in ourselves, so that we are then also able to find it in its manifestations. What makes its way like a drop into the consciousness soul is called the spirit by esoteric science. In this way, the consciousness soul is united with the spirit, which is the hidden element in everything manifest. When we want to grasp the spirit in all the revealed world, we must do so in the same way that we grasp the I in the consciousness soul. The activity that led us to perceive this I must now be directed toward the manifest world. In doing this, we evolve to higher levels of our being and add something new to the body and soul elements of our human makeup. To begin with, we conquer what lies hidden in the lower parts of the soul. This takes place through work on the soul that proceeds from the I. How a person is involved in this work becomes evident when we compare a noble idealist to someone who is still totally given up to lower desires and so-called sensual pleasures. Such a person can become a quote-unquote noble idealist by withdrawing from certain base inclinations and turning toward higher ones. That is, by working out of the I to have an ennobling and spiritualizing effect on his or her own soul. The I becomes the master within that person's soul life. This can be taken to the point where no desire or craving can take place in the soul unless the I allows it to enter. In this way, the entire soul becomes a revelation of the I, as was previously true only of the consciousness soul. Fundamentally, all of our cultural activity and spiritual endeavors consist of work that aims for this mastery by the I. All human beings who are alive at present are involved in this work, whether or not they choose to be, and whether or not they are conscious of it. But this work leads to higher levels of our essential human nature, and develops new parts of our makeup that are hidden behind what is manifest to us. Not only can we master the soul by working on it out of the I, so that it reveals what is hidden in the manifest, but we can also take this work further and extend it to the astral body. The I then takes possession of the astral body by uniting with its hidden nature. This astral body that is conquered and transformed by the I can be called the spirit self. Parenthesis, this is the same as what is called manas, M-A-N-A-S, in the traditions of Eastern wisdom, parenthesis. The spirit self constitutes a higher element of our human makeup, one that is present in it in embryonic form, as it were, and emerges more and more in the course of working on ourselves. Just as we conquer the astral body by making our way through to the hidden forces standing behind it, this also happens with the ether body in the course of our inner development. Working on the ether body, however, is more intensive than working on the astral body, because what is concealed in the ether body is cloaked in two veils, while what is hidden in the astral is cloaked in only a single veil. We can get an idea of the differences in working on each of these two bodies by pointing to certain changes that can take place in us in the course of our development. First, let's think about how certain soul qualities develop when the I works on the soul, how passion and desire, joy and sorrow may change. All we need to do is think back to our childhood. What gave us pleasure then? What caused us pain? What have we learned? What have we added to what we were able to do as children? All of this is only an expression of how the I gained mastery over the astral body, because the astral body is the vehicle of passion and sorrow, of joy and pain. In contrast, there are certain other qualities of ours, such as our temperament and the deeper idiosyncrasies of our character, that change relatively little over time. Someone who was hot-tempered as a child will often retain certain aspects of this violent temper in later life. This point is so striking that there are theorists who totally deny the possibility of any fundamental change in a person's character. They assume that this remains constant throughout a person's life, simply revealing itself in one direction or another. However, this conclusion is based on lack of observation. It is clear to anyone who has the capacity to observe such things that even a person's character and temperament change under the influence of the I, although this change is slow in comparison to the change in the qualities described above. To use a comparison, the relationship between the two kinds of change is like the movement of the hour hand of a clock in relationship to the minute hand. Now, the forces that bring about changes in a person's character or temperament belong to the hidden domain of the ether body. They are of the same nature as the forces that govern the living kingdom, that is, the forces that serve the processes of growth, nutrition, and reproduction. Examples that will be presented later on in this book will shed the right light on these things. It is not possible to draw a fixed boundary between the changes that take place as a result of the activity of the I in the astral body and those that take place in the ether body, since they blend into each other. If something we learn enhances our faculty of judgment, a change has taken place in the astral body. But if this judgment changes our state of mind so that we become accustomed to feeling differently about a subject after having learned about it, then a change has taken place in the ether body. Everything we take possession of in such a way that we can recall it again and again is based on a change in the ether body. Anything that gradually becomes an entrenched part of the wealth of our memory rests on the fact that the work performed on the astral body has been transferred to the ether body. The I is not working on the astral body when we simply give ourselves up to pleasure and suffering, joy and pain, but only when the idiosyncrasies of these soul qualities begin to change. Likewise, this work extends to the ether body when our I applies its activity to changing our traits of character, our temperament, and so on. Every individual is working on this change too, whether consciously or not. In ordinary life, the strongest impulses working on behalf of this change are religious ones. When our I allows impulses that flow from religion to work on it again and again, these impulses develop a strength within the I that works right through into the ether body and transforms it, just as lesser impulses in life cause a transformation of the astral body. These lesser impulses, which come to us through learning, thinking, ennobling our feelings, and so on, are subject to the many and various changes in our life, but religious feelings leave a uniform imprint on all our thinking, feeling, and willing. They shed a common, uniform light on our whole soul life, so to speak. We think and feel one way today, another way tomorrow, prompted by a great variety of causes. But if, because of religious feelings of whatever sort, we divine the presence of something that remains constant through all these changes, we will relate both today's and tomorrow's soul experiences to this fundamental feeling. Religious life, therefore, has a far-reaching effect on our soul life that becomes stronger and stronger with time because it works through constant repetition. That is why it acquires the strength to work on our ether body. True art has similar effects on us. If through the outer form, color, or tone of a work of art we are able to penetrate to its spiritual foundation with our thought and feeling, then the impulses our I receives as a result actually work right through to the ether body. If we think this thought through to its conclusion, we can assess art's tremendous significance for all of human development and evolution. We have referred here to only a few examples of things that provide the I with impulses to work on the ether body. There are many such influences in our lives that are not so readily apparent to the observing I as the ones that have been mentioned here. From these, however, it is evident that there is an additional part of our human makeup hidden within us, and that the I is gradually developing it. We can call this second spiritual element the life spirit. Parenthesis, this is the same as what is called Buddhi, B-U-D-D-H-I, in the traditions of Eastern wisdom. Parenthesis. Life spirit is the appropriate term for this, because the forces active within it are the same forces that are active in the life body. The only difference is that when they manifest as the life body, the human I is not active in them. However, when they manifest as the life spirit, they are imbued with the activity of the I. Our intellectual development and the extent to which we purify and ennoble our displays of feeling and will are the measure of our transformation of the astral body into the spirit self, while religious and other related experiences leave an imprint on our ether body and turn it into the life spirit. In the course of ordinary life, this happens more or less unconsciously. In contrast, in what is known as initiation, supersensible knowledge points out the means that allow us to take this work on the spirit self and life spirit quite consciously in hand. These means will be discussed in later sections of this book. For the moment, the most important thing is simply to show that in addition to the body and the soul, the spirit is also active within the human being. Later we will also see how this spirit belongs to the human being's eternal aspect, in contrast to the transitory body. The activity of the eye, however, is not limited to working on the astral body and the ether body. It also extends to the physical body. A trace of the influence of the eye can be seen, for instance, when a person blushes or turns pale under certain circumstances. In this case, the eye actually triggers a process in the physical body. When changes take place in a person through the activity of the eye, specifically with regard to its influence on the physical body, the eye is actually united with the physical body's hidden forces, with the same forces that bring about physical processes in it. We can then say that the eye is working on the physical body through this activity. This statement must not be misunderstood. We must not assume that this work is something crudely material. What appears in a crudely material way in the physical body is only the manifest aspect of this work. Its essential forces are spiritual in nature and lie hidden behind this manifestation. We are not speaking here of work on the physical body's manifest material aspect, but of spiritual work on the invisible forces that bring the body into existence and later cause it to disintegrate again. In ordinary life, the work of the eye on the physical body enters our consciousness to only a very limited degree of clarity. We arrive at complete clarity only when we take this work consciously in hand under the influence of supersensible knowledge. At that point, however, it becomes apparent that there is a third spiritual part to the human being. This may be called the spirit body, in contrast to the physical human body. In Eastern wisdom, the spirit body is called the Atma, A-T-M-A. It is also easy to be misled with regard to the spirit body, because we view the physical body as the human being's lowest component and therefore have difficulty coming to terms with the fact that working on this physical body is supposed to result in the highest part of our human makeup. But the very fact that the physical body conceals the spirit active in it behind 3 veils is the reason why the highest form of inner work is needed to unite the eye with the spirit hidden there. Thus the human being appears to esoteric science as a being made up of different elements. Those of a bodily nature are the physical body, the ether body, and the astral body. Those belonging to the soul are the sentient soul, the mind soul, and the consciousness soul. The light of the eye shines forth within the soul. The spiritual elements are the spirit self, the life spirit, and the spirit body. It follows from the descriptions above that the sentient soul and the astral body are closely united and constitute a unity in a certain respect. Likewise, the consciousness soul and the spirit self constitute a unity, because the consciousness soul is where the spirit flares up and radiates outward into the other parts of our human makeup. Taking this into consideration, we can speak of the following configuration of the human being. The astral body and the sentient soul can be combined into a single element, as can the consciousness soul and the spirit self. We can simply call the mind soul the I, because it takes part in the nature of the I. In a certain respect, it already is the I that has not yet become aware of its spiritual nature. This results in 7 components of the human being. Number 1, the physical body. Number 2, the ether body or life body. Number 3, the astral body. Number 4, the I. Number 5, the spirit self. Number 6, the life spirit. Number 7, the spirit body. This sevenfold configuration of the human being need not have anything vaguely magical about it, as people who are used to materialistic concepts so often claim, if these people would simply stick closely to the meaning of the descriptions above, and not superimpose this element of magic from the very beginning. We ought to speak of these 7 parts of the human being no differently from how we speak of the 7 colors that make up light, or the 7 notes that constitute a scale, parenthesis, if we consider the octave to be a repetition of the tonic, parenthesis. The only difference is that we are speaking from the viewpoint of a higher method of observing the world. Just as light appears in 7 colors and sound in a 7-fold scale, homogeneous human nature appears in the 7 differentiations described above. Just as there is nothing inherently superstitious about the number 7 in tone and color, this is also the case with regard to differentiation in the human being. Parenthesis, during one oral presentation on this subject, someone remarked that in the case of colors, the number 7 is not correct, because there are other colors, invisible to the eye, that lie beyond red and violet. Even taking this into account, however, the analogy to colors holds good, because our human makeup actually extends beyond the physical body on the one hand and the spirit body on the other. These extensions, however, are quote-unquote spiritually invisible to methods of supersensible observation, just as the colors beyond red and violet are invisible to the physical eye. It was necessary to respond to this remark, because it is so easy to think that supersensible observation is amateurish and imprecise in how it uses ideas from the natural sciences. However, anyone who pays strict attention to the intended meaning of what is said here will find that it actually never contradicts true natural science, neither when natural scientific facts are used for purposes of illustration, nor when remarks made here point to a direct relationship to natural scientific research. Parenthesis, end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled An Outline of Esoteric Science, entitled Sleep and Death. Just as we cannot solve the riddle of life without considering death, we also cannot break through to understanding the essence of waking consciousness without considering the state we pass through during sleep. Someone who has no feeling for the significance of supersensible knowledge may entertain doubts about this knowledge, simply because of its views on sleep and death. We can appreciate the reason for these doubts. There is nothing incomprehensible about it if someone states that human beings are here in order to lead an active and effective life, that purposeful activity depends on being able to devote ourselves to this life, and that delving into conditions like sleep and death can result only from a penchant for idle dreaminess and lead only to empty fantasies. It is easy for people to believe that rejecting such fantasies is a sign of a healthy soul, and that devoting oneself to idle dreaminess is a pathological trait that is present only in people who lack both joy in life and the strength to tackle it, and who are incapable of real purposeful activity. It would be doing this opinion an injustice to present it as totally false, because there is a certain kernel of truth in it. It is a quarter truth that needs the other 3 quarters for completeness. If we attack the 1 quarter of it that is true, we will simply arouse the suspicions of those who see that quarter very clearly, but have no inkling of the other 3. It must be acknowledged without reservation that investigating what is hidden behind the veils of sleep and death actually is pathological if it leads to weakness and estrangement from real life. Likewise, we must agree that much of what called itself esoteric science in the past, as well as much of what is practiced today under that name, bears the imprint of something unhealthy and hostile to life. But this unhealthy element does not spring from true supersensible knowledge. On the contrary, the real fact of the matter is this: just as we cannot always be awake when it comes to the real circumstances of life in the broadest sense, we also cannot get along without what the supersensible element can offer us. Life continues while we are asleep, and our forces for the working and creating we do while we are awake gain strength and refreshment from what sleep gives them. This is how things stand with what we can observe in the manifest world. But the world is broader in scope than that particular field of observation. And what we know in the visible world must be complemented and fructified by what can be known about the invisible worlds. If we did not repeatedly draw strength for our depleted forces from sleep, we would destroy our life. Similarly, a worldview not fructified by a knowledge of the hidden element inevitably leads to desolation. Something similar is true of death. Living things succumb to death so that new life can come about. Knowledge of the supersensible element is precisely what can shed light on Goethe's beautiful words, quote, "Life is nature's most beautiful invention, and death is a trick it plays in order to have abundant life." In quotation footnote, an aphorism on nature in Goethe's Naturwissenschaftlichen Schriften, works on natural science, edited with commentary by Rudolf Steiner in Kirchner's Deutsche Nationalliteratur, National Literature, Germany, 5 volumes, 1884 to 1897. In footnote. Just as there would be no life in the usual sense of the word if there were no death, there can be no real knowledge of the visible world without insight into the supersensible realm. All knowledge of the visible must immerse itself in the invisible again and again in order to be able to evolve. Thus it is evident that the science of the supersensible is what makes the existence of revealed knowledge altogether possible. When it appears in its true form, this science of the invisible never weakens life. It repeatedly strengthens it and makes it fresh and healthy when it has become weak and sick from having been left on its own. When we fall asleep, the connection between the elements of our makeup changes. The part of a human being that lies sleeping on the bed contains the physical body and ether body, but not the astral body or ego. Life's processes continue during sleep because the ether body remains united with the physical body. If the physical body were left to itself, it would have to disintegrate. What is extinguished in sleep, however, are our mental images, our pain and pleasure, joy and sorrow, our ability to express our conscious intentions and similar realities of our existence. The astral body is the vehicle of all these, however. If we are unbiased in our assessment of this situation, we will never be able to entertain the notion that the astral body is destroyed during sleep, along with all our pleasure and pain and the entire world of our ideas and will. It is simply present in a different state. For our eye and astral body to have a conscious perception of our pain and suffering and all the other things just listed, rather than simply being filled with them, the astral body must be connected to the physical body and the ether body. And in fact it is connected when we are awake, but not when we are asleep. In sleep the astral body withdraws. It takes on a different form of existence than the one it has when it is connected to the physical and ether bodies. So the next task for supersensible knowledge is to consider the astral body's other form of existence. As far as observation in the external world is concerned, the astral body disappears during sleep. Now, supersensible perception's job is to follow it until it takes possession of the physical and ether bodies once again when we wake up. As in all cases involving knowledge of the world's hidden things and processes, discovering the particulars of what is really going on in the state of sleep requires supersensible observation. Once what can be discovered by this means has been stated, however, it is immediately understandable to truly unbiased thinking, because processes in the hidden world have effects that are visible in the manifest world. Once we see how the contribution of supersensible observation makes sense-perceptible processes understandable, such corroboration by life itself constitutes the proof that can be required for such things. Those who choose not to use the methods of attaining supersensible perception that will be explained later will still be able to have the experience of accepting the statements of supersensible knowledge and applying them to manifest things in their own experience. By doing so, they will find that life becomes clear and understandable. The more precisely and thoroughly they consider ordinary life, the more they will come to this conviction. Even though the astral body experiences no mental images during sleep, no pleasure or pain or anything similar, it does not remain inactive. On the contrary, it is obliged to maintain a lively activity in the sleeping state, an activity it must take up again and again in rhythmical succession after periods of being involved in the activity that it shares with the physical and ether bodies. Just as the pendulum of a clock that has swung to the left and then comes back to the middle must then swing to the right because of the momentum gained by swinging to the left, the astral body and the I that rests in its bosom, having been active for a while in the physical and ether bodies, must then spend the next period of time being busy and active in the body-free state, in an environment of soul and spirit. As far as our normal state of life is concerned, unconsciousness sets in when the astral body and the I are in this body-free state, because this represents the counterbalance to the state of consciousness that develops in the waking state through union with the physical and ether bodies, just as the pendulum swing to the right is the counterbalance to its swing to the left. The sole spiritual principle in the human being experiences needing to enter this state of unconsciousness as fatigue. However, this fatigue is the expression of the fact that during sleep the astral body and I are preparing themselves to reform during the next period of wakefulness what has arisen in the physical and ether bodies through purely organic and unconscious formative activity, while they were free of the spirit and soul principles. This unconscious formative activity is the polar opposite of what happens in the human being during consciousness and by means of consciousness. These states must alternate in rhythmical succession. The usual view on the connection between sleep and fatigue are not in line with the facts. We think that sleep sets in as a consequence of fatigue. This is an oversimplified idea, as is shown by the fact that people often fall asleep during uninteresting lectures or on other similar occasions, even if they aren't tired at all. Anyone who insists that such occasions make us tired is trying to explain this phenomenon by applying a method that lacks cognitive integrity. Unbiased observation will certainly show us that waking and sleeping represent different relationships of the soul to the body. Like a pendulum swinging alternately to the right and to the left, these relationships alternate in rhythmic succession in the ordinary course of life. This same unbiased observation reveals that the state of being filled with impressions of the outer world awakens within the soul a desire to follow this state with a different one, in which the soul is absorbed in enjoying its own bodily nature. Two states of soul alternate, surrendering to outer impressions and surrendering to one's own bodily nature. During the first state, the desire for the second is produced unconsciously. The second state then runs its course in unconsciousness. Fatigue is the expression of wanting to enjoy our own bodily nature. So, instead of saying that we want to sleep because we feel tired, we actually ought to say that we feel tired because we want to sleep. Since the human soul can, as a sort of adaptation, evoke at will states that normally appear as a matter of necessity, it is also possible for us to evoke the desire to enjoy our own bodily nature when we have numbed ourselves to a given outer impression. That is, we fall asleep, even though our inner condition gives us no reason to do so. The physical body can only be maintained in a shape and form suitable for a human being by means of a human ether body, which must in turn receive the appropriate forces from an astral body. The ether body is the sculptor or architect of the physical body. However, it can only shape the body in the right way if it receives the stimulus to do so from the astral body. The astral body contains the prototypes, according to which the ether body gives the physical body its form. During the waking state, the astral body is not filled with these prototypes of the physical body, or only to a certain extent, because the soul puts images of its own in their place. When we direct our senses to our surroundings, we form mental images by means of perception, mental images that are likenesses of the world around us. Initially, these likenesses disturb the images that stimulate the ether body to maintain the physical body. If our own activity were to supply our astral body with images that would stimulate the ether body in the right way, this disturbance would not happen. In fact, however, this disturbance, which is expressed in the fact that the prototypes for the ether body are not fully effective during the waking state, plays an important role in human existence. In the waking state, the astral body carries out its activity within the physical body, while in sleep it works upon it from outside. Just as the physical body, which is of the same nature as the outer world, needs the outer world to supply it with nourishment, for example, something similar is also true of the astral body. Imagine a physical human body removed from the world that surrounds it. It would have to perish. This demonstrates that without its whole physical environment it could not exist. In fact, the entire earth must be just the way it is if physical human bodies are to exist on it. In reality, the entire human body is simply a part of the earth, or, in a wider sense, part of the whole physical universe. In this connection, its relationship is similar to that of a finger on one hand to the entire human body. If we sever the finger from the hand, it can no longer remain a finger. It withers away. The same thing would happen to a human body if it were removed from the body it is part of, from the living conditions provided by the earth. If we were to raise it a sufficient number of miles above the earth's surface, it would die, just as a finger severed from the hand dies. If we pay less attention to this fact with regard to our own physical bodies than with regard to fingers, this is simply because fingers cannot stroll around freely on the body the way people can on the earth, so the dependence of fingers is more obvious. Just as the physical body is embedded in the physical world to which it belongs, the astral body is also embedded in a world of its own. However, it is torn out of this world during our waking life. An analogy will illustrate what happens in this case. Imagine a container full of water. A single drop in this volume of water is not something separate and independent. But then, suppose we take a little sponge and absorb one drop out of the whole amount. Something similar happens with the human astral body when we wake up. During sleep, it is in a world that is like itself. In a certain sense, it constitutes something belonging to that world. But when we wake up, the physical body and the ether body absorb it and fill themselves with it. They contain the organs through which it perceives the outer world. But in order to acquire this perception, it must separate itself from the other world to which it belongs. However, it can only receive the prototypes it needs for the ether world from this other world. In the sleeping state, the astral body receives images from the world that surrounds it, just as the physical body receives nourishment from its surroundings. For example, the astral body actually lives out there in the universe, outside the physical and ether bodies, in the same universe that gave birth to the entire human being. This universe is the source of the images we use to maintain our form, and we are harmoniously incorporated into it during sleep. As we awaken, we lift ourselves up out of this all-encompassing harmony in order to acquire outer perception. During sleep, our astral bodies return to the harmony of the universe again. When we awaken, we bring enough strength with us out of the cosmic harmony into our bodies so that we can go without being in that state for a while. The astral body returns home during sleep and brings renewed forces back into our life when we awaken. The outer expression of this is the refreshment that healthy sleep bestows on us. Further esoteric scientific descriptions will show that the astral body's home is more encompassing than the aspect of the physical environment that belongs to the physical body in the narrower sense. While we humans, as physical beings, are part of the earth, our astral bodies are part of a world that embraces additional heavenly bodies. During sleep, therefore, we enter a world that encompasses other worlds in addition to our earth. As mentioned before, this fact will only become clear from later descriptions. It ought to be superfluous to point to a misunderstanding that can easily arise with regard to these facts, but this is not the case in an age when certain materialistic ways of thinking are present. Of course, people who subscribe to these views can say that the only scientific thing to do is to investigate the physical conditions of something such as sleep. They can say that even though experts are not yet united on the subject of the physical cause of sleep, one thing is certain: we must assume that specific physical processes are the basis of this phenomenon. If only people would admit that supersensible knowledge in no way contradicts this claim. It agrees with everything that is said from this point of view, just as we all agree that in the physical construction of a house, one brick must be placed on top of another, and that when the house is finished, its structure and the fact that it holds together can be explained in terms of purely mechanical laws. In order for the house to come about, however, the architect's idea is needed, and this idea is nowhere to be found when we investigate only the physical laws that apply. Just as the thoughts of the person who created the house lie behind the physical laws that make it explainable, the statements of supersensible knowledge also lie behind what physical science quite correctly presents. It is true that this comparison, which may be considered trivial, is often used to justify the idea of a spiritual backdrop to the world, but in such matters the important thing is not that we are familiar with specific concepts, but that we attach the right value to them in arguing the point. The mere fact that opposing ideas exercise so much power over our capacity for judgment can prevent us from assessing this value correctly. Dreaming is an intermediate state between waking and sleeping. To thoughtful consideration, dream experiences consist of a colorful intermingling of images in a world that conceals an element of regularity and lawfulness within it, although at first glance this world seems to reveal an often confusing ebb and flow. In dreaming, we are released from the laws of waking consciousness that fetter us to sensory perception and to the rules that govern our power of judgment. And yet, dreams obey certain mysterious laws that are fascinating and alluring to our faculty of surmising, and are the deeper reason why we so readily compare dreaming to the beautiful play of imagination that supports artistic sensitivity. We will find this confirmed if we simply recall a few characteristic dreams. We dream, for example, about driving off a dog that is about to pounce on us. We wake up to catch ourselves in the unconscious act of throwing off the covers where they were weighing on an unaccustomed body part and starting to bother us. What does dreaming do to a sense-perceptible process in this case? Our sleeping life allows what our senses would perceive in the waking state to remain fully unconscious for the moment. But it does hold fast to one essential thing, the fact that we are trying to get rid of something. It spins a pictorial process around this fact. The images, as such, are echoes of our daily waking life, but there is something arbitrary in the way they are borrowed from it. We have the feeling that although the same external provocation might also conjure up other pictures in our dream, these would still symbolically express the sensation of wanting to get rid of something. Dreams create symbols. They are symbolists. Inner processes can also be transformed into dream symbols. Suppose we dream that a fire is crackling nearby. We see the flames in our dream. We wake up and find that we have been too warmly covered and are getting hot. The feeling of too much warmth expresses itself in the dream image. Very dramatic experiences can be enacted in dreams. We dream, for instance, that we are standing at the edge of a cliff. We see a child running toward the edge. The dream lets us experience all our tormenting thoughts. If only the child would pay attention and not fall over the cliff. We see the child fall and hear a dull thud as the body lands. We wake up and find that something hanging on the bedroom wall has fallen down with a dull thump. In the dream, this simple process is expressed in exciting images. At the moment, we need not wonder about how it is possible for the momentary dull thud of a falling object to trigger a whole series of events that seemed to take place over a certain span of time. We only need to consider how the dream makes an image out of what sense perception would offer if we were awake. We see that as soon as our sensory activity comes to a halt, something creative asserts itself in us. This is the same creativity that is also present in completely dreamless sleep, where it appears as the soul state that is the opposite of the waking state. In order for this dreamless sleep to set in, the astral body must have withdrawn from the ether body and the physical body. During dreams, it is separated from the physical body in that it is no longer connected to our sense organs, but it still maintains a certain connection to the ether body. That we can perceive the astral body's processes in image form is due to this connection. When it ceases, the images immediately sink down into the darkness of the unconscious, and we have dreamless sleep. That dream pictures are arbitrary and often absurd is due to the fact that the astral body is not able to relate its images to the right objects and processes in our external surroundings, because it is separated from the physical body's sense organs. This state of affairs becomes much clearer when we consider a dream in which the I seems to split into two. For instance, when someone dreams of sitting in a classroom and being unable to answer a certain question, which the teacher then answers immediately. In this case, the dreamer cannot make use of the physical body's organs of perception, and is therefore not in a position to relate these two occurrences to one and the same person, namely his or herself. In order for each of us to recognize the enduring I in ourselves, we must first be equipped with organs of outer perception. This enduring I would only be perceptible to us outside the physical body if we had acquired the ability to become aware of it in some way other than through these organs of perception. It is up to supersensible consciousness to acquire the faculties needed for this. We will talk about the means of acquiring these faculties later on in this book. Death, too, occurs only because of a change in the relationship between the elements of our makeup. Here again, the effects of what supersensible perception describes can be seen in the manifest world, and if our power of judgment is unbiased, we will be able to confirm the communications of supersensible knowledge by observing outer life. However, in this case, the expression of the invisible in the visible is less apparent, and it is more difficult to fully recognize the significance of how the processes of outer life confirm what supersensible knowledge communicates. To those who refuse to understand how the sense perceptible contains a clear indication of the supersensible, claiming that these communications are mere figments of the imagination seems even more natural than saying the same of many things that have already been discussed in this book. During the transition to sleep, the astral body is simply released from its connection to the ether body and the physical body, which remain connected to each other. At death, however, the physical body also separates from the ether body. The physical body is given over to its own inherent forces. As a corpse, it must disintegrate. After death, the ether body, however, finds itself in a condition that it never experienced between birth and death, except under certain exceptional conditions that will be spoken of later. It is now united with the astral body, but without the presence of the physical body, because the ether and astral bodies do not separate from each other immediately after death. It is easy to understand the need for the force that holds them together for a time. If that force were not present, the ether body would not be able to extricate itself from the physical body at all. In sleep, for example, they are held together, and the astral body is incapable of tearing them apart. The requisite force takes effect at death, severing the ether body from the physical body, so that the ether body is now connected with the astral body. Supersensible observation shows that this connection is different in different people, but lasts for a matter of days. For the moment, this time period will be mentioned only as a point of information. Later, the astral body separates from its ether body and continues on its way without it. While these two bodies are still connected, we are in a state that allows us to perceive the experiences of our astral body. As long as the physical body is present, the work of restoring its worn-out organs must begin from outside as soon as the astral body is released from it, but once the physical body has been cast off, this work is no longer necessary. However, the force formerly used for this purpose during sleep persists after death and can now be used to make the astral body's own processes perceptible. If our processes of observation cling to life's externalities, we may still say that these are all claims that may be clear to those gifted with supersensible sight, but for everyone else there is no possibility of arriving at the truth of the matter. This is not the case. After supersensible knowledge discovers something in this or any other domain that is removed from ordinary perception, it can be grasped by our ordinary power of judgment. We must simply give the right consideration to relationships in life, in the manifest world. The relationships among thinking, feeling, and willing, and their relationship to our experiences in the outer world remain inherently incomprehensible as long as the character of their revealed activity is not seen as the expression of an unrevealed activity. This revealed activity becomes transparent to judgment only when the activity and the course it runs in the physical life of a human being can be seen as resulting from what supersensible knowledge concludes about non-physical things. If we confront this activity without benefit of supersensible knowledge, it is as if we were in a dark room with no light. Just as we see the physical objects in our surroundings only when light is present, what takes place in our soul life becomes explainable only in the presence of supersensible knowledge. As long as we are connected to the physical body, the outer world enters our consciousness in the form of images or reproductions. But after we cast that body off, we begin to perceive what our astral body experiences when it is not connected to the outer world by physical sense organs. At first, the astral body has no new experiences. Its connection to the ether body prevents it from experiencing anything new. However, it does possess a memory of the life that is just over. The still present ether body allows this memory to appear as a comprehensive living picture. So, our first experience after death is a perception of life between death and birth as a series of images spread out in front of us. During that life, memory was present only during the waking state, during union with our physical bodies, and only to the extent that these physical bodies permitted. But nothing that makes an impression on the soul during life is ever lost to it. If the physical body were the perfect instrument for this, it would be possible at any moment in life to make our entire life appear to the soul. At death, the physical body's hindrance disappears. As long as the ether body persists, a certain perfect memory is present, but this disappears to the extent that the ether body loses the form, similar to the physical body, that it had while dwelling in that body. This is also the reason why the astral body separates from the ether body after a while. It can only remain united with an ether body whose form still corresponds to the physical body. During life, between birth and death, the ether body separates from the physical body only in exceptional instances and only for brief periods. For example, a portion of the ether body can separate from the physical because of excessive pressure on one of our limbs. In this case, we say that the limb in question has, quote-unquote, gone to sleep. That peculiar feeling comes from the separation of the ether body. Parenthesis, of course, this is another opportunity for a materialistic view of things to deny the presence of the invisible in the visible, saying that this all stems from the physical disturbance caused by the pressure. Parenthesis. In a case like this, supersensible observation can see how the corresponding part of the ether body slips out of the physical. If a person experiences extreme fright or some similar unusual shock, the ether body may separate from the greater part of the physical body for a very short time. This happens if, for whatever reason, we suddenly find ourselves near death, on the verge of drowning, for example, or in danger of falling while rock climbing. The accounts of people who have experienced such things actually come very close to the truth and can be confirmed by supersensible observation. They state that in such moments their entire lives passed in front of their souls like a great picture in their memories. Of the many examples that could be given here, only one will be referred to because it comes from a man whose personal philosophy would consider everything said about such things here to be sheer fantasy. For those who have made a few steps in the direction of supersensible observation, it's always very useful to become familiar with such accounts by people for whom supersensible science is mere fantasy, since it is not so easy to attribute these accounts to bias on the part of the observer. Parenthesis, it is to be hoped that spiritual scientists will learn a great deal from those who consider their efforts ridiculous, and it need not confuse them if their critics do not return their affection. Of course, supersensible observation itself does not aim to verify its own results through such things. It refers to them not in order to prove its findings, but only to clarify them. Parenthesis. In his memoirs, Moritz Benedict, an eminent criminologist and well-known researcher in many other fields of natural science, relates a personal experience. Once he nearly drowned while swimming, and saw his whole life flash before him in retrospect as if in a single picture. Footnote. Moritz Benedict, 1835 to 1920, in his autobiography Aus meinem Leben, Erinnerungen und Erörterungen, excerpts from my life, Recollections and Commentary, Vienna 1906, page 35, Benedict describes this instance as follows, quote, I have had a great love for water ever since childhood, and this has prompted several experiences that stick in my memory. I went to great lengths to be able to swim outdoors, and once it happened that I went under while swimming in the Danube. Fortunately, I was driven up against a post that served as a marker for swimmers. For scarcely more than half a minute I was conscious of the fact that I was drowning, and made the remarkable observation that in that brief time my memories of my entire life passed in front of me at top speed. Psychologists are familiar with this observation, but few people have experienced it personally. I was about 12 years old at the time. End of footnote. If the images seen by others on similar occasions are described differently, and even seem to have little to do with the events of their past, this does not contradict what was said above. The images that arise in this unusual state of separation from the physical body are often not readily explainable in terms of their relationship to life. However, if they are considered in the right way, this relationship can always be recognized. If someone was once near drowning and did not have the experiences described here, this in no way detracts from the general description. We must keep in mind that these experiences can take place only when the ether body is really separated from the physical body, but remains united with the astral body. When the shock also causes a loosening of the connection between the ether body and the astral body, these experiences do not take place, because complete loss of consciousness occurs, as it does during dreamless sleep. In the time immediately after death, our experiences of the past appear, combined into a single memory picture. After that, the astral body separates from the ether body and continues its journey on its own. It is not difficult to see that everything the astral body acquired through its own activity during its stay in the physical body now remains in it. The I developed the spirit self, the life spirit, and the spirit body to a certain extent. To the extent that these have been developed, they do not owe their existence to the organs of the various bodies, but to the I, which needs no outer organs either for self-perception or to remain in possession of what it has united with itself. In that case, we might wonder why we have no perception during sleep of the spirit self, life spirit, and spirit body that have developed. The reason for this is that the I is fettered to the physical body between birth and death. Even when it is with the astral body outside the physical body during sleep, it is still closely connected to the physical body, because the astral body's activity is directed toward the physical body at that point. In this state, the I and its perception are directed toward to the outer sensory world and prevented from receiving the revelations of the spirit directly. Death allows these revelations to reach the I for the first time, because death frees the I from its connection to the physical and ether bodies. The moment the soul withdraws from the physical world that lays claim to all of its activity during life, another world lights up for it. Even during this time, not all of our connections to the outer sense-perceptible world have been terminated. Instead, they are maintained by certain desires that are still present, These desires are the ones we create through being conscious of the I as the fourth element of our makeup. Desires and wishes that spring from the nature of the three lower bodies can only be active in the external world, and they cease when these bodies are discarded. Hunger, for example, comes about through the external body and is silenced as soon as this body is no longer connected to the I. If the I had no desires other than those that originate in its own spiritual nature, it would be completely satisfied by the spiritual world into which it is transported at death. Life, however, has given it other desires. Life kindled a longing in it for pleasures that can only be satisfied by physical organs, although these pleasures are not inherent in the organs themselves. The three bodies are not the only elements that expect satisfaction from the physical world. The I also finds certain pleasures in this world, pleasures that the spiritual world has no means of providing. For the I, there are two types of desires in life: those that originate within the bodies and must also be satisfied there, coming to an end when the bodies disintegrate, and those that originate in its own spiritual nature. The latter are also satisfied by means of bodily organs as long as the I inhabits the bodies, since the hidden element of the spirit manifests in bodily organs. Along with everything the senses perceive, they also take in something spiritual. This spiritual element is also present after death, although in a different form. Everything of a spiritual nature that the I desires within the sense-perceptible world is also still there when the senses are no longer present. If there were not a third type of desire in addition to these two, death would signify only a transition from desires that can be satisfied by the senses to those that find fulfillment in the revelation of the spiritual world. The third type of desire consists of the ones the I creates for itself during life in the sense-perceptible world, because it also takes pleasure in aspects of this world in which the spirit does not manifest. The lowest pleasures can be manifestations of the spirit. The satisfaction a hungry being gains from taking in food is a manifestation of the spirit, because if it did not take in nourishment, the spiritual element would not be able to evolve in a certain respect. However, the I can also move beyond the enjoyment offered by this necessary state of affairs. It can long for food that tastes good, regardless of how eating serves the spirit. The same thing happens with regard to other things in the sensory world. This creates desires that would never appear in the sense-perceptible world if the human I were not incorporated into it. Such desires, however, also do not originate in the spiritual nature of the I. Even as a spiritual being, the I must have sensory pleasures as long as it lives in a body. The spirit manifests in sense-perceptible things, and the I is enjoying nothing other than the spirit when it gives itself up to sense-perceptible things through which the light of the spirit shines. The I will continue to enjoy this light even when sensuality is no longer the medium for the rays of the spirit. In the spiritual world, however, no gratification exists for desires not already inhabited by the spirit in the sense-perceptible world. When death occurs, the possibility of satisfying these particular desires is cut off. The desire to enjoy good-tasting food can only be satisfied when the physical organs used in taking in food are present, the palate, the tongue, and so on. After shedding the physical body, we no longer have these. And if the I still needs to have these desires satisfied, this need must remain unmet. To the extent that this desire is in accord with the spirit, it is present only as long as the physical organs are there, but to the extent that the I has created it without serving the spirit, it persists after death as a desire that yearns in vain for satisfaction. We can only get an idea of what then takes place in the human being by imagining that someone is suffering from raging thirst in an area where there is no water far or near. That is how things stand with the I after death, to the extent that it still cherishes unextinguished desires for the pleasures of the outer world, and no longer possesses organs that could satisfy them. Of course, we must imagine the raging thirst that is an analogy for the state of the I after death as being intensified immeasurably and encompassing all other remaining desires that cannot possibly be satisfied. After death, the I immediately finds itself in the situation of having to free itself from the shackles of this attraction to the outer world. In this respect, the I has to bring about purification and liberation within itself. It must eradicate all the desires that came about in it during life in the body, which therefore have no right to exist in the spiritual world. The world of these desires is dissolved and destroyed after death like an object that is seized and consumed by fire. This offers us a glimpse into the world that supersensible knowledge calls the, quote, consuming fire of the spirit, unquote. Any desire that is sensual in nature, in a sense that is not an expression of the spirit, is seized upon by this fire. We might feel terrified and inconsolable when we confront the conceptions of these processes that spiritual science inevitably supplies. It might seem shocking that a hope that needs sense organs for its fulfillment must turn into hopelessness after death, and that a desire can only be satisfied by the physical world must be transformed into searing deprivation. However, it is possible to maintain this view only as long as we fail to consider that all the desires seized upon by this consuming fire after our death are not beneficial ones in any higher sense, but represent destructive forces in life. Through such forces, the I binds itself more closely to the world of the senses than is necessary for taking in its beneficial aspects. This world is a revelation of the spiritual element concealed behind it. If the I chose not to make use of the senses to enjoy this spiritual element, it would never be able to enjoy the spirit in this form, in which it can reveal itself only through the bodily senses. However, to the extent that the I desires the aspects of the sense world in which the spirit does not speak, it deprives itself of the world's true spiritual reality. If sensory enjoyment as an expression of the spirit signifies an elevation and development of the I, then enjoyment that is not such an expression signifies impoverishment and desolation. If a desire of this latter sort is satisfied in the sense world, its devastating effect on the I, although present, does not become visible until after death. That is why enjoying such pleasures in life can create new, similar desires, although we are not at all aware that we are enveloping ourselves in a consuming fire. What becomes visible after death is nothing other than what was already present around us during life. And when it becomes visible, its healing, beneficial consequences also become evident. For example, a person who loves someone else is not attracted only to the aspects of the other person that can be experienced through physical organs. However, these are the only aspects that can be said to become inaccessible to perception at death. After death, the aspect of the beloved person, for which physical organs were only a means to an end, becomes visible. In fact, the only thing that prevents this other higher aspect from being completely visible is the presence of desires that can only be satisfied by means of physical organs. If this desire were not eradicated, conscious perception of the beloved person after death could not come about at all. Seen in this way, the terrifying, inconsolable conception we might have of post-death events, as they are described by supersensible knowledge, is transformed into a conception that is deeply satisfying and consoling. The experiences we have immediately after death differ from life's experiences in still another respect. During purification, we live life in reverse, so to speak. We go through everything we experienced during life since birth, but in reverse order, back to childhood, beginning with events immediately preceding our death. In this process, everything in our life that did not originate in the spiritual nature of the I appears spiritually before us, but we experience its inverse. For example, if a person dies at age 60 but injured someone else in body or soul at age 40, he or she will experience this event again on reaching this point in his or her 40th year on the journey back through life. However, what is experienced this time will not be the satisfaction that came from attacking the other, but the pain the other person suffered as a result. From what has just been described, we can immediately see that the only part of such an incident that can be perceived as painful after death is the part originating in a desire of the I that has its source purely in the outer physical world. In reality, the I not only harms the other person by satisfying such a desire, it also harms itself. But this damage remains invisible during life. After death, however, this whole damaging world of desire becomes visible to the I. The I then feels drawn to every being and thing that once kindled such desires in it, so that these desires can be eradicated in the consuming fire, in the same way that they were created. On our journey back through life, all our desires of this sort will have gone through the fire of purification only when we reach the point of our birth again. From that point onward, nothing prevents us from dedicating ourselves completely to the spiritual world. We enter a new level of existence. Just as we discarded the physical body at death and the ether body soon after, the part of the astral body that can survive only in our consciousness of the outer world now disintegrates. For supersensible knowledge, therefore, there are three corpses: the physical, the etheric, and the astral. We discard the last of these at the end of the purification period, which is about 1/3 as long as the time that elapses between birth and death. The reason for this will become clear later on when we consider the course of a human life on the basis of esoteric science. Just as physical corpses are physically perceptible in the world we live in, for supersensible observation, astral corpses are constantly present in the surroundings, having been discarded by human beings who are moving from the state of purification into a higher level of existence. As far as the I is concerned, a totally new state of consciousness sets in after purification. Before death, outer perceptions had to flow toward the I for the light of consciousness to shine on them. But now a world virtually flows outward from within and comes to consciousness. The I lived in this world between birth and death too, but then it was veiled in sense-perceptible manifestations, only appearing in its real form when the I disregarded all sense perceptions and perceived itself in its own inner sanctuary. Just as pre-death self-perception on the part of the I took place within, in its inner being, the world of spirit in all its fullness is also revealed from within after death and purification. Actually, this world is already revealed as soon as the ether body is discarded. It is simply obscured, as if by a darkening cloud, by all our desires that still turn toward the outer world. It is as if the dark demonic shadows, rising from desires consumed by fire, were mingling with a blissful world of spiritual experience. And not only shadows, these desires are real beings. This immediately becomes apparent when the I is stripped of physical organs, and therefore becomes able to perceive things that are spiritual in character. These beings appear as distorted caricatures of what we formerly learned about through sense perception. Supersensible observation states that the world of the purifying fire is inhabited by beings whose appearance can be horrible and painful to the spiritual I. EYE. They seem to take pleasure in destruction. Their passion is intent upon an evil that makes the evil of the sense-perceptible world seem insignificant in comparison. When we bring desires of the sort described above into the supersensible world, they appear to these creatures as food that constantly nourishes and strengthens their powers. This image of a world imperceptible to the senses can seem less incredible if we observe a portion of the animal kingdom without bias. To spiritual sight, what is a cruel, prowling wolf? What reveals itself in what the senses perceive in it? Nothing but a soul that lives in and acts out of desires. We can call the outward form of a wolf an embodiment of these desires. If we had no organs to perceive this form, we would still have to acknowledge the existence of the being in question if its invisible desires became visible through their effects. That is, if a power invisible to the eye were prowling around doing everything that can be done by a visible wolf. Now, it is true that the beings of the purifying fire are present only to supersensible consciousness and not to sense perception. However, their effects, namely the destruction of the eye if it supplies them with nourishment, are clearly evident. These effects become visible when justifiable enjoyment escalates to the point of immoderation and excess, for sense-perceptible things would also only attract the eye to the extent that enjoying them is somehow justified in the very nature of the eye itself. Animals are driven to desire only through things in the outer world that their three bodies crave. But human beings have higher desires, because a fourth element, the eye, is added to their three bodily elements. But if the eye seeks to satisfy such desires in a way that destroys its own being, rather than maintaining and furthering it, this is a result not of the effect of its three bodies, or of its own nature, but of beings whose true form is concealed from our senses, beings who can assail the higher nature of the eye, and are capable of arousing desires in it that, although unrelated to sensory existence, can only be satisfied through it. The food of these beings consists of passions and desires that are worse than any animal passions, because they are not played out in the sense world, but take hold of the spiritual element and drag it down into the domain of the senses. Therefore the forms of such beings appear much more hideous and gruesome to spiritual sight than the forms of the wildest animals, which only embody passions that are justifiable in the sense-perceptible world. The destructive forces of these beings are infinitely greater than any destructive fury that exists in the sense-perceptible animal kingdom. In this way, supersensible knowledge must expand our view to include a world of beings that are lower in a certain respect than any visible destructive animals. Having passed through this world after death, we then find ourselves face to face with a world that contains the spiritual element. The only desire this world arouses in us finds satisfaction in the spirit alone. Here, too, however, we distinguish between what belongs to our own eye and what constitutes its surroundings, what we might also call the spiritual world outside of the eye. Now, however, what we experience of these surroundings streams toward us in the same way that our perception of our own eye streams toward us during life in the body. During life, between birth and death, our surroundings speak to us through the organs of our bodies. But once we have discarded all our bodies, the language of our own surroundings speaks directly to the innermost sanctuary of the eye. Our entire surroundings are now filled with beings that are similar in nature to our eye, for only an eye has access to another eye. Just as we are surrounded in the sense-perceptible world by the minerals, plants, and animals that make up that world, after death we are surrounded by a world that is made up of beings of a spiritual nature. However, something that is not part of our surroundings there comes with us into this spiritual world. That is, what the eye has experienced in the sense-perceptible world. Immediately after our death, and for as long as our ether body is still connected to the eye, the sum total of these experiences appears temporarily in the form of a comprehensive memory picture. The ether body itself is then discarded, of course, but something of this memory picture remains behind as an imperishable possession of the eye, as if we had made an extract or distillation of everything that happened to us between birth and death. This is life's spiritual yield, its fruits. Since this yield is of a spiritual nature, it contains everything spiritual that has been revealed through our senses. Without life in the sense-perceptible world, it would not have come about. After death, the eye feels this spiritual fruit of the sensory world to be its own inner world, through which it enters the world of beings that manifest as only an eye can become manifest to itself in its innermost depths. Just as a plant seed, which is the essence of the entire plant, can only develop when it is planted in a different world, namely the soil, what the eye brings along from the sensory world now unfurls like a sprouting seed, and the spiritual environment that has received it begins to affect it. It is true that the science of the supersensible can only use images to describe what happens in this land of spirits. But when supersensible consciousness investigates the events invisible to the physical EYE that correspond to these images, it becomes evident that the images represent a true reality. Comparisons with the sensory world can illustrate what needs to be depicted, since although this other world is completely spiritual in character, it is similar to the sense world in a certain respect. For example, in the sensory world, a color appears when some object acts upon the eye, EYE. Similarly, in the land of spirits, an experience similar to the one induced by a color is produced when the eye is acted upon by another being. During life, between birth and death, however, the inner perception of the eye is the only experience that is induced in the same way as this color-like spiritual experience. This is not like light striking us from outside. It is as if another being were acting directly upon the eye, causing it to imagine this activity as a colored picture. Thus all the beings in the spiritual environment of the eye express themselves in a world radiant with color. Since the way they come about is different, of course, these experiences of color in the spiritual world are also of a somewhat different character than sense-perceptible colors, and something similar must be said with regard to the other impressions we receive from the sense-perceptible world. The sounds of the spiritual world are most similar to impressions in the sensory world. The more we live our way into the spiritual world, the more it appears to us as a freely moving vitality that is comparable to tones and harmonies in sense-perceptible reality. However, we do not sense these tones as something that approaches a sense organ from outside, but rather as a force streaming through the eye out into the world. We feel the tones the same way we feel our own speech or singing in the sense-perceptible world. But in the spiritual world, we know that these tones that are streaming out of us are also manifestations of other beings who are pouring themselves out into the world through us. A still higher manifestation takes place in the land of spirits, when sound becomes the quote-unquote spiritual word. Then, not only the movement-filled vitality of another spiritual being, but also the being itself communicates its own inner nature to the eye. When this happens, when the spiritual word flows through the eye, two beings live within each other without any of the separation that is a necessary part of togetherness in the sense-perceptible world. This is really what it is like for the eye to be together with other spiritual beings after death. I'm on page 91. I have just finished paragraph 16, and is pretty much the first half of Sleep and Death, from An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. This is the second half of the third chapter of An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. The chapter 3 is entitled Sleep and Death. I am on page 91 of that chapter, the 17th paragraph. 3 distinct domains of the land of spirits appear to supersensible consciousness. They may be compared to 3 regions in the physical sense-perceptible world. The first is the spiritual world's quote-unquote land masses, so to speak. The second is its quote-unquote bodies of water. The third is its quote-unquote atmosphere. In the first domain of the land of spirits, everything that assumes a physical shape on earth so that it can be perceived by means of physical organs is perceived according to its spiritual nature. For example, the force that gives a crystal its shape can be perceived in the land of spirits, but its manifestation there is the opposite of what appears in the sense-perceptible world, so to speak. To spiritual sight, The space occupied by a mass of rock in the physical world appears as a cavity of some sort, but the force that shapes the form of the stone is seen all around this cavity. The color the stone possesses in the sense-perceptible world appears as an experience of its complementary color in the spiritual world. Thus, from the viewpoint of the land of spirits, a red stone appears greenish and a green one is experienced as reddish. All other characteristics also appear in the form of their opposites. Just as things, such as stones and masses of soil, make up the sense-perceptible world's land masses or continents, the formations described above constitute the spiritual world's land masses. In quotes. Everything that is life in the sense-perceptible world is the oceanic region in the spiritual world. To our physical eyes, life is evident in its effects in plants, animals, and human beings. To our spiritual eyes, life is a being that flows, permeating the land of spirits like seas and rivers. Better still, it can be compared to blood circulation in the body. Because the distribution of seas and rivers in the sense-perceptible world is irregular, while a certain regularity, like that of the circulating blood, is the rule in the distribution of flowing life in the land of spirits. At the same time, this flowing life is also heard. It resounds spiritually, as it were. The third domain of the land of spirits is its atmosphere, in quotes. Everything that appears in the sense-perceptible world as feeling exists in the spiritual realm as an all-pervading presence, just like the air on earth. We must imagine it as a sea of flowing feeling. Sorrow and pain, joy and delight flow throughout the domain like winds and storms in the atmosphere of the sense-perceptible world. Let's imagine a battle being fought on earth. Not only human figures with forms that can be seen with physical eyes confront each other here, but feelings confront feelings and passions confront passions. The battlefield is not only full of human figures, it is also full of pain. All the passions, the pain, and the joy of conquest that are active here not only manifest as sense-perceptible effects, but also become perceptible to spiritual senses as an atmospheric process in the land of spirits. In the spirit, an event like this is like a thunderstorm in the physical world. Spiritual perception of such events can also be compared to hearing words in the physical world. That is why it is said that, quote, wafting spiritual words, unquote, surround and permeate the beings and events of the land of spirits, just as air surrounds and permeates the beings of earth. Still other perceptions are possible in this spiritual world. Something comparable to the warmth and light of the physical world is also present here. The actual world of thoughts is what pervades everything in the land of spirits, like the warmth that pervades all earthly things and beings. Here, however, we must imagine these thoughts as living independent beings. What we grasp as a thought in the manifest world is like a shadow of a thought being that is active in the land of spirits. Let's imagine that a thought is extracted from the human being in which it is present and is endowed with an inner life of its own as an active entity. We then have a feeble illustration of the content of the fourth domain in the land of spirits. What we perceive as thoughts in our physical world between birth and death is merely a manifestation of the thought world, shaped as the instruments of our various bodies permit. But all the thoughts we cultivate that enrich the physical world have their origin in this spiritual domain. We need not think only of the thoughts and ideas of great inventors or geniuses in this regard. We can see how we all have ideas that suddenly occur to us, not merely ideas that are due to the outer world, but ideas we use to transform this outer world. To the extent that we speak of feelings and passions whose causes lie in the outer world, these belong to the third domain of the land of spirits. But everything that lives in our souls in a way that makes creators of us, everything that allows us to transform and fructify our surroundings, is evident in its primal, essential form in the spiritual world's fourth domain. What is present in the fifth domain can be compared to physical light. It is wisdom, revealing itself in its primal form. Beings belonging to this domain pour wisdom out into their surroundings, like the sun that sheds light on physical beings. A thing is illuminated by this wisdom. Let me read that again. A thing that is illuminated by this wisdom shows its true significance and meaning for the spiritual world, just as a physical being shows its color when shone upon by light. There are still higher domains of the land of spirits, but that will be described in a later part of this book. After death, the eye, along with what it brings with it from life in the world of the senses, is immersed in the spiritual world. What its past life yielded is still united with the part of the astral body that is not discarded at the end of the purification period. As we have seen, only the part whose desires and longings are still directed toward physical life falls away after death. Immersing the eye and its past life's yield in the spiritual world can be likened to planting a seed in fertile soil. The seed draws on substances and forces from its surroundings in order to develop into a new plant. Similarly, development and growth are the very essence of the I that has been immersed in the spiritual world. The force that creates an organ lies hidden within what that organ perceives. Our eyes perceive light, but without light there would be no eyes. Creatures that spend their life in darkness do not develop any organs of sight. Similarly, the whole bodily human being is created out of the forces lying hidden in what is perceived by the organs of our various bodies. The physical world is built up by the forces of the physical world, the ether body by those of the world of life, and the astral body out of the astral world. Now, when the eye is transported into the land of spirits, it encounters these forces, which are hidden to physical perception. In the first domain of the land of spirits, the spiritual beings that always surround human beings, building up our physical bodies, become visible to the eye. In the physical world, what we perceive is nothing other than the manifestations of these spiritual forces that have shaped the human physical body. After death, we find ourselves surrounded by these same formative forces, but now they show themselves in their true forms, which were previously concealed. Similarly, in the second domain, we find ourselves in the midst of the forces that make up the ether body, while in the third domain, the forces that stream toward us have organized the astral body. What the higher domains of the land of spirits send toward us is also what constitutes our makeup during life between birth and death. From this point onward, these beings of the spiritual world work in conjunction with what we have brought with us as the fruit of our former life, which now becomes a seed. Through their interaction, we are first built up anew as spiritual beings. When we sleep, our physical and ether bodies persist. The astral body and the I, although outside of these two bodies, remain connected to them. Any influences the astral body and the I can receive from the spiritual world under these circumstances serve only to replenish the forces we have exhausted while awake. However, after the end of the purification period, when we have discarded not only the physical and ether bodies, but also the part of the astral body that still clung to the physical world through its desires, everything flowing from the spiritual world toward the I serves not only to improve it, but also to reconfigure it. And after a certain period of time, parenthesis spoken of later on in this book, parenthesis, an astral body forms around the I and becomes capable of living in etheric and physical bodies of the sort appropriate to human beings between birth and death. Then we are ready to undergo birth again and to appear in a new earth existence, which then incorporates the fruit of our previous life. Up to the point of forming a new astral body, we witness our own rebuilding. Since the powers of the land of spirits, like our self-aware I, manifest from within rather than through outer organs, we are able to perceive their manifestations as long as our faculties are not yet directed toward an outwardly perceptible world. However, the moment the astral body has taken shape again, these faculties turn outward. From that point onward, the astral body again begins to demand an external ether body and physical body, and turns away from the revelations of the inner world. For this reason, an interim period of sinking into unconsciousness now begins. Consciousness will be able to appear again only in the physical world, when the organs necessary for physical perception have been formed. During this time, when the consciousness illuminated by inner perception has come to an end, a new ether body begins to connect to the astral body, and we can then enter a physical body again. The only I that would be capable of taking part consciously in reconnecting to these two elements would be one that had succeeded in creating a life spirit and spirit body, the creative forces hidden in the ether and physical bodies. Until we reach this stage, beings that are further along in their development than we are must direct this process of reconnecting. These beings lead the astral body to a set of parents so that it can be given the appropriate etheric and physical bodies. Before the connection to the ether body has been completed, something happens that is extremely significant for us as we enter physical existence again. As we have seen, each of us in our previous life created destructive forces that became evident during our journey backward after death. Let's look again at the example mentioned earlier. In the previous lifetime, the person in question, who was 40 years old at the time, caused pain to someone else in an outburst of anger, and later, after death, encountered that other person's pain as a force destructive to the development of his or her own I. The same is true of all similar incidents in this person's previous life. These obstacles to development then confront the person's I when it re-enters physical life. Just as the I saw a kind of memory picture of the past life as death set in, it now has a preview of the life to come. Once again, this person sees a picture of this sort, but this time it shows all the obstacles that need to be overcome in order to make progress along the path of self-development. What is seen in this way becomes the starting point for forces that this person must take along into his or her new life. The image of the pain inflicted on another becomes the force that motivates the I on re-entering life to make up for this pain. Thus our previous life has a determining effect on the new one. In a certain respect, our deeds in this new life are caused by ones in our previous life. We must see this lawful and regular connection between an earlier existence and a later one as the law of destiny. We usually apply the term karma, borrowed from Oriental wisdom, to this law. However, building up a new bodily organization is not the only activity that is required of us between death and a new birth. During this process we live outside of the physical world, but meanwhile the physical world continues to evolve. The face of the earth changes within a relatively short period of time. A few thousand years ago, what did the region look like that our country now occupies? As a general rule, when we appear on earth in a new existence, it does not look the way it did during our last lifetime. All kinds of things have changed in our absence. Now, hidden forces are also at work, changing the face of the earth. They work out of the world we find ourselves in after death, and we too must help to transform the earth. However, as long as we have not become clearly conscious of the relationship between the spiritual element and its physical expression by creating the life spirit and spirit body in ourselves, we require the guidance of higher beings if we are to assist in this transformation, but we do assist in it nonetheless. We can say that during the time between death and a new birth, we transform the earth in a way that aligns its conditions with what is developing within us. If we observe some spot on earth at a certain point in time, and again after a long time has elapsed, we find it in a totally different condition. The forces that have brought about this change are present among human beings who have died. This is how they are connected with the earth between death and rebirth. Supersensible consciousness sees manifestations of the hidden spiritual element in all of physical existence. To physical observation, what works at transforming the earth is the light of the sun, changes in climate, and so on. To supersensible observation, however, the forces of people who have died are active in the rays of sunlight falling on the plants. If we observe in this way, we become aware of human souls hovering around the plants, transforming the surface of the earth, and so on. In death, our attention is not focused only on ourselves and on preparing our own new earthly existence. No, we are also called upon to work spiritually on the outer world, just as we are called upon to work physically during life between birth and death. Not only does human life work on circumstances in the physical world from the land of spirits, but the reverse is also true. Activity in physical existence has its effects in the spiritual world. An example can illustrate what happens in this connection. A bond of love exists between mother and child. This love arises out of an attraction between the two of them that is rooted in the sense world, but it changes over the course of time. The sensory bond becomes more and more spiritual. And this spiritual bond is fashioned not only for the sake of the physical world, but for the land of spirits as well. This is also true of other relationships. What is fashioned in the physical world by spiritual beings persists in the spiritual world. Friends who have become intimately connected during life also belong together in the land of spirits. After they have discarded their various bodies, their togetherness is much more intimate than it was during physical life, for as spirits they are there for each other, in the same way that spiritual beings reveal themselves to others from the inside, as described above. Also, a bond that has formed between two people leads them together again in a new life. In the truest sense of the word, therefore, we must speak of people finding each other again after death. This process that takes place with human beings between birth and death, and then from death to a new birth, repeats itself. We return to earth again and again whenever the fruit of one physical lifetime has ripened in the land of spirits. Yet this repetition does not go on without beginning or end. At one point we left different forms of existence for ones that run their course as described here. And in future we will leave these and move on to others. An overview of these changing stages will be presented later, when the evolution of the cosmos in its relationship to the human being is described from the viewpoint of supersensible consciousness. Of course, the processes that take place between death and a new birth are even more hidden from outer sensory observation than is the case with the spiritual element underlying our existence as it manifests between birth and death. Sense perception can see the effects of this part of the hidden world only where these effects enter physical existence. For sensory observation, the question is whether human beings entering existence through birth bring along something of the processes that supersensible knowledge describes between a death and the next birth. Even if we find a snail shell with no trace of an animal in it, we will acknowledge that the shell came about through the activity of an animal. We will not be able to believe that this form created itself by means of mere physical forces. Similarly, if we observe people during life and discover something that cannot have originated in this life, it is reasonable to admit that it originates in what the science of the supersensible describes, if this sheds clarifying light on something that is otherwise unexplainable. Thus it is also possible for rational sensory observation to understand invisible causes through their visible effects. Any unbiased observer of our current life will find this more and more correct with each new observation. It is simply a question of finding the right point of view for observing effects in outer life. For example, where are the effects of what supersensible knowledge describes as processes belonging to the purification period? How do effects appear that belong to what we are supposed to experience after this realm of purification in the purely spiritual realm, according to details provided by spiritual research? If we reflect on life deeply and seriously, there are plenty of riddles that demand our attention in this particular area. We see one person born into poverty and misery, endowed with only meager talents and seemingly predestined for a pitiable existence because of the circumstances of his or her birth. Meanwhile, another person receives lavish care and attention from solicitous hands and hearts from the first moment of life, develops brilliant capabilities, and has all the potential for a fruitful and satisfying life. We can respond to such questions with one or two opposing points of view. The first one clings to what we can perceive with our senses and understand with our sense-bound intellect. This view does not question the fact that one person is born to happiness and another to misfortune. Even if it doesn't use the term chance, it will not think of assuming that there is some lawful interrelatedness that causes such disparities. And when it comes to potentials and talents, this way of looking at things will attribute them to what is inherited, unquote, in quotes, inherited, from parents, grandparents, and other ancestors. It will refuse to look for causes in spiritual processes undergone by the person in question before birth, processes that shaped his or her potentials and talents, yet are quite independent of his or her line of descent. However, there is also a second point of view that will feel unsatisfied with this interpretation, insisting that even in the manifest world we do not see things happen in specific places or under specific circumstances without needing to assume that there are reasons why they happen. Even though these causes remain undiscovered in many instances, they are present nonetheless. Alpine flowers do not grow on lowland plains. There is something in their nature that brings them together with alpine surroundings. Likewise, there must be something in a person that causes him or her to be born into a particular environment. Causes that lie only in the physical world are not enough to explain this. To any more profound thinker, assuming that such causes are sufficient would be like assuming that the fact that one person hits another doesn't have to do with the feelings of the person doing the hitting, but only with the physical mechanism of his or her hand. This second viewpoint is equally dissatisfied with any explanation of predispositions and talents as qualities that are merely quote-unquote inherited. Nevertheless, it can be pointed out that certain abilities do run in families. Musical abilities were passed down in the Bach family for 250 years. Footnote: in the 17th and 18th centuries, this German family produced over 50 musicians. End footnote. The Bernoulli family produced 8 mathematicians, some of whom were earmarked for quite different careers as children. Footnote: a prominent family of mathematicians in Basel during the 17th and 18th centuries, Jakob Senior, 1654 to 1705, studied theology. Johann Senior, 1667 to 1748, studied medicine, and Jakob Hermann, 1678 to 1759, studied theology before turning to mathematics. Nicolaus Senior, 1687 to 1759, studied law. Nicolaus Junior, 1695 to 1726, studied mathematics and law. Daniel, 1700 to 1782, studied medicine. End of footnote. But their quote-unquote inherited talents always drove them into the family profession, after all. Furthermore, it can be pointed out that exact investigation of someone's line of descent always demonstrates that in one way or another this person's talents were evident in his or her ancestors and are only an accumulation of inherited tendencies. People who hold the second point of view will certainly not disregard such facts, but these cannot mean as much to them as they do to those who want to base their explanations purely on processes taking place in the sense-perceptible world. Adherents of the second view will point out that it is just as impossible for inherited predispositions to assemble themselves into a unitary personality as it is for metal clock parts to assemble themselves into a clock. To the objection that the parents working together can bring about this combination of predispositions and that this takes the place of the watchmaker, as it were, they will reply, quote, if you look at it impartially, you will find an element in each child's personality that is completely new. This cannot come from the child's parents, simply because it was not present in them. Unquote. Unclear thinking can cause a great deal of confusion in this area. The worst is if adherents of the first viewpoint see adherents of the second as opposing something that is based on positive fact, while it may not even occur to the latter to deny the truth or value of such facts. They too see quite clearly that a particular cultural predisposition or spiritual direction is quote-unquote passed down within a family, and that if certain predispositions are combined and accumulate, they can result in an outstanding personality. They are quite capable of agreeing that the most illustrious name almost always stands at the end of a bloodline rather than at the beginning. It should not be held against them, however, if they are forced to hold ideas that are quite different from those of people who choose not to go beyond sense-perceptible facts. These people can be rebutted by saying that individuals certainly do demonstrate certain characteristics belonging to their ancestors, because the element of spirit and soul that enters physical existence through birth derives its bodily nature from what heredity provides. However, this says nothing more than that a being shares the idiosyncrasies of the medium in which it is immersed. Unbiased minds will not deny the justification for the comparison, although it is certainly a strange and trivial one, if we say that the fact that a human being appears clothed in the traits of his or her ancestors says just as little about the origin of this individual's personal characteristics as being wet from falling into the water says about the wet person's inner character. Furthermore, the fact that the most illustrious name stands at the end of a bloodline demonstrates that the bearer of this name needed that bloodline in order to fashion the body that was necessary for the development of his or her entire personality. This proves nothing about the quote-unquote inheritability of the personal element itself. In fact, it proves the exact opposite as far as healthy logic is concerned. If personal talents actually were passed down within a family, they would have to stand at the beginning of a bloodline to be transmitted to the descendants. The fact that they are present at the end, however, is evident that they are not passed down. Of course, it would be easy to misunderstand the statement that if an individual's personal gifts were simply subject to the law of heredity, they would have to appear at the beginning of a bloodline. We might say, quote, well, they cannot appear there because they have to develop first, unquote. This is not a valid objection, because when we want to prove that something has been inherited from a predecessor, we have to demonstrate that the predecessor's previously existing trait becomes evident again in a descendant. If it is apparent that something is present at the beginning of a bloodline and reappears later on, it would be justified to speak of heredity. But we cannot do this if something that was not present earlier shows up at the end of a bloodline. The reversal of the sentence above was only intended to show that the idea of heredity is an impossible one. This is not intended to deny the fact that those who speak of spiritual causation in life often add just as much to the confusion. They often speak in terms that are much too general and indefinite. If we say that an individual's personality is an accumulation of inherited characteristics, that can certainly be compared to the statement that a number of metal parts have assembled themselves into a clock. But it must also be admitted that many statements about spiritual worlds are no different from the statement that the parts of a clock are incapable of putting themselves together so that the hands actually move, and that therefore something spiritual must be present to make sure this movement happens. Faced with such a statement, we actually have more reason to say, quote, I'm not going to bother anymore with these quote-unquote mystical beings that move the hands of the clock. I'd rather find out about the mechanical relationships that make this happen, unquote. It is not at all a question of merely knowing that there is something spiritual, the watchmaker, behind mechanical objects, such as clocks. The only significant thing here is to become familiar with the watchmaker's thoughts, which existed before the clock was assembled. We can rediscover these thoughts in the mechanism of the clock. Merely dreaming or fantasizing about the supersensible element never gives rise to anything except confusion, because it is unable to satisfy the opponents of spiritual views, who are quite right when they say that such references to supersensible beings in the abstract do not help us understand the actual facts of the matter. Of course, these opponents may also say the same thing about the statements of spiritual science, which are specific and definite. In that case, however, we can point to how the activity of a hidden spiritual element affects our outer life. We can say, quote, suppose it's true what spiritual research claims to have established by means of observation, that during the purification period we undergo after death, our souls experience how specific actions of ours in the previous life hinder our further development, and that while we are experiencing this, we develop an impulse to make up for the consequences of these actions. Let's assume that we bring this impulse with us into a new life, and that it then shapes character traits that put us in a position to make up for what we have done. If we look at the sum total of such impulses, we then have a reason why we are born into certain surroundings as a matter of destiny." Unquote. The same can be applied to a different assumption. Once again, let's assume that spiritual science is right in saying that the fruits of a bygone life are incorporated into an individual's spiritual seed, and that in the land of spirits, where we spend the time between death and a new life, these fruits ripen so that they can be transformed into predispositions and abilities that will appear in that new life, shaping our personalities to reflect the effects of what we have gained from a prior life. If we make these assumptions and use them to observe life in an unbiased way, we will see that they make it possible for us to acknowledge all the realities of the sense world in their full truth and significance. At the same time, they clarify everything that must always remain incomprehensible to those who base themselves strictly on sense-perceptible facts while turning their attention to the spiritual world. And above all, any illogical assumptions will disappear. For instance, the one to the effect that because the most illustrious name appears at the end of a bloodline, the bearer of that name must have inherited his or her talents. The supersensible facts communicated by spiritual science make life logically comprehensible. However, conscientious truth-seekers who have no personal experience in the spiritual world but are attempting to chart a course among the facts will still be able to raise an important objection by claiming that it is inadmissible to assume the validity of any fact simply because it enables us to explain something that would otherwise be unexplainable. An objection of this sort is surely totally meaningless for anyone who knows the facts in question as a result of direct supersensible perception. And later sections of this book will indicate the path people can take to become personally familiar with the law of spiritual causation, as well as with other spiritual facts that are described here. For those who do not choose to take this path, however, this objection can indeed be significant. Its refutation is also valuable for those who have decided on this path, and for them, accepting this objection in the right way is the best first step. It is absolutely true that if we have no knowledge of something, we should not assume that the thing exists simply because it explains things that would otherwise remain unexplainable. However, in the case of the spiritual facts that have been presented here, the matter is actually quite different. If we assume that these facts are true, we experience not only the intellectual result that life becomes comprehensible, but also something quite different. Let's imagine that something happens to us that causes us considerable pain and embarrassment. We can react to this in one of two ways. We can be distressed about the incident and succumb to feeling embarrassed or even be overcome with pain, or we can relate to it quite differently, telling ourselves that in a previous life we ourselves actually created the force that led us to this event. In fact, we've brought this thing upon ourselves. We can then kindle in ourselves all the feelings that are the results of a thought like this. Of course, for it to have such results for all our feelings and sensations, we have to experience this thought with the utmost sincerity and with all our strength. If we manage to do this, we will have an experience that can best be illustrated by means of a comparison. Let's assume that two people get hold of a stick of sealing wax. One of them makes intellectual comments about its quote-unquote inner nature. No matter how clever these comments are, people can easily retort that this quote-unquote inner nature is pure fantasy if it doesn't show itself in any way. But the other person rubs the sealing wax with a cloth and shows that it attracts small particles. There is a great difference between the thoughts that ran through the first person's mind and prompted his or her remarks and the thoughts of the second person. The first person's thoughts have no consequences for reality, but the second person's thoughts have lured a real thing, an actual force, out of hiding. This is also the case with imagining that a former life has implanted in us the power to encounter a certain event. Simply imagining this arouses a real force in us that allows us to meet the event in a way that is very different from how we would have met it if we had not entertained this thought. The event's inherent necessity dawns on us, whereas otherwise we would only have been able to see it as a coincidence. We will immediately understand that since what we imagined was strong enough to show us the facts of the matter, we must have had the right idea. If we repeat inner processes like this, they begin to be a source of inner strength, and their validity is confirmed by their fruitful consequences. This validity gradually becomes a force to be reckoned with. Such processes have a healing effect on spirit, soul, and body. They foster life in every respect. We become aware that while this allows us to take our place in the context of life in the right way, considering only a single life between birth and death means succumbing to delusion and falsehood, this knowledge makes our souls stronger. Although people can only produce this purely inner proof of spiritual causation for themselves through individual inner activity, it is possible for everyone to have such proof. However, those who have not produced it for themselves cannot evaluate its power to prove, while those who have produced it will no longer have any doubts about it. This need not surprise us at all. It's quite natural that such an intimate component of our innermost being, our personality, can only be adequately proved by means of the most intimate experience. However, it is not legitimate to object that since such matters conform so closely to inner experience, each person must deal with them individually, and that they are therefore not an appropriate subject for spiritual science. Of course, each person must have the experience for him or herself, just as each person must understand the solution to a mathematical equation. But the way to gain this experience holds good for all human beings, just as the method for solving a mathematical equation is valid for all. Leaving aside supersensible observations, of course, we should not deny that the above-mentioned proof, which is based on the strength-generating force of the thoughts in question, is the only one that will stand up to any unbiased logic. All other considerations are certainly very important, but they all have aspects that leave them open to attack. If we have acquired a sufficiently unbiased view, however, the fact that human beings are educable will constitute logically effective proof for us that there is a spiritual being struggling for existence within the body that envelops it. We will compare animals to human beings, telling ourselves that an animal's normal characteristics and capabilities appear definitively at birth, clearly showing how the animal's heredity predetermines it and how it will develop under the influence of the outer world. We can see how a young chick carries out vital functions in a certain way from the very moment of its birth. In human beings, however, upbringing and education establish a relationship between our inner soul activity and something that can exist without any connection to heredity. We are also capable of assimilating the effects of outer influences, and all educators know that such influences must be met by forces coming from within the person in question. If this is not the case, any attempt at education will be in vain. Unbiased educators are aware of a clear-cut boundary between inherited predispositions and the personal inner forces shining through them, which can come from earlier lives. It is true that the proofs we can advance for such things are not as quote-unquote weighty as the proofs of certain facts of physics that can be demonstrated by means of a pair of scales. But then these are subtle and intimate aspects of our lives, and if we have a sense for them, their intangible proofs are as conclusive, or more so, than tangible reality. The objection that animals can also be trained and can acquire characteristics and faculties through education is not valid to those who are able to see the essentials. Aside from the fact that all kinds of intermediary states exist in the world, the results of training an animal do not fuse with its personal nature in at all the same way as this happens in humans. It has even been stated that the abilities domestic animals acquire through training and through living together with human beings are inheritable, that is, that they work directly on the level of the species rather than on the individual level. Darwin describes how dogs fetch and carry without being trained to do so or having seen it done. Who would make similar claims about human education? There are thinkers whose observations have made them go beyond the idea that human beings are put together from outside by means of purely hereditary forces. These thinkers have worked their way up to the idea that a spiritual being and individuality precedes and shapes our physical existence. Many of them, however, do not find it possible to grasp the existence of repeated earthly lives whose fruits are present in the interim as formative forces helping to build up the human being. Let's hear what one such thinker has to say. In his book Anthropology, Emanuel Hermann Fichte, son of the famous Fichte, cites the observations that led him to the following conclusion, quote, "In the fullest sense of the word, the parents do not produce the child. They make not only the organic substance available, but also the intermediate sensory soul element that is evident in the child's temperament, unique soul coloring, specialization of impulses and the like, whose common source is fantasy, in that broader sense that we have already established. Such a unique mixture and union of the parents' souls is unmistakable in all these elements of the personality. It is completely justifiable to explain them as purely a product of procreation, especially if, as we have concluded, procreation is to be seen as an actual soul process. But precisely the crucial central point of the personality is lacking here, for a deeper and more penetrating observation reveals that even these idiosyncrasies of mind and soul are only garments that cloak the child's real spiritual ideal predispositions, instruments that are capable of furthering or hindering the development of these predispositions, but in no way capable of creating them out of themselves." Footnote: Emanuel Hermann Fichte, 1796 to 1879, Anthropologie, Leipzig, 1860, pages 528 and 532. I. H. Fichte was a philosopher and edited the works of his father, philosopher Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762 to 1814, a transcendental idealist who attempted to perfect Kant's ideas. End of footnote. Further on we read, "Each person existed previously in accordance with his or her fundamental spiritual form. Spiritually considered, no individual resembles another any more than one species of animal resembles another." End quote. These thoughts go just far enough to permit a spiritual being to enter our physical bodily nature. However, since this being's formative forces are not derived from causes in previous lives, it would have to arise from a divine primal foundation each time a personality comes into existence. If we assume this to be true, there is no possibility of explaining the relationship that exists between predispositions that work their way out from inside us and what comes from our outer earthly surroundings and approaches our inner being in the course of life. The inner human being, springing anew for each individual out of a divine primal foundation, would have to be a total stranger to what confronts it in earthly life. For this not to be the case, as in fact it is not, the inner human being must have already been connected to the outer world. It must not be living in it for the first time. Unbiased educators can clearly perceive that they are introducing their students to results of earthly life that are indeed strange to their merely inherited traits of character, yet make them feel as if they had already taken part in the work that produces these results. If we consider the life of present-day humanity from all points of view, the only satisfactory explanation for it is provided by repeated earthly lives, and the facts that spiritual research reveals about existence in the spiritual realm between these earthly lives. The expression, quote-unquote, present-day humanity, is used quite deliberately here. Spiritual research shows that when the cycle of earthly lives first began, the conditions facing spiritual beings entering their bodily garments were quite different from what they are at present. In the following chapters we will go back to this primeval state of humanity. Once the results of spiritual science have demonstrated how human beings took on their present form in the context of the Earth's evolution, it will then be possible to point out more precisely how the human being's essential spiritual core comes from supersensible worlds and enters its bodily garments, as well as, quote, how human destiny, unquote, as well as how, quote, human destiny, unquote, the spiritual law of causation develops. The end of Chapter 3 of An Outline of Esoteric Science. The chapter is called Sleep and Death. This is Chapter 4 of An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. It is 114 paragraphs long, a rather long chapter, entitled Cosmic Evolution and the Human Being. Introductory Thoughts. In previous chapters, we saw that our human makeup consists of 4 parts: the physical body, the life body, the astral body, and the vehicle of the I. The I works within the other 3 elements to transform them. On a lower level, this transformation results in the sentient soul, the mind soul, and the consciousness soul. On a higher level, in the spirit self, the life spirit, and the spirit body. Now, these members of our human nature relate to the cosmos as a whole in a great variety of ways, and their evolution is linked to that of the cosmos. By considering cosmic evolution, we gain insight into the deeper secrets of our human makeup. It is obvious that our life is connected in many ways to our surroundings, to where it evolves. Even external science, through the facts available to it, has been forced to see that the earth itself, our dwelling in the most comprehensive sense of the word, has undergone an evolution. Science refers to stages of the earth's existence when human beings did not yet exist on this planet in their present form, and it demonstrates how humankind slowly and gradually evolved from very basic stages of civilization to our present circumstances. Thus, science too has come to believe that there is a connection between human evolution and the evolution of our celestial body, the earth. Spiritual science traces this connection by means of knowledge that derives its facts from perception enhanced by spiritual organs. Spiritual science is used here to mean the same thing as quote-unquote esoteric science, as should be evident from the context. In doing so, it becomes apparent that the actual inner spiritual beings of human individuals have gone through a series of lives on this earth. In this way, spiritual research arrives at a point in time in the distant past when the inner essence of each human being first embarked on an outer life in the present sense of the word. This first earthly embodiment was when the I first began to be active within the 3 bodies, astral body, life body, and physical body, and to carry the fruits of this work over into a subsequent life. If we shift our view back to this point in time, we will become aware that within the earthly conditions encountered by the I, the physical, etheric, and astral bodies were already developed and interconnected in a certain way. The I then united for the first time with the being consisting of these 3 bodies, and began to take part in their further evolution. Until reaching this level where they first encountered an I, they had been evolving without one. To answer our questions about how these 3 bodies arrived at a stage of development where they were capable of receiving an I, and about how this I itself came into existence and became capable of working within these bodies, spiritual scientific research must go still further back in time. We can only answer these questions by tracing the development of the earth itself by spiritual scientific means. Through such research, we arrive at this planet's beginning point. A view based solely on facts supplied by our physical senses is not far-reaching enough to come to conclusions that have anything to do with this beginning. One such view concludes that all of the earth's substance formed out of a primeval mist. It cannot be the task of this book to go into such ideas in more detail, because spiritual research is more concerned with spiritual causes lying behind matter than with the mere material processes of Earth's evolution. As an example, if there is a person in front of us who is raising a hand, This can suggest two different ways of looking at this action. We can either investigate the mechanism of the person's arm and the rest of his or her body and describe the process that is taking place as a purely physical one. Or we can turn our spiritual attention to what is going on in the person's soul and to his or her inner motivation for raising a hand. In a similar way, researchers schooled in spiritual perception see spiritual processes behind all the processes of the physical sense-perceptible world. To them, any transformation in the material aspect of the earth is a manifestation of spiritual forces lying behind matter. But if we go further and further back in time in our spiritual observation of the life of the earth, we eventually arrive at the point in evolution where matter first began to exist. This material element developed out of the spiritual. Before this point, only the spiritual element was present. Through further spiritual observation, we can see how this spiritual element partially condensed into matter, so to speak. The process taking place before us is the same thing on a higher level as what would take place if we were observing a container full of water undergoing some ingenious cooling process so that lumps of ice gradually form. Just as we see ice condensing out of something that used to be all water, spiritual observation allows us to trace how material things, processes, and beings condense out of an element that was formerly completely spiritual in character. This is how the earth developed from a spiritual cosmic being into a physical planet. Everything materially connected to it condensed out of what was formerly spiritually connected to it. However, we must not imagine that the spiritual element is ever totally transformed into matter. Matter is always only a transformed portion of the original spiritual element, which remains the actual guiding principle even while matter is evolving. It is reasonable to state that a view restricting itself to sense-perceptible physical processes and to what our intellect can conclude from them is not able to inform us about the spiritual element in question here. Let's imagine a being with senses that are capable of perceiving ice, but not the finer state of water, from which ice emerges by means of cooling. For this being, water would simply not be present and could only be perceived when parts of it turned to ice. Likewise, the spiritual element that lies concealed behind earthly processes remains hidden from those who do not admit the existence of anything not present to the physical senses. If such people draw correct conclusions about earlier conditions on the earth from current physical perceptible facts, they will only be able to go back to the point in evolution where the pre-existing spiritual element partially condensed into matter. Their method of observation perceives as little of the pre-existing spiritual element as it does of the spiritual element currently at work behind matter. Only in the last chapters of this book will we be able to speak about the paths we must follow in order to learn to use spiritual perception to look back on the earlier states of the earth that are mentioned here. For the moment it should only be mentioned that as far as spiritual research is concerned, facts about even the most distant past have not disappeared. Once a being has achieved physical existence, the material part of it disappears after the death of its body. However, the spiritual forces that have expelled this bodily element do not disappear in the same way. They leave their traces, exact reproductions of themselves, in the spiritual foundations of the world. If we are able to raise our perception from the level of the visible world to the invisible, we ultimately find ourselves face to face with something comparable to a mighty spiritual panorama that records all the bygone processes of the world. These imperishable traces of everything spiritual may be called the Akashic record. If we designate the spiritually lasting element in the world, events, as their Akashic essence, in contrast to their transient forms. Now at this point it must be said again that research into supersensible realms of existence can only be carried out with the help of spiritual perception, which in this case means reading the Akashic record. However, what has already been said in earlier parts of this book about similar instances also holds good here. Although supersensible facts can only be discovered by means of supersensible perception, once they have been discovered and communicated by the science of the supersensible, they can be understood by ordinary thinking, at least if it attempts to be truly unbiased. In the pages that follow, information on the Earth's evolutionary stages will be communicated from the standpoint of supersensible knowledge. The transformations our planet has undergone will be followed all the way down to its present-day state. If we consider what now actually confronts us as mere sense perception, and then absorb what supersensible knowledge has to say about how what presently exists has been evolving since time immemorial, and if our thinking is truly impartial, we will be able to say, first of all, what this knowledge describes is thoroughly logical. Secondly, when we accept what is communicated by supersensible research as true, we can understand how the things we encounter have become what they are. Now, when we speak of logic in this context, of course, this doesn't mean that there is no possibility of logical error in any accounts of supersensible research. We will only speak of logic here in the same sense that we speak of it in ordinary life, in the physical world. Just as we are challenged to present things logically in the physical world, in spite of the fact that individuals presenting the facts of any given subject can fall into logical error, the same is true in supersensible research. It can even happen that researchers who are capable of perception in supersensible domains may succumb to error in presenting their results logically, and may be corrected by someone who, although not capable of supersensible perception, has the capacity for sound thinking. Essentially, however, there can be no objection to the logic applied in supersensible research. It should be totally unnecessary to emphasize that nothing can be said against the facts themselves on purely logical grounds. Just as the existence of a whale in the physical world can never be proved logically, but only by seeing one, only spiritual perception can recognize supersensible facts as such. However, it cannot be emphasized enough that before attempting to observe the spiritual world through our own perception, we must first acquire an overview of it, both by means of logic, as was indicated earlier, and by realizing how universally understandable the sense-perceptible manifest world becomes if we assume that the communications of esoteric science are correct. If we reject this path of preparation, all our experience in the supersensible world remains uncertain and even dangerous. We merely grope our way around. That's why this book presents the supersensible facts of Earth's evolution first, before discussing the actual path to supersensible knowledge. We should also keep in mind that if we use thinking as our exclusive means of finding our way into what supersensible knowledge has to say, this is not at all comparable to simply listening to an account of some physical process we cannot see for ourselves. In itself, pure thinking is already a supersensible activity. To the extent that it is a sense-oriented process, thinking cannot lead to supersensible processes all by itself. But if we apply it to the supersensible processes reported by supersensible perception, it then grows into the supersensible world on its own. In fact, even one of the very best ways of achieving perception in the supersensible domain is to grow into the higher world by thinking about the information supersensible knowledge conveys. If we do it this way, we enter the higher world with the greatest possible clarity. This is why a certain trend in spiritual scientific research considers this type of thinking to be the best possible first step in any spiritual scientific training. It should seem quite understandable that this book does not describe how the outer world confirms the supersensible with regard to every detail of Earth's evolution as perceived in the spirit. That was not what was intended when it was said that the hidden element can be detected everywhere in its manifest effects. What was meant was that everything we encounter can gradually be illuminated and become understandable if we see manifest events in the light provided by spiritual science. In the following pages, the manifest element's confirmation of the hidden element will be referred to in only a few characteristic instances in order to show how this can be done at any point in the course of practical life, wherever we choose to do so. An overview of planetary incarnations. If we follow the Earth's development in reverse, in the sense of the above-mentioned spiritual scientific method of research, we arrive at a stage when our planet existed in a spiritual state. If we continue researching still further back in time, however, we find that the spiritual element previously existed as a physical embodiment of a sort. That is, we encounter a bygone physical planetary state that was later spiritualized. Still later, it rematerialized and was transformed into our Earth. The Earth as we know it thus appears as the reincarnation of an ancient planet. But spiritual science can go still further back, and when it does, it finds that this whole process was repeated 2 more times. This Earth of ours has undergone 3 prior planetary stages with intervening stages of spiritualization. The further back we trace these incarnations, the more subtle and delicate in character the physical element becomes. When faced with the descriptions that follow, it's natural to wonder how anyone of sound mind can possibly assume the existence of cosmic evolutionary stages lying so far back in the past. It must be said in response that for those who are now able to see and understand the spiritual element hidden in what is perceptible to the senses, insight into earlier stages of evolution, no matter how distant, is not an impossibility. Talking about evolution in the sense intended here is meaningless only for those who do not acknowledge this hidden spiritual element in the present. For those who do, previous stages of evolution are present in their perception of the present one, just as the 1-year-old child is still present in their perception of a 50-year-old person. You may object that in this example, in addition to the 50-year-old, 1-year-old children and all the stages in between are actually there for us to see. That's true, but it is equally true of the evolution of the spiritual element in the sense intended here. Anyone who has come to an objective conclusion on this matter will also see that in any comprehensive observation of the present, that also includes its spiritual element, past evolutionary stages really are present along with the perfected stages of present-day evolution, just as 1-year-old babies are present along with 50-year-olds. If we can simply distinguish between the different successive stages of evolution, it is possible to see primeval events within the earthly events of the present. Now, in the form in which we are currently evolving, human beings appeared for the first time in the 4th of the above-mentioned planetary incarnations, the actual Earth itself. The essential feature of our current human makeup is that it comprises 4 parts: the physical body, the life body, the astral body, and the I. However, this composite figure would not have been able to appear if it had not been prepared by the circumstances of prior evolution. Within the previous planetary incarnation, beings developed that already possessed 3 of the present 4 components of the human being: the physical body, the life body, and the astral body. These beings, who could be called the predecessors of human beings in a certain respect, still had no I. But they had developed the 3 other parts and their interrelationships to the point of becoming mature enough to then receive the I. Thus, our predecessors on the planet, in its previous incarnation, achieved a degree of maturity in the 3 parts they possessed. This planetary incarnation then passed over into a spiritual state, out of which a new physical planetary state then developed, namely that of the Earth. In this Earth, our matured human predecessors were present in a seminal state, so to speak. The entire planet, having undergone spiritualization and reappearance in a new form, was able to offer these embryonic humans with their physical, etheric, and astral bodies not only the possibility of developing to their previous level again, but also the possibility of moving beyond it by receiving the I. The Earth phase of evolution, therefore, fell into two parts. In the first period, the Earth itself appeared as a reincarnation of the previous planetary stage. This recapitulation period, however, took place on a higher level than that of the previous incarnation because of the intervening stage of spiritualization. And at this point, the Earth contained the seminal stages of our predecessors from the previous planet. These first developed to their previous level. Once they had achieved it, the first period was over. Because of its own higher level of evolution, however, the Earth could then develop these seminal human beings still further by making them capable of receiving the I. The second period in this Earth phase of evolution is characterized by the unfolding of the I within the physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Just as humankind is being brought to a higher level by the Earth phase of evolution, this was also the case in each of the earlier planetary incarnations, since a human element was already present even during the first of these incarnations. This is why we can shed light on the essential nature of present-day human beings by tracing our evolution back to the very distant past, to the first planetary incarnation. Now, supersensible research gives names to these planetary incarnations, calling the first Saturn, the second Sun, S-U-N, the third Moon, and the fourth Earth. We must keep clearly in mind, however, that these classifications must not immediately be associated with the use of the same names for the components of our present-day solar system. Saturn, Sun, and Moon are intended as names for evolutionary forms the Earth went through in the past. The relationships between these worlds of the ancient past and the celestial bodies that make up our present solar system will become clear in the course of the descriptions that follow. It will then also become clear why these names were chosen. Conditions during these 4 planetary incarnations will now be described, but only in brief outline. The processes, beings, and destinies on Saturn, Sun, and Moon were truly as varied as on Earth itself, so only a few individual characteristics of these conditions will be emphasized in order to illustrate how earthly conditions developed out of earlier ones. We must also keep in mind that the further back we go, the less similar these conditions are to the present day, and yet in order to describe them at all, we have to characterize them by using mental images derived from present-day earthly circumstances. Thus, when we use words such as light or heat with regard to these earlier stages, we must not forget that they do not mean exactly the same thing as what we now call light and heat, and yet this terminology is correct, because what light and heat developed out of is apparent to observers of the supersensible at earlier stages of evolution. By following the descriptions given here, we will be able to gather from the context what mental images we need in order to arrive at illustrations and comparisons that characterize events that took place in the far distant past. This difficulty in finding suitable descriptions becomes especially significant with regard to planetary conditions prior to the Moon incarnation. The conditions prevailing during the Moon incarnation itself still showed a certain similarity to earthly conditions, so when we attempt to describe them, their similarity provides certain clues about how to express supersensibly acquired perceptions in clear ideas. It is a different matter when the Saturn and Sun phases of evolution are described. What is accessible to clairvoyant observation there is very different from the objects and beings belonging to our present sphere of life, and this makes it extremely difficult to bring these ancient realities into the scope of supersensible consciousness. But since our present makeup cannot be understood without going back as far as the Saturn state, these realities must be described. These descriptions will certainly not be misunderstood by anyone who keeps this difficulty in mind and is aware that much of what is said is more of an allusion to actual realities than an exact description of them. A contradiction might be found between what is said here and on the following pages and what is said in the paragraph beginning on page 125 about the past continuing to exist in the present. We might imagine that an earlier Saturn, Sun, or Moon state, or even a human form such as is described here as having existed during those bygone stages, does not exist anywhere alongside the current state of our Earth. It is true that there are no Saturn, Sun, and Moon humans running around among Earthlings, in the same way that there are little children running around among 50-year-olds. However, humankind's earlier states are supersensibly perceptible within earthly human beings. In order to recognize this, we must only have acquired a power of discrimination that includes the full scope of life's circumstances. Just as the little child is present along with the 50-year-old, the corpse, the sleeper, and the dreamer are also present along with the living, waking, earthly human being. Even if these various manifestations of the present-day human being are not the direct equivalents of the various stages of evolution, an objective observer will nonetheless see these stages in them. The body is the oldest of the present four elements of our makeup, and in its own way it is also the one that has achieved the greatest degree of perfection. Supersensible research shows that this physical human element was already present during the Saturn phase of evolution. However, as will become evident in the course of this description, the form it had on Saturn was something completely different from the present physical human body. It is inherent in the nature of this present physical body that it can only survive in connection with the life body, astral body, and I, as has been described earlier in this book. This connection did not yet exist on Saturn. At that time, the physical body was undergoing its first evolutionary stage and did not incorporate these other elements. It matured enough to receive a life body only in the course of the Saturn phase of evolution. But in order for it to actually do so, Saturn first had to spiritualize and then reincarnate as Sun. During the Sun incarnation, what the physical body had become on Saturn had to develop all over again, as if from a residual embryo, before it could imbue itself with an ether body. Incorporating an ether body changed the character of the physical body, raising it to a second level of perfection. Something similar took place during the Moon phase of evolution, when our predecessors, having evolved from the Sun to the Moon, incorporated the astral body. This transformed the physical body for a third time, raising it to a third level of perfection. The life body was similarly transformed and was then at its second level of perfection. During the Earth phase, the I was incorporated into our human predecessors, who consisted of physical, etheric, and astral bodies at that point. Through this process, the physical body achieved its fourth level of perfection, the life body its third, and the astral body its second, while the I is still only in its first stage of existence. If we can devote ourselves to taking an unbiased look at the human being, we will have no difficulty imagining these elements as different degrees of perfection in the right way. All we need to do is to compare the physical body with the astral body in this respect. Obviously, the astral body, as a soul component, is at a higher level of evolution than the physical body. And in future, when it has been perfected, it will be much more significant for our overall makeup than the present physical body. In its own way, however, the physical body has reached a certain climax in its evolution. Just think of the structure of the heart, which is organized in harmony with the greatest possible wisdom, or of the wonderful construction of the brain, or even of a single part of a bone, such as the upper end of the thigh bone. Within the end of this bone we find a regularly structured network or trellis-like pattern of delicate rods. The whole thing is arranged so as to yield the best possible results for the surface of the joint, for example, the best distribution of friction, so that it achieves the right kind of mobility while using as little material as possible. We find wisdom-filled arrangements such as this in all parts of the physical body. And if we then go on to observe the harmonious interaction between the parts and the whole, we will certainly agree that this member of our human makeup is complete and perfect in its own way. Any apparent ineffectiveness in certain parts of the body or disturbances in its structure or functioning seem unimportant in comparison. We will even discover that in a certain respect such disturbances are only the necessary shadow side of the wisdom-filled light that illumines our entire physical organism. Now let's compare this to the astral body as the vehicle of our pleasure and pain, desires and passions. What insecurity prevails there with regard to joy and sorrow? What frequently meaningless desires and passions are played out, often running counter to our higher aims? The astral body is only beginning to achieve the harmony and internal consistency that we already find in the physical body. Similarly, it is possible to show that the ether body, although more perfect in its own way than the astral body, is less perfect than the physical body. If we consider the I in the right way, it will also become evident that it is currently only at the very beginning of its evolution. To what extent, for example, has it already accomplished its task of transforming the other components of our makeup into manifestations of its own nature? For those familiar with spiritual science, the results of outer observations in this area are underscored by something else. We might point out that the physical body is subject to illness, but spiritual science is in a position to demonstrate that a great percentage of all illness originates in errors and aberrations of the astral body that destroy the perfect harmony of the physical body in a roundabout way, through being transmitted to the ether body. Both this deeper connection, which can only be touched on here, and the actual reason for many disease processes elude any scientific method of observation that chooses to confine itself to physical sense-perceptible facts. Since, in most cases, this connection results in damage to the astral body that does not produce pathologies in the physical body during the lifetime in which this damage occurs, but only in the following one, the laws governing this process are meaningful only for those who acknowledge the existence of repeated human lives. But even if we do not choose to acquire this deeper knowledge, looking at life in the usual way will also show us that human beings indulge in far too many gratifications and desires that undermine the harmony of the physical body. And gratification, desire, passion, and so on have their seat in the astral body rather than in the physical body. In many respects, the astral body is still imperfect enough to destroy the perfection of the physical body. It should be pointed out again, at this point, that discussing these things does not constitute an attempt to prove spiritual scientific statements about the evolution of the four members of our human makeup. Any proof is taken from spiritual research itself, which shows that the physical body has undergone 4 transformations toward higher degrees of perfection, while our other members have undergone fewer, as already described. Here, we are simply attempting to show that spiritual research communicates facts whose effects are also evident in the varying degrees of perfection of the physical body, life body, and so on, and that these different levels of perfection are also outwardly perceptible. The end of the first part of chapter 4, up to but not including paragraph 17, which is where the Saturn phase description proper starts. This is chapter 4 of An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner. This is the second part. I'm beginning with his description of Saturn, paragraph 17, on page 135 of the Classics and Anthroposophy text. If we want to form an approximately accurate idea of conditions during the Saturn phase of evolution, we must consider the fact that during that period none of the things and creatures currently belonging to the Earth and its mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms were present as such. The beings of these three kingdoms developed only during later evolutionary periods. Of all the earthly beings that are now physically perceptible, human beings were the only ones existing at that time. And of these human beings, the physical body was the only part already present, as described above. However, the beings of the mineral, plant, animal, and human kingdoms are not the only beings that belong to the earth at present. There are also other beings that do not reveal themselves in physical bodies. Such beings were also present during the Saturn phase of evolution, and their activity in this Saturn setting resulted in the later evolution of human beings. In looking at the middle evolutionary period of the Saturn incarnation, although not at its beginning or end, spiritual perception can discern a state consisting primarily of warmth. No gaseous, liquid, or solid elements are to be found. These all appear only in later incarnations. Let's imagine that human beings with present-day sense organs were to approach this Saturn world as observers. With the exception of the sensation of warmth, they would experience none of the sensory impressions humans can have. On entering the space occupied by Saturn, they would perceive only that its condition of warmth is different from the rest of the surrounding space. However, they would discover that this space is not uniformly warm throughout, but has warmer and colder areas that alternate in a great variety of patterns. Warmth would be perceived radiating along certain lines that are not straight, but form irregular shapes produced by variations in heat. Our observers would be confronted by something like a structured cosmic being that appears in constantly changing states and consists only of heat. It is difficult for modern individuals to imagine something that consists only of warmth, since we are accustomed to perceiving warmth only in association with hot or cold, gaseous, liquid, or solid bodies, rather than thinking of it as something in itself. Especially those of us who have absorbed the ideas of modern physics will find it ridiculous to talk about warmth or heat in the way just described, and we might say this. While there are solid, liquid, and gaseous bodies, heat only indicates a condition of one of these three types. When the smallest particles of a gas are in motion, this motion is perceived as heat, so where there is no gas, there can be no such movement, and therefore no heat. Spiritual scientific researchers see this subject in a quite different light. For them, heat is something that they can speak of in the same sense that they speak of a gas, a liquid, or a solid body. It is a substance still more delicate than a gas, and a gas is nothing other than condensed heat in the same sense that a liquid is a condensed vapor or a solid a condensed liquid. So spiritual scientists speak of bodies of heat, just as they also speak of bodies of gas or vapor. In order to follow spiritual researchers into this domain, it is only necessary to admit that soul perception is possible. In the world that is presented to our physical senses, heat certainly does exist as a condition of solids, liquids, and gases. However, this is only an external aspect or effect of heat. Physicists speak only about heat's effect, not about its inner nature. Let's try to disregard all the effects of heat we receive through external objects and simply picture the inner experience we have when we say, quote, "I feel warm," unquote, or, quote, "I feel cold," unquote. Only this inner experience can give us an idea of what Saturn was like in the evolutionary period described above. We would have been able to run right through the space it occupied. There would have been no gas to exert any pressure, no solid or liquid bodies to reflect any impressions of light. But at every point within this space, we would have had the inner feeling of a particular degree of warmth, yet without receiving any impression from outside. Conditions in a cosmic body like this are not suitable for the animals, plants, and minerals of the present time. It should therefore hardly be necessary to say that what was described above could never actually take place. It is not possible for a modern human being, as such, to actually confront old Saturn as an observer. The description was only intended as an illustration. The beings that supersensible perception becomes aware of while observing Saturn are at a very different stage of evolution than present-day sense-perceptible earthly beings. The first beings to appear to this supersensible perception do not have physical bodies like those of present-day human beings. When we speak of a physical body in this context, we must be careful to avoid thinking about human physical bodies as they exist today. Rather, we must distinguish carefully between the physical body and the mineral body. A physical body is one that is governed by the physical laws we observe today in the mineral kingdom. However, our present-day physical bodies are not only governed by such physical laws, but are also imbued with mineral substance. There can be no talk of physical mineral bodies like this on Saturn. The physical corporeality that existed on Saturn was governed by physical laws, but these laws expressed themselves only in the effects of warmth. So the physical body was a delicate, ethereal body of heat. All of Saturn consisted of warmth bodies like this, which laid the first foundations for present-day physical mineral human bodies. Our present bodies developed when the gaseous, liquid, and solid states of matter that later came into existence were incorporated into these warmth bodies. Among the other non-human beings perceived by supersensible consciousness, when it becomes aware of the Saturn state, there are some, for example, who have no need for a physical body. The lowest component of their makeup is an ether body. In addition, however, they have a part that is higher than any belonging to human beings. The highest member of the human being is the spirit body, but these other beings have something that is higher still. Between the ether body and the spirit body, they also have all the other components described in this book as belonging to human beings: the astral body, the eye, the spirit self, and the life spirit. Saturn, like our Earth, was surrounded by an atmosphere, but instead of being a sphere of air, Saturn's atmosphere was of a spiritual character. To precisely express this inner experience that occurs in spiritual research, instead of saying, quote, Saturn is surrounded by an atmosphere, unquote, we would have to say, quote, while supersensible cognition is becoming aware of Saturn, an atmosphere that belongs to Saturn also presents itself to consciousness, unquote. Similarly, we would have to say, quote, other beings, unquote, or, quote, beings of this sort, unquote, quote, present themselves, unquote. Transforming this into the expression that something is present must be permitted, because this also takes place in the expressions we use for actual soul experience in the case of sensory perception. This is evident from the context of the discussion. However, it must be kept in mind in reading the descriptions that follow. Saturn consisted entirely of beings, those just described and still others. There was a constant interaction between the warmth bodies on Saturn and these beings, who allowed the elements of their makeup to sink down into Saturn's physical warmth bodies. So, while there was no life in these warmth bodies themselves, the life of their surroundings was expressed in them. They could be compared to mirrors, but instead of reflecting images of the beings in question, they reflected their state of life. We would not have been able to discover anything living on Saturn itself, and yet Saturn had an enlivening effect on the surrounding celestial space, because like an echo, it radiated back the life sent down to it. Saturn seemed like one big mirror of celestial life. Certain exalted beings whose life was reflected by Saturn may be called the spirits of wisdom. In Christian esotericism, they are known as curiotities or dominions. Their activity on Saturn did not begin with the middle evolutionary period described above. In fact, in a certain sense, it had already come to an end by then. Before they could become conscious of how the warmth bodies of Saturn were reflecting their own life, the spirits of wisdom first had to bring these bodies to the point of being able to carry out this reflecting process. For this reason, their activity commenced shortly after the beginning of the Saturn phase of evolution, when Saturn's bodily nature still consisted of chaotic substance that would not have been capable of reflecting anything. In observing this chaotic substance, we are making use of spiritual perception to transport ourselves back to the beginning of the Saturn phase. What can be observed at this point has not yet acquired the character of heat that it will later possess. In trying to characterize it, we can only speak of a quality that can be compared to human willing. It is will, and only will, through and through. At this point, therefore, we are dealing with a state that is all soul. If we trace this element of will back to its source, we find that it originally emanated from certain exalted beings. Through stages we can only guess at, these beings had brought their evolution to the point where, at the beginning of the Saturn phase, they could pour forth will out of their own essence. After they had been doing this for some time, the activity of the above-mentioned spirits of wisdom united with this outpouring of will. Thus, this will, previously wholly without attributes, gradually acquired the ability to reflect life back into celestial space. The beings who experienced bliss in pouring forth will out of themselves at the beginning of the Saturn phase of evolution can be called spirits of will. In Christian esotericism, they are called thrones. After a certain stage in Saturn's evolution had been reached, through this interaction between will and life, other beings present in Saturn's surroundings became active. They can be called spirits of motion, the Christian dynamis, or virtues. They have no physical body and no life body. Their lowest element is the astral body. Once the Saturn bodies had acquired the ability to reflect life, this reflected life was ready to be imbued with characteristics that had their seat in the astral bodies of the spirits of motion. As a result, it seemed as if feelings, manifestations of sensation, and other soul forces were being hurled outward from Saturn into celestial space. Saturn, as a totality, appeared to be an ensouled being, demonstrating sympathies and antipathies. However, these manifestations of soul were certainly not its own. It was only flinging back soul activities belonging to the spirits of motion. After this had been going on for some time, still other beings, which can be called the spirits of form, became active. Their lowest part was also an astral body, but it was at a different stage of evolution than that of the spirits of motion. Whereas the spirits of motion imparted only general expressions of sensation to the life Saturn was reflecting, the astral activity of the spirits of form, the Christian exousiae or powers, was such that their expressions of sensation were flung out into space as though from individual beings. It could be said that the spirits of motion allowed Saturn as a whole to appear as an ensouled being, while the spirits of form divided this life into individual living beings, so that Saturn then appeared as a conglomerate of soul beings. To get a picture of this, imagine how a mulberry or a blackberry is made up of small individual fruits. To those with supersensible perception, Saturn at this period in its evolution was likewise made up of individual Saturn beings, which, although they did not yet possess individual lives and souls, reflected the lives and souls of the beings that lived in them. In the next order of beings to intervene in this state of Saturn, the astral body was also the lowest element, but these beings had brought the astral body to a stage of development where it functioned like a present-day human eye. Through these beings, the eye looked down upon Saturn from its surroundings and conveyed its own nature to Saturn's individual living beings. As a result, what was sent out from Saturn into space appeared similar to the activity of human personalities in our present cycle of life. The beings bringing this about may be called the spirits of personality, the Christian archai, or principalities. They granted a semblance of the character of personality to the little Saturn bodies. However, personality as such did not exist on Saturn, but only its reflection, as it were, an empty shell of personality. The spirits of personality had their real personality out in the periphery, in Saturn's surroundings. The delicate substance described earlier as heat was bestowed on the Saturn bodies through the fact that the spirits of personality allowed their essence to be reflected back by these bodies in the way that has been described. There was no inwardness in anything on Saturn, but the spirits of personality recognized the image of their own inwardness as it streamed back to them from Saturn in the form of heat. While all this was going on, the spirits of personality were at the level of present-day human beings. They were going through their human phase. If we want to take an unbiased look at this state of affairs, we must imagine that a being can be, quote-unquote, human in a form different from the form we presently possess. The spirits of personality were human on Saturn. Their lowest component was not the physical body, but the astral body with the eye. Although they had no physical or ether body, such as ours, in which to express the astral body's experiences, they not only possessed the eye, but were also aware of it, because the heat of Saturn made them conscious of it, by reflecting it back to them. They were human beings, under circumstances different from those of Earth. The events in the further course of Saturn's evolution were different in character from the previous ones. Previously, everything had been a reflection of outer life and sensation, but at this point an inner life of a sort began. Here and there, within the Saturn world, light began to stir, flaring up and then darkening again. Flickers and glimmers of light appeared in some places, while in others lightning-like flashes appeared. Saturn's warmth bodies started to flicker and glow and eventually to shine. The fact that this stage of evolution had been reached made it possible once again for certain beings to become active. These beings can be called spirits of fire, the Christian archangeloi, or archangels. They did have astral bodies, but at that stage of their existence, they were unable to stimulate them by themselves. They would have had no feeling or sensation if they had not been able to work on the warmth bodies that had reached the Saturn stage that has just been described. Acting on these bodies gave the spirits of fire the possibility of recognizing their own existence through the influence they exerted. They could not say to themselves, "I exist," but only something like, "My surroundings permit me to exist." They did perceive, and their perceptions consisted of the activities of light on Saturn that have been described above. These are, in a certain sense, their eye. This granted these beings consciousness of a very particular sort that can be described as pictorial consciousness. We can imagine it as similar in nature to human dream consciousness, but it possessed a much greater degree of vitality than our dreaming does, and we must realize that its images were no mere insubstantial dream images surging in and out, but bore an actual relationship to Saturn's stirrings of light. In this interplay between the spirits of fire and Saturn's warmth bodies, the germinal form of human sense organs were incorporated into evolution. Let me read that again. In this interplay between the spirits of fire and Saturn's warmth bodies, the germinal form of human sense organs were incorporated into evolution. We see the first glimmering, the first delicate ethereal beginning of the organs we currently use to perceive the physical world. Phantom human beings who at this point exhibit only light archetypes of sense organs are recognizable to clairvoyant perception within the Saturn world. Footnote: regarding the nature and development of human perception and the sense organs, see Rudolf Steiner, Anthroposophy, a Fragment, A New Foundation for the Study of Human Nature, Anthroposophic Press, Hudson, New York, 1996. Regarding the phantom, see, for example, Rudolf Steiner, From Jesus to Christ, Rudolf Steiner Press, London, 1991, Lecture 6. Quote, the physical forces and substances laid aside at death are not the whole physical body, because its complete configuration could never derive from them alone. Something else belongs to these substances and forces, which is best called the phantom of the human being. This phantom is the form shape that, as a spiritual texture, builds up the physical substances and forces so that they fill out the form we encounter as a human being on the physical plane, unquote, page 113, end footnote. Sense organs, therefore, are the fruit of the activity of the spirits of fire. But these spirits were not the only ones involved in bringing these organs about. At the same time, other beings entered the field of Saturn. These beings were so far advanced in their evolution that they were able to use these embryonic senses to perceive the cosmic events taking place in life on Saturn. These beings may be called the spirits of love, the Christian seraphim. Without them, the spirits of fire could not have had the consciousness described above. The spirits of love looked at events on Saturn with a consciousness that enabled them to convey these events in image form to the spirits of fire. They themselves renounced any benefits, any gratification or pleasure that they might have derived from perceiving events on Saturn. They renounced all this so that the spirits of fire could have it. These events were followed by a new period in Saturn's existence. Something else was added to the stirrings of light. It may seem sheer folly to many when we speak of what then reveals itself to supersensible cognition. Saturn's interior was like surging, intermingling sensations of taste. Sweet, bitter, sour, and so on, could be observed at various points within Saturn, while outwardly all of this reverberated into celestial space as sound, and was perceived as music of a sort. Once again, certain beings found it possible to become active in these processes taking place on Saturn. We will call them sons of twilight, or sons of life. The Christian are angeloi, or angels. They interacted with the surging forces of taste that were present in Saturn's interior. Through this, their ether body or life body became active in a way that can be described as a type of metabolism. They brought life into Saturn's interior, and processes of nutrition and elimination began to take place there. The activity of these beings brought about these processes indirectly rather than directly. This internal life made it possible for still other beings to enter, beings who can be called spirits of harmony, the Christian cherubim. they transmitted a dim type of consciousness to the sons of life. It was even dimmer and more dusk-like than our present-day dream consciousness, similar to our consciousness during dreamless sleep, which is of such a low order that we never become conscious of it at all, so to speak. Nonetheless, it is present. It is different from our day consciousness in kind as well as in degree. At present, plants also have this dreamless sleep consciousness. Although it does not convey perceptions of an outer world in the human sense, it does regulate the life processes and bring them into harmony with the processes of the outer cosmos. At the Saturn stage in question, the sons of life were not able to perceive this regulating process, but the spirits of harmony did perceive it and were therefore the actual regulators. All this life activity was played out in phantom human beings described earlier. As a result, spiritual sight perceived them as enlivened. Their life was only a semblance of life, however. It actually belonged to the sons of life, who made use of these phantom human beings, as it were, in order to express their own life. Now let's turn our attention to these phantom humans with their semblance of life. During the Saturn period described, their forms were ever changing, resembling now this figure, now that. As they continued to evolve, these forms became more defined and lasted somewhat longer as they began to be imbued with the effects of spirits that we have already mentioned with regard to the beginning of the Saturn phase of evolution, namely the spirits of will, or thrones. As a result, these phantom humans themselves appeared with the simplest, dullest form of consciousness. We must imagine this consciousness as even duller than that of dreamless sleep. Under present conditions, minerals have this form of consciousness, which brings the inner being into harmony with the outer physical world. On Saturn, the spirits of will regulated this harmony. As a result, human beings appeared as reproductions of the life of Saturn itself. What Saturn was on a large scale, human beings were on a small scale. This provided the initial nucleus of something that is still only in a seminal state in present-day human beings, namely the spirit body, or Atma. Within Saturn, the dull will of these ancient human beings was evident to supersensible perception through effects that can be compared to smells. What manifested outwardly, moving out into celestial space, was somewhat similar to a personality, but instead of being directed by an internal eye, it was regulated from outside like a machine. The regulating agents were the spirits of will. If we survey the descriptions above, it becomes evident that starting from the middle stage of the Saturn phase described first, the stages of this evolutionary phase can be characterized by comparing their effects to present-day sense impressions. We said that the Saturn phase manifested first as heat, followed by stirrings of light, and then by stirrings of taste and sound. Finally, something arose that revealed itself within Saturn like sensations of smell, and on the outside like a mechanically acting human eye. What were Saturn's manifestations prior to the state of warmth? What had existed before that cannot be compared to anything accessible to outer sensory perception. Saturn's warmth state was preceded by a state that we now experience only in our inner being. If we give ourselves up to ideas that we form If we give ourselves up to ideas that we form voluntarily in our souls, without being impelled to do so by outer impressions, we have within us something that no physical senses can perceive, something that can only be perceived by higher sight. Saturn's warmth state was preceded by manifestations that exist only for those who perceive supersensibly. We can list 3 such states. pure soul warmth that is not outwardly perceptible, pure spiritual light that is darkness for everything outside, and finally a state of spiritual essence that is complete in itself and needs no external being in order to become conscious of itself. Pure inner warmth accompanies the appearance of the spirits of motion. Pure spiritual light, the spirits of wisdom. Pure inner essence is connected to the first outpourings of the spirits of will. With the appearance of Saturn's warmth, therefore, our evolution made the step from a purely spiritual inner life to an existence that manifested outwardly. It will be especially difficult, no doubt, for present-day consciousness to accept the statement that what we call, quote-unquote, time first appeared during Saturn's warmth stage, since preceding states were not temporal at all, but belonged to a domain that spiritual science can call, quote-unquote, duration. Therefore, it must be understood that all references in this book to temporal relationships with regard to conditions in the, quote, domain of duration, unquote, are used only as comparisons and aids to understanding. In fact, what precedes time can only be described in human language by using expressions that include the concept of time. So we must be aware that although the first, second, and third Saturn periods really did not take place, quote, one after the other, unquote, in the present meaning of the phrase, we cannot avoid describing them in succession. And in spite of their duration or simultaneity, they were dependent on each other in a way that actually can be compared to a sequence in time. Pointing to Saturn's first evolutionary states also sheds light on all further questions about where these states came from. From a purely intellectual standpoint, of course, it is entirely possible to inquire about the origin of any origin, and so on, but this won't do when we are faced with facts. An illustration is enough to make this clear. If we find tracks on a road somewhere, we can ask where they came from. The answer may be, from a wagon. We can then continue asking, where did the wagon come from, and where did it go? Again, it is possible to give an answer based on facts. We can then still ask, who was sitting in the wagon? What were that person's intentions, and what did he or she do? Eventually, however, we get to a point where the facts put an end to the questioning quite naturally. If we continue questioning after that, we are getting away from the purpose of the original question and simply go on asking questions mechanically. In instances such as the one just cited for purposes of comparison, it is easy to tell where the facts put an end to the questioning. This is not so easy when it comes to great questions about the cosmos. If we look closely, however, we will still be able to see that all questions of where things came from must end in the Saturn states described above, because there we come to a place where beings and processes derive their justification from themselves rather than from their origins. As a result of the Saturn phase of evolution, germinal human beings evolved to a certain stage, reaching the low-grade, dull consciousness we talked about earlier. We must not imagine that it began to develop only in the last Saturn period. The spirits of will worked during all of Saturn's stages, but to supersensible perception, the result of their activity is most conspicuous in the last period. There is no fixed dividing line between the activities and effects of the different groups of beings. When it is said that the spirits of will were active first and then the spirits of wisdom, that does not mean that they were active only at that time. They were active throughout the entire evolution of Saturn, but their activity can be observed best during the period specifically mentioned with regard to each group, when the beings in question took over the leadership, as it were. The entire Saturn phase of evolution, therefore, appears as a reworking of what emanated from the spirits of will by the spirits of wisdom, movement, form, and so on. In this process, these spiritual beings were also undergoing an evolution of their own. For example, after having their life reflected back to them from Saturn, the spirits of wisdom were at a different level than they were before. The fruits of their activity enhanced their own intrinsic capabilities. As a result, when the activity was completed, something similar to human sleep set in for them. The periods when their activity was directed toward Saturn were followed by periods when they lived in other worlds, so to speak, and their activity was turned away from Saturn. Therefore, clairvoyant perception sees an ascent and a descent in the Saturn evolution described above. The ascent continued until the state of warmth had been formed. With the first stirrings of light, the ebbing had already begun. By the time phantom human beings had acquired form through the spirits of will, the spiritual beings had gradually withdrawn. The Saturn phase of evolution died away and disappeared as such, and a period of rest set in. It was as if the incipient human beings entered a state of dissolution, not one in which they disappeared, but one similar to what happens to the seed of a plant, which rests in the earth as it prepares to mature into a new plant. Similarly, germinal human beings rested in the bosom of the cosmos and awaited a new awakening. When the time came for these germinal human beings to awaken, the spiritual beings described above had acquired, under different circumstances, the capacity to work on them once more. The ether bodies of the spirits of wisdom had acquired a capacity not only for enjoying the reflection of life as they did on Saturn, but also for allowing life to stream out from themselves, endowing other beings. At this point, the spirits of motion were as far advanced as the spirits of wisdom had been on Saturn. Previously, the lowest member in their makeup had been the astral body, but then they acquired the ether body or life body. The other spiritual beings, too, had arrived at correspondingly higher levels of evolution and could therefore work differently to evolve the germinal human beings than they could on Saturn. However, the germinal human beings had dissolved at the end of the Saturn evolutionary phase. In order for the spiritual beings who had evolved further to pick up where they had left off, the germinal human beings first had to briefly recapitulate what they had gone through on Saturn. (This is visible to supersensible perception). Incipient human beings emerged from concealment and began to develop their own Incipient human beings emerged from concealment and began to develop through their own capacity, through forces that had been implanted in them on Saturn. They emerged from the darkness as beings of will and advanced through the stages of seeming alive and seeming ensouled to the mechanical manifestation of personality they had possessed at the end of the Saturn phase. That's the end of paragraph 29. I am on page 153 of the book, the beginning of the sun description. That's the end of this section. This is the next section, the third section of chapter 4, An Outline of Esoteric Science by Rudolf Steiner, beginning on paragraph 30 with the description of the sun condition. The second of the great evolutionary phases we mentioned, the sun stage, raised human beings to a higher state of consciousness than had been achieved on Saturn. Although in comparison to our present-day consciousness, this sun state might well be described as unconsciousness, since it approximates the state we now find ourselves in during completely dreamless sleep. Or we could also compare it to the low-grade consciousness in which the present-day plant world slumbers. To supersensible perception, there is no such thing as unconsciousness, only various degrees of consciousness. Everything in the world is conscious. In the course of the sun phase of evolution, the human essence attained a higher degree of consciousness because the etheric body or life body was incorporated into its makeup. Before this could happen, the Saturn stages had to be recapitulated as described earlier. This recapitulation had a very specific purpose. Once the period of rest came to an end, the former Saturn emerged from cosmic sleep, in quotes, as a new cosmic being, as the Sun. But as a result, the circumstances of evolution had changed. The spiritual beings whose activity on Saturn had been described The spiritual beings whose activity on Saturn has been described had moved on to different states of being. To begin with, however, germinal human beings appeared on the newly formed Sun just as they were at the end of the Saturn phase. They first had to transform the various stages of development they went through on Saturn, so that these stages would correspond to circumstances on the Sun. For this reason, the Sun phase began with a repetition of events on Saturn, adapting them to the changed circumstances of the Sun's life. When human beings had gone far enough in adapting the level of development it had acquired on Saturn to the Sun's circumstances, the spirits of wisdom mentioned earlier began to allow the etheric body or life body to stream into the physical body. The higher level that human beings achieved on the Sun can be characterized by saying that the physical body, already seminally formed on Saturn, was lifted to a second level of perfection by becoming the vehicle for an etheric or life body. This etheric body or life body itself achieved its first level of perfection during the Sun phase of evolution. In order for the physical body to reach its second level of perfection and the life body its first, however, still other spiritual beings had to intervene during the further course of the Sun's life, just as was already described with regard to the Saturn phase. When the spirits of wisdom began to pour the life body into the germinal human beings, the Sun, dark until then, began to shine. With the life body, the first signs of inner vitality also entered the germinal human being. Life began. What still had to be described as a mere semblance of life on Saturn then became actual life. The period of pouring the life body into the human being lasted for a certain length of time, after which an important change took place in the germinal human being. It separated into two parts. Whereas previously the physical body and the life body were intimately connected and formed a whole, at this point the physical body began to detach itself as a separate part. However, it also continued to be permeated by the life body. Now we are dealing with a twofold human being. One part is a physical body permeated by a life body working within it. The other part is pure life body. This separation, however, took place during a rest period in the life of the Sun. During this period, the shining that had already begun was extinguished, and the separation took place during a cosmic night, as it were. However, this interval of rest was much shorter than the above-mentioned one between the Saturn and Sun phases. Once this rest period was over, the spirits of wisdom continued to work for a time on the twofold human being, just as they had formerly worked on the unitary human being. Then the spirits of motion began their activity. They suffused the human life body with their own astral body. Within the physical body, the human life body then acquired the ability to carry out certain inner movements that can be compared to the movements of sap in a present-day plant. Bodies on Saturn had consisted solely of heat substance. During the Sun phase of evolution, this heat substance condensed into a state that can be compared to the present state of gas or vapor, a state that can be described as air. The first beginnings of this state became evident after the spirits of motion had begun their activity. The following scene presents itself to supersensible consciousness. Within the substance of heat, something resembling delicate structures appeared and began to make rhythmical movements by means of the forces of the life body. These structures represented the human entity's physical body at that stage of evolution. They were totally permeated with warmth and wrapped in a mantle of warmth. Physically speaking, we can call them warmth structures that incorporated regularly moving shapes of air. If we want to retain the earlier comparison to the present-day plant, we must keep in mind that we are not dealing with a compact plant formation, but with a gaseous or airy structure whose movements are comparable to the movements of sap in the present-day plant. This gaseous or airy substance becomes visible to supersensible consciousness through the effect of the light that it emits. So we could also speak of figures of light that present themselves to spiritual vision. The evolution we have characterized then continued. After a certain time, another rest period ensued, after which the spirits of motion continued their activity until it was supplemented by that of the spirits of form, whose effect was to allow the formerly constantly changing gaseous shapes to assume permanent forms. This also took place through the fact that the spirits of form allowed their forces to flow in and out of the human life body. Previously, when only the spirits of motion were working on them, the gaseous shapes were in constant motion, retaining their form only for an instant. At this point, however, they took on temporarily distinguishable forms. After a certain length of time, a rest period again ensued, after which the spirits of form resumed their activity. Then, however, entirely new conditions appeared within the sun's evolution. We have reached the midpoint of the sun phase of evolution. This is the time when the spirits of personality, who had reached the human stage on Saturn, transcended this stage and rose to a higher level of perfection. They acquired a consciousness that present-day human beings have not yet acquired in the ordinary course of evolution. We will acquire it when the Earth, that is the fourth of the planetary stages of evolution, arrives at its goal and enters the next planetary phase. Then we will not only perceive what our senses convey to us about our surroundings, but will also be capable of perceiving in image form the inner soul states of the beings around us. We will possess pictorial consciousness while retaining full self-awareness. There will be nothing dreamlike or dull in the pictures we see. We will perceive the soul element in images, but in images that express realities, in the same way that physical colors and sounds do now. At present, we can only rise to this kind of vision through spiritual scientific training, which will be discussed later on in this book. Midway through the sun phase, the spirits of personality acquired this vision as a gift of their normal evolution. It made them capable of working on the newly formed human entity's life body in a way that was similar to how they had worked on the physical body during the Saturn phase, when warmth reflected their own personality back at them. At this point, the gaseous shapes were reflecting the images of these beings' pictorial consciousness back at them in resplendent light. They beheld supersensibly what was taking place on the sun, and their vision was no mere observing. It was as if something of the power that human beings call, quote-unquote, love, were asserting itself in the images that streamed toward them from the sun. If we observe this more closely with our soul powers, we discover the reason for this phenomenon. Exalted beings were mingling their activity with the light streaming out from the sun. These were the spirits of love, the Christian seraphim that were mentioned earlier. From this point onward, they acted on the human etheric body or life body along with the spirits of personality. This activity caused the life body itself to advance one stage further in its course of evolution. It acquired the ability not only to transform the gaseous shapes within it, but also to adapt them so that the first signs of reproduction appeared in the living human being. Secretions were driven out of the gaseous structures, sweated out, so to speak, and assumed forms similar to their maternal structures. In characterizing the sun's further evolution, we must point to a fact that is all important in cosmic evolution. namely, that not all beings reach their goals in the course of an evolutionary epoch. Some fall short of their goal. Thus, during the Saturn phase, not all the spirits of personality actually reached the intended human level that was described earlier. Likewise, not every human physical body that developed on Saturn attained the degree of maturity necessary to become the vehicle of an independent life body on the Sun. As a result, there were beings and formations on the Sun that were not adapted to the circumstances there, and had to use the Sun phase to make up for what they had missed on Saturn. Therefore, spiritual observation of the Sun stage shows that when the spirits of wisdom began pouring into the life body, the body of the Sun grew dark, as it were. Intermingled in it were formations that would actually still have belonged to Saturn. These were warmth structures that were not able to condense into air in the right way. Human beings who had remained behind at the Saturn stage. They could not become vehicles for normally developed life bodies. This Saturn warmth substance that remained behind then divided into two parts on the Sun. One part was sucked up, so to speak, by human bodies and formed a certain internalized lower human nature from then on. This means that human beings on the Sun absorbed something into their bodily nature that actually corresponded to the Saturn phase. Just as the human Saturn bodies had made it possible for the spirits of personality to rise to the human level, this Saturn element in human beings did the same for the spirits of fire on the Sun. They raised themselves to the human level by allowing their forces to stream in and out of this Saturn element, just as the spirits of personality had done on Saturn. This, too, happened in the middle of the Sun phase of evolution. At this point, the Saturn element in human beings was mature enough so that with its help, the spirits of fire, archangeloi, were able to pass through their human stage. Another part of Saturn's warmth substance separated off and achieved an independent existence alongside and among human beings of the Sun phase. It constituted a second kingdom alongside the human kingdom, a kingdom that developed a completely independent but purely physical warmth body on the Sun. Consequently, it did not include independent life bodies that could be worked on by the fully developed spirits of personality in the way described earlier. However, some of the spirits of personality had also remained behind at the Saturn stage, not reaching the level of humanity. A bond of attraction existed between them and the second newly independent Sun kingdom. These spirits, then, had to work on this underdeveloped kingdom in the same way that their more advanced counterparts had worked on the human beings who first developed physical bodies on Saturn. On the Sun itself, however, it was not possible for the underdeveloped spirits of personality to do this, so they withdrew from the body of the Sun and formed a separate and independent cosmic body outside of it. From there, they were able to work back on the beings of the second Sun kingdom. Thus, the single cosmic formation of the former Saturn split into two. From this point on, the Sun had a second cosmic body in its surroundings, a body that constituted a rebirth of Saturn after a fashion, a new Saturn. From there, the quality of personality radiated into the second Sun kingdom. In the second kingdom, we are dealing with beings that had no personality of their own on the Sun itself. However, they reflected the personality of the spirits of personality on the new Saturn back to them. Supersensible consciousness can observe warmth forces at work among the human beings on the Sun, forces that played into the Sun's normal evolution. In these forces, we can see the influence of these new Saturn spirits. We must keep in mind that during the middle of the Sun phase, the human being was organized into a physical body and a life body in which the more advanced spirits of personality worked in conjunction with the spirits of love. Part of the underdeveloped Saturn nature, in which the spirits of fire were active, mingled with the physical body, Everything the spirits of fire produced in this Saturn nature must be seen as a precursor of present-day human sense organs. We have seen how the spirits of fire had already worked on rudimentary forms of our senses in the warmth substance on old Saturn, and in what the spirits of personality accomplished in conjunction with the spirits of love, seraphim, we can recognize the seminal stages of our present-day glandular system. However, the work of the spirits of personality dwelling on new Saturn was not exhausted in what was described above. They not only extended their activity to the second sun kingdom, as has been mentioned, but also created a certain connection between this kingdom and the human senses. The warmth substances of this kingdom flowed in and out through the seminal human senses, enabling human beings on the sun to achieve a certain perception of this lower kingdom that was outside of themselves. Of course, this was only a dim perception, in keeping with the dullness of the Saturn consciousness we talked about earlier. It consisted essentially of various impressions of heat. Everything described here as belonging to the middle of the sun phase of evolution lasted for a certain amount of time, and then another period of rest began. After that, evolution continued along the same lines for a while, until the human ether body was mature enough to permit the beginning of a joint effort between the sons of life, angeloi, and the spirits of harmony, cherubim. Within the human being, manifestations comparable to perceptions of taste, but expressing themselves outwardly as sounds, became apparent to supersensible consciousness. As you recall, we already had to describe something similar with regard to the Saturn phase of evolution. On the sun, however, this development was more inward. It was full of a life that was more independent. In this process, the sons of life achieved the dim pictorial consciousness that the spirits of fire had achieved on Saturn. This was done with the help of the spirits of harmony, cherubim, who actually beheld spiritually what was taking place at that point in the sun's evolution, but renounced all the fruits of this perception, all feeling, for the wisdom-filled images that came about, and allowed these to flow into the dream consciousness of the sons of life in magnificent supernatural disclosures, as it were. In turn, the sons of life worked the figures of these visions of theirs into the human ether body, which could then go on to achieve ever higher levels of development. Once again, a period of rest set in. Once again, everything arose out of cosmic sleep, and after a time, human beings matured to the point where they began to rouse forces of their own. These were the same forces that had streamed into them through the activity of the thrones during the last part of the Saturn phase. These human beings now developed an inner life that presents itself to consciousness in a way comparable to an inner perception of smell. Toward the outside, however, toward celestial space, these human beings revealed themselves as personalities that were not, however, directed by any internal eye, but seemed more like plants giving the impression of personality. We have already seen machine-like manifestations of personality at the end of the Saturn phase, and just as the initial nucleus of something that is only seminally present even in present-day human beings, namely the spirit body or Atma, developed on Saturn, a similar initial nucleus of the life spirit, Buddhi, was formed on the sun. After all this had been going on for a while, another period of rest ensued, after which, just as in previous similar instances, human activity proceeded for a certain time. The conditions that then set in entailed a new intervention on the part of the spirits of wisdom. Through this, human beings became capable of feeling the first traces of sympathy and antipathy for their surroundings. They still had no real feeling, but they did have a forerunner of feeling, because the inner life activity, whose manifestations might be characterized as perceptions of smell, expressed itself outwardly as a kind of primitive speech. Having inwardly perceived a sympathetic smell or a taste or a glimmer of light, the human being in question expressed this outwardly through a sound, and this also occurred in the appropriate fashion in the case of inwardly unsympathetic sensations. As far as human beings were concerned, the actual purpose of the sun phase of evolution was accomplished through all the processes that have been described. Human beings had achieved a sleep consciousness, a level of consciousness higher than what they had possessed on Saturn. After a while, the point in evolution was reached when the higher beings associated with the sun stage had to move on to other spheres in order to assimilate the potentials they had laid down in themselves through their work on the human being. A major period of rest ensued, like the one that had taken place between the Saturn and Sun phases. Everything that had developed on the Sun passed over into a state comparable to that of a plant when its growth forces lie dormant in the seed. Just as these forces of growth come to light again in a new plant, however, all of the Sun's life emerged from the womb of the cosmos again when the rest period was over, and a new planetary existence began. We will be able to grasp the significance of this pause, this cosmic sleep, if we direct our spiritual view to one of the orders of beings mentioned above, such as the spirits of wisdom, for example. On Saturn they had not yet advanced to the point of being able to allow an ether body to stream out of them. They only became ready to do so through the experiences they had on Saturn. During the rest period, they transformed what had been prepared in them into actual capacities, so that on the Sun they were sufficiently advanced to allow life to stream forth from them, endowing human beings with ether bodies of their own. That is the end of the Sun description. The Moon now follows, which I will continue on the same recording. Paragraph 38, the beginning of Moon. After the rest period, what had formerly been the Sun emerged from cosmic sleep. That is, it became perceptible to the forces of spiritual vision once again, as it had been before becoming invisible during the rest period. However, a twofold aspect then appeared in the newly emerging planetary being that will be called the Moon, not to be confused with the part of it that is the Moon, Earth's moon at present. The first thing we must note is that what had separated off during the Sun phase as new Saturn had been reabsorbed into this new planetary being. That is, new Saturn had reunited with the Sun during the period of rest. To begin with, everything that had been present in the first Saturn reappeared as a single cosmic formation. The second thing we must note is that during the period of rest, the human life bodies that had developed on the Sun had been absorbed by something that constituted a certain spiritual covering for the planet. At this point, therefore, these life bodies did not appear in union with the corresponding physical human bodies, which appeared separately for the time being. Although these physical bodies carried with them everything that had been created in them on Saturn and Sun, they lacked ether bodies or life bodies. They were not able to absorb ether bodies immediately, because they had not yet adjusted to the evolution these ether bodies had undergone during the rest period. In order to accomplish this adjustment, a repetition of the Saturn state once again took place at the beginning of the Moon phase of evolution. Physical human beings again recapitulated the periods of Saturn's evolution, but under totally changed circumstances. On Saturn, as we know, the only forces at work in human beings had been the forces of a warmth body. But at this point, the forces of the gaseous body acquired on the Sun were also active. However, they did not appear at the very beginning of the Moon phase of evolution, when it was as if human beings consisted only of heat substance, with the gaseous forces lying dormant within them. Then a time came when the first signs of these gaseous forces appeared. Finally, in the last stage of the Saturn recapitulation, human beings again appeared as they had done while in a living state on the Sun. Their life, however, again proved to be only a semblance of life. First, a period of rest ensued, similar to the short periods of rest during the Sun phase of evolution. Then the influx of the life body into the physical body, which had meanwhile become mature enough to receive it, began again. Like the Saturn recapitulation, this influx took place in 3 distinct epochs. During the second of these epochs, human beings adjusted to the new moon circumstances to the extent that the spirits of motion were able to transform the ability they had acquired into deeds, and were able to allow the astral body to flow out of their own essential nature into the human being. The spirits of motion had prepared themselves for this work during the sun phase, and transformed what they had prepared into the above-mentioned ability during the rest period between the sun and moon incarnations. The influx of the astral body continued for a while, and then one of the shorter rest periods ensued, after which the influx continued until the spirits of form began their activity. The astral body acquired its first soul characteristics through the fact that the spirits of motion were allowing it to stream into human beings. Processes that took place in the astral body because it possessed a life body, processes that had still been plant-like in character during the sun phase of evolution, began to be accompanied by sensation, and the astral body began to experience pleasure and displeasure because of these processes. Until the intervention of the spirits of form, however, this remained an ever-changing inner ebb and flow of pleasure and displeasure. But these ever-changing feelings were at that point transformed in such a way that the first trace of longing and desire appeared in human beings, who then attempted to repeat what had once given them pleasure and to avoid what they had experienced with antipathy. However, since the spirits of form did not surrender their own being to humans, but simply allowed their forces to stream in and out of them, human desires lacked inwardness and independence. They were guided by the spirits of form and appeared instinctive in character. On Saturn, the human physical body was a body of warmth. On the sun, it condensed into the gaseous state, that is, into air. During the moon phase of evolution, at a certain point when the astral element was streaming in, the physical body achieved a further degree of condensation and entered a state comparable to present-day liquids. We can call this state water, meaning not water as we understand it today, but any fluid form of existence. The human physical body then gradually assumed a form consisting of 3 structures composed of different states of matter. The densest, a water body, had currents of air running through it, and both water and air were also permeated by warmth in various manifestations. Once again, not all the bodies that had existed at the sun stage had achieved the full maturity corresponding to that stage. On the moon, therefore, there were some bodies that were only at the Saturn stage, and others that had only reached the sun stage, so 2 other kingdoms came about alongside the kingdom of normally developing human beings. One of these kingdoms consisted of beings that had remained behind at the Saturn stage, and thus had only physical bodies, that were not ready to become vehicles for independent life bodies on the moon. This was the lowest moon kingdom. The second kingdom consisted of beings that had remained behind at the sun stage, and, therefore, did not become mature enough on the moon to incorporate independent astral bodies. These beings formed an intermediary kingdom between the kingdom just mentioned and the kingdom of normally developing human beings. However, something else also took place. Since substances composed merely of forces of heat and those composed merely of air also permeated human beings at this stage, humans also carried a Saturn and a Sun character within themselves. As a result, a certain rift developed in human nature, calling up something very significant in moon evolution after the activity of the spirits of form began. A cleft started to form in the cosmic body of the moon, and part of its substances and beings separated from the rest. 2 cosmic bodies were formed out of one. One of them became the dwelling place of certain higher beings, who had formerly been more closely linked to the unitary cosmic body. In contrast, the other was occupied by human beings, the two lower kingdoms described above, and certain higher beings who did not move over to the first cosmic body. The first cosmic body with its higher beings appeared like a reborn but refined sun, while the other was the actual new formation of this phase, the old moon, in quotes, the third, after Saturn and Sun, planetary incarnation of our Earth. The reborn sun took only warmth and air with it from the substances that had come about on the moon, while the watery element was present on what remained of the moon in addition to these two other substances. As a result of this separation, the beings who had departed with the re-emerging sun were not hampered in their further development by the denser moon beings, and were able to proceed unhindered in their own evolution. This made it possible for them to achieve an even greater power in working down on the moon beings from outside, from their sun. In turn, these moon beings also received new evolutionary possibilities. The spirits of form, in particular, had remained united with these moon beings and proceeded to firmly establish the character of their passions and desires. This was gradually expressed in a further condensation of the human physical body. Its formerly merely watery consistency became viscous, and its air and warmth formations become correspondingly denser. Similar processes also took place in the two lower kingdoms. As a result of the separation of the moon body from the sun body, the moon related to the sun in the same way that the Saturn body had once related to the entire surrounding cosmos and its evolution. The Saturn body had been formed out of the body of the spirits of will, or thrones. Its substance reflected back into cosmic space everything experienced by the spiritual beings living in the surroundings, and through events that followed, this reflection gradually awoke to independent life. The basis of all evolution lies in this gradual separation of independent being from the life of its surroundings. As though by reflection, these surroundings then imprint themselves on this separate being, which then continues to evolve independently. The moon body also separated from the sun body in this way, first reflecting back the life of the sun. This is the cosmic process that would have taken place if nothing else had happened. There would have been a sun body, where the beings adapted to it would have experienced certain things in the elements of warmth and air. Opposite this sun body there would have been a moon body, where other beings living in warmth, air, and water would have evolved. The progress from the sun embodiment to the moon would have consisted in the fact that the life of the sun beings was mirrored for them by moon processes, as it were, allowing them to enjoy it in a way that was not possible for them during the sun embodiment. In fact, however, the process of evolution did not continue in this way. Something then happened that was profoundly significant for all subsequent evolution. Certain beings adapted to the moon body took possession of the element of will, the legacy of the thrones, that was available to them, and used it to shape a life of their own, independent of the life of the sun. Alongside moon experiences that were fully under the influence of the sun, other independent moon experiences developed, causing a state of rebellion or revolt against the sun beings. The different kingdoms that had come about on sun and moon, especially the kingdom of incipient human beings, were drawn into this revolt. As a result, the moon body contained two sorts of life, both spiritually and materially speaking. One that was intimately connected to the life of the sun, and one that broke away from all this and went its own independent way. This division into two kinds of life was then expressed in all subsequent events of the moon embodiment. What this evolutionary period presents to supersensible consciousness can be characterized in the images that follow. The entire surface of the moon consisted of a semi-living substance that was sometimes sluggish and sometimes animate in its movement. There was still no mass of minerals in the sense of the rocks and soil we walk around on today. We could say that a kingdom of plant minerals was present. However, we must imagine that the entire surface of the moon consisted of this plant mineral substance, just as the earth now consists of rocks, soil, and so on. Just as nowadays we have towering masses of rock, on the moon there were harder portions comparable to hard, woody structures or horn formations. Just as plants now rise out of the mineral soil, moon soil was covered and permeated by the second kingdom, which consisted of certain plant animals whose substance was softer and more inherently mobile than that of the surface mass. This kingdom spread out over the other one like a viscous sea. Human beings themselves can be described as animal humans whose nature included the components of the two other kingdoms. However, each human being was totally permeated by a life body and an astral body that were worked on by forces emanating from the higher beings on the detached sun. This ennobled the human form. While the spirits of form had given human beings a form that adapted them to life on the moon, the sun spirits made them into beings that transcended that life. They then had the strength to ennoble their own nature by means of the abilities bestowed on them by these spirits. In fact, it was possible for even the aspect of human nature that was related to the lower kingdoms to be raised to a higher level. Perceived spiritually, the processes involved here can be described like this. The predecessors of human beings had been ennobled by beings who had broken away from the sun kingdom. This ennobling process especially affected everything that could be experienced in the element of water, since the sun beings who governed the elements of warmth and air had less influence on this element. For our predecessors, the result of this was that two types of beings exerted influence on their makeup. One part of it was totally imbued with the effects and activities of the sun beings, while the breakaway moon beings worked in the other part, making it more independent than the first. In the first part, the only states of consciousness that could come about were those in which the sun beings lived, while in the second, a type of cosmic consciousness, similar to that of the Saturn state, prevailed, only on a higher level. Our predecessors thus felt themselves to be an image of the cosmos, while their sun portion experienced itself only as an image of the sun. Within human nature, a certain conflict then arose between these two types of beings. It was resolved by the sun beings, making the material organism, which allows independent cosmic consciousness to come about, frail and perishable so that it would need to be cast off from time to time. Let me read that sentence again. It was resolved by the sun beings, making the material organism, which allows independent cosmic consciousness to come about, frail and imperishable so that it would need to be cast off from time to time. While shedding this material organism, and for some time afterward, our predecessors were dependent solely on the sun's influence. Their consciousness became less independent, and they surrendered completely to the life of the sun. Their independent moon part was then renewed, and after a while this whole process repeated itself. On the moon, then, our predecessors lived in alternating states of clearer and duller consciousness, accompanied by transformations in the material aspect of their being. From time to time they cast off their moon bodies and put them on again later. Seen physically, great variations appeared in the moon kingdoms described here. The mineral plants, plant animals, and animal humans were differentiated into groups. We can easily understand this if we consider the fact that because certain structures had remained behind at each of the earlier stages of evolution, their forms were endowed with the most varied characteristics. Some still displayed characteristics of the beginning of the Saturn phase, while others were typical of its middle and final periods, and the same was true of all the stages of the sun's evolution. In the cosmic body's evolution through successive planetary incarnations, some of the structures associated with it fell behind, and so did some of the beings involved in its evolution. A number of levels of such beings had already come about in the evolution leading up to the moon. There were spirits of personality who had still not reached their human level on the sun, but there were also others who had caught up to the stage of humanity there. The spirits of fire should have been human on the sun, but a number of them also fell behind. During the sun phase, certain underdeveloped spirits of personality had withdrawn from the main body of the sun to reconstitute Saturn as a separate cosmic body. Similarly, in the course of the moon phase, the beings mentioned above also withdrew to separate cosmic bodies. Up to this point we have only spoken of the separation of sun and moon, but for the reasons described above, still other cosmic formations split off from the moon body that had appeared after the great pause between sun and moon evolutions. After some time a system of cosmic bodies came into existence. It is easy to see that the most advanced of these must be called the new sun, just as a bond of attraction existed between the underdeveloped Saturn kingdoms and the spirits of personality on new Saturn. As described earlier, a similar bond now formed between each of these cosmic bodies and the corresponding moon beings. It would take us too far afield to follow up all these cosmic bodies in detail, so we must be content with indicating why a whole series of cosmic bodies gradually separated from the unitary cosmic formation that appeared as Saturn at the beginning of human evolution. After the spirits of form became active on the moon, evolution continued for a while in the way already described. After this time, a pause again ensued, and the coarser portions of the three moon kingdoms entered a certain state of rest. But the finer portions, specifically human astral bodies, separated from these coarser formations and entered a state in which the higher forces of exalted sun beings were able to work on them especially strongly. When the rest period was over, they re-entered the parts of the human being composed of coarser substances. Through having assimilated these strong forces during the rest period in a state of freedom, they were then able to make these coarser substances mature enough to receive the influence that was soon to be exerted on them by the normally advancing spirits of personality and by the spirits of fire. Meanwhile, these spirits of personality had arisen to the level of consciousness of, in italics, inspiration, where they were not only able to perceive the inner states of other beings in image form, as they did in their earlier pictorial consciousness, but could also perceive the actual inner nature of these beings, as if in a spiritual language of sounds. The spirits of fire, however, had arisen to the level of consciousness occupied by the spirits of personality on the sun. Therefore, both types of spirits were able to intervene in the matured life of human beings. The spirits of personality worked on the astral body, the spirits of fire on the human ether body. This gave the astral body the character of personality. From this point onward, it not only experienced pleasure and pain, but also related them to itself. It did not yet achieve a full I consciousness that would allow it to say, quote-unquote, I exist, but felt that it was being carried and protected by other beings in its surroundings. Looking up to them, it could say, quote, these surroundings of mine maintain my existence, unquote. From this point onward, the spirits of fire worked on the ether body. Under their influence, the movement of forces within this body increasingly became an inner life activity. What happened there found physical expression in the movement of fluids and in phenomena of growth. Since gaseous substances had been condensed into watery ones, it was now possible to speak of a certain process of nourishment, in the sense that what was taken in from outside was transformed and assimilated within. If we think of something halfway between digestion and breathing as we know them now, this will give us an idea of what was going on in this direction. Human beings were taking nourishing substances from the kingdom of the plant animals. We must imagine these plant animals as swimming or floating in, or lightly attached to, the element that surrounded them, just as present-day lower aquatic animals live in water or land animals live in air. However, this element was neither water nor air as we know them now, but something halfway between the two, a kind of dense vapor in which various substances moved to and fro in various currents as if in solution. The plant animals simply seemed to be like regular condensed forms of this element, and were frequently only slightly different from their surroundings. Alongside the process of digestion, respiration existed, not as we know it now, but as a process of drawing warmth in and allowing it to stream out again. To supersensible observation, this was as if the organs involved in these processes were opening and closing again, allowing a stream of warmth to flow in and out, and drawing in and expelling gaseous and water-like substances. Because human beings already possessed an astral body at this stage of their evolution, these processes of respiration and digestion were accompanied by feelings, so that a certain pleasure came about when the substances absorbed from outside were favorable to development. Displeasure was aroused when harmful substances flowed in, or even when they appeared nearby. As has already been described, the processes of breathing and digestion were very closely related. Likewise, the process of forming mental images was very close to reproduction. The things and beings in the moon humans' surroundings did not exert a direct effect on senses of any kind. The character of mental image forming was such that the presence of these things and beings stimulated pictures in the dull, dusk-like consciousness of human beings. These images were much more intimately connected with the actual nature of the surroundings than our present-day sense perceptions, which only reveal the outer aspect of things and beings through colors, sounds, odors, and so on. To get a clearer idea of the consciousness of the moon human, let's imagine it as being embedded in the vapor-like surroundings described above. A great variety of processes were taking place in this vapor-like element. Substances were combining and separating. Certain parts were becoming denser, others less dense. All this was taking place in such a way that although human beings did not see or hear the process directly, it did call up images in their consciousness. These images can be compared to those of our present-day dream consciousness. For example, when something falls to the ground, someone who is sleeping does not perceive the actual event, but may imagine that a shot has been fired. However, the images of moon consciousness were not arbitrary like our dream images today. Although they were symbols rather than exact reproductions, they did correspond to outer processes. A particular outer process gave rise to only one specific picture. Moon humans were therefore in a position to adapt their actions to these images, just as we adapt ours to our perceptions. We must keep in mind, however, that our perception-based actions are subject to personal choice, while moon humans, under the influence of such images, were impelled to action by some unclear impetus. This pictorial consciousness made it possible not only to have an image of outer physical processes, but also to picture the spiritual beings and their activities that were in effect behind the physical facts. Thus, the spirits of personality became visible, so to speak, in the objects of the plant-animal kingdom. The spirits of fire appeared in and behind mineral-plant beings, and the sons of life appeared as beings that could be mentally pictured without connection to anything physical, as etheric soul formations, so to speak. Even though the mental images of moon consciousness were symbols rather than exact reproductions of outer things, their effect on the inner human being was much more significant than that of present-day mental images transmitted through perception. They were capable of setting the whole inner being in motion and rousing it to action. Inner processes took shape in accordance with them. They were true formative forces. Human beings became what these formative forces fashioned. They became copies of the processes of their own consciousness, so to speak. That's the end of this part of the reading. I am finishing up, including paragraph 47, about halfway through the moon description. End of this part. This is the third part of chapter 4. This is the fourth section of the reading of the fourth chapter of an outline of esoteric science by Rudolf Steiner. This chapter is called Cosmic Evolution and the Human Being. I am beginning here on paragraph 48 on page 179. The more evolution proceeded in this direction, the more profoundly and incisively human beings changed as a result. Gradually, the force emanating from the images of this consciousness became unable to extend to all of human physical nature, which then divided into two parts that were different in character. Certain elements formed that were subject to the formative influence of this pictorial consciousness. To a great extent, these became a copy of the human image-forming activity described above. Other organs, however, withdrew from this influence. In one part of their being, human beings were too dense, so to speak, too much determined by other laws to act in accordance with the images of consciousness. These images withdrew from human influence, but became subject to that of the exalted sun beings themselves. This stage of evolution, however, was preceded by a period of rest, while the sun spirits summoned the strength to work on moon beings under totally new circumstances. After this rest period, the makeup of the human being was clearly separated into two different aspects. One of them not subject to the independent activity of pictorial consciousness, took on a more definite form and came under the influence of forces which, although emanating from the moon body, came about there only under the influence of the sun beings. This part of the human being participated increasingly in the life inspired by the sun. The second part grew up out of the first part like a kind of head. It was inherently mobile and plastic, taking shape as the expression and vehicle of dimly active human consciousness. These two parts, however, were intimately connected and exchanged fluids with one another. Some of their organs also stretched from one into the other. During the time when all this was happening, a significant harmony was achieved through the development of a relationship between sun and moon that was in line with this evolution. It has already been mentioned that because of their stages of evolution, advancing beings pull their celestial bodies out of the general cosmic mass. See page 151. They radiate the forces, as it were, and the substances separate accordingly. This was how sun and moon separated in order to create the right dwelling places for the corresponding beings. The spirit's role in regulating substance and its forces, however, is much greater than this. The beings involved also determine certain motions of the heavenly bodies, such as how they revolve around each other. Thus these bodies come into varying positions in relation to each other, and when their relative positions change, the effects the corresponding beings have on each other also change. This is what happened with sun and moon. With the beginning of the moon's movement around the sun, there were times when human beings moved more into the influence of the sun's activity, and other times when they were able to turn away from it and be more independent. The moon's movement was the result of certain moon beings breaking away, as described earlier, and of the resolution of the ensuing conflict. It was only the physical expression of the spiritual relationship of forces created by the succession of these beings. The consequence of one celestial body revolving around another is that alternating states of consciousness set in, as described earlier in the beings occupying these bodies. we can say that the moon turned its life alternately toward the sun and away from it. It had a sun period, but also a planetary period, when the moon beings developed on the side of it that was turned away from the sun. As far as the moon was concerned, however, something else was involved in addition to the movement of these celestial bodies. Looking back by means of supersensible consciousness, we can see how the moon beings themselves moved around their own cosmic body at regular intervals. At certain times they sought out the places that would expose them to the influence of the sun, while at other times they migrated to places where they would not be subject to this influence and would have the possibility for self-reflection, so to speak. To complete our understanding of the picture that is being drawn of these processes, we must also consider that the suns of life reached their human stage during this time period. On the moon, the human senses, which had already begun in seminal form on Saturn, were still not available for human beings to use for their personal perception of outer objects. At the moon stage, however, these senses became instruments for the sons of life, who made use of them in order to perceive through them. These senses, which belonged to the physical human body, thus entered into a reciprocal relationship with the sons of life, who not only made use of them but also perfected them. As has already been described, a change also took place in the circumstances of human life through human beings changing connections to the sun. Things took shape in such a way that each time human beings became subject to the sun's influence, they became more devoted to the sun and its phenomena than to themselves. At such times they experienced and absorbed, so to speak, the grandeur and glory of the cosmos as expressed in the existence of the sun. In this case, the exalted beings who had their dwelling on the sun were working on the moon, which in turn worked on human beings. However, this influence did not extend to the whole human being, but primarily to the parts that had withdrawn from the influence of personal pictorial consciousness. In particular, the physical body and the life body achieved a certain size and form, but, on the other hand, manifestations of consciousness declined. However, when the life of human beings was turned away from the sun, they were occupied with their own nature. An inner activity began, especially in the astral body, while the outer human figure became less attractive and less perfect in its form. Thus, during the moon phase of evolution, there were two distinctly different, alternating states of consciousness: a duller consciousness during the sun period, and a clearer state during the time when life was left to depend more on itself. The first state was the duller one, but it was also the more selfless. In this state, human beings were more devoted to the outer world, to the cosmos as it was reflected in the sun. This alternation in states of consciousness can be compared both to our present-day alternation between sleep and waking, and to our life between birth and death on the one hand, and our more spiritual existence between death and a new birth on the other. Waking on the moon, as the sun period gradually drew to a close, could be characterized as something halfway between ordinary morning awakening and being born, as we now know them. Similarly, the gradual dimming of consciousness as the sun period approached resembles a state halfway between falling asleep and dying, because on the moon human consciousness of birth and dying was not yet what it is today. During a kind of sun life, human beings gave themselves up to enjoying that life and were withdrawn from their own life for the duration, living more spiritually. It is only possible to attempt an approximate and figurative depiction of what human beings experienced during these times. They felt as if the causative forces of the cosmos were streaming into them and pulsating through them. They felt as if intoxicated with the cosmic harmonies they took part in. During these times, the astral body was as though freed from the physical body, and a part of the life body also withdrew from it. This formation consisted of astral body and life body. Let me read that again. This formation consisting of astral body and life body was like a marvelous, delicate musical instrument, and the mysteries of the universe resounded from its strings. The elements of the physical etheric part of the human being, that was less influenced by consciousness, were shaped according to the harmonies of the universe, because the sun beings were at work in these harmonies. In this way, that part of the human being was shaped by the spiritual tones of the cosmos. At this time, the alternation between clearer and duller states of consciousness was by no means as abrupt as our present-day alternation between waking and deep dreamless sleep, although human pictorial consciousness was not as clear as our present waking consciousness. The other state of consciousness was also not as dull as our present dreamless sleep. Thus human beings did have some idea, although a subdued one, of the play of cosmic harmonies in the physical body and the part of the ether body that had remained united with it. During the time when the sun was not shining on human beings, so to speak, pictorial ideas took the place of these harmonies in the consciousness. In the physical and ether bodies, especially the organs that were directly under the authority of consciousness, flourished during that time. In contrast, the other parts of the human being, which were no longer being worked on by formative forces from the sun, underwent a kind of hardening and desiccating process. When the sun period approached again, the old bodies disintegrated and separated from the human being, who then arose, inwardly reconfigured, if still unsightly, as if from the grave of the old bodily nature. The processes of life had been renewed. Through the workings of the sun beings and their harmonies, the form of the newborn body was then perfected, and the process described above repeated itself. To human beings, this renewal was like putting on new clothes. Their essential nuclei had not passed through an actual birth or death, but had simply shifted from a state of spiritual tone consciousness, where they were devoted to the outer world, to a state of turning inward to a greater extent. They had, quote-unquote, shed their skins. Their old bodies had become unusable, so they were cast off and renewed. This is also a more precise characterization of what was mentioned earlier as a kind of reproduction, closely related to the process of mental image forming. Human beings were reproducing their own kind with regard to certain parts of the physical and ether bodies. What came about, however, was not a child totally distinguishable from the parent. Instead, the essential nucleus of the parent being shifted over into the child. The parent being did not produce a new being, but reproduced itself in a new form. This was how moon humans experienced changes in consciousness. When the sun period was approaching, their pictorial ideas grew dimmer and dimmer. They were filled with a blissful sense of surrender, and cosmic harmonies resounded within the stillness of their inner being. Toward the end of this period, the images in their astral bodies were re-enlivened, and they began to feel and sense themselves to a greater extent, experiencing something like an awakening out of the peace and bliss they had been immersed in during the sun period. However, there is still another important experience that appears in this connection. As the images of their consciousness became clear again, human beings had the experience of feeling wrapped in a being-like cloud that had descended from the cosmos. Each of them experienced one such being as complementing and belonging to them personally. It was experienced as an I, as something that granted them their existence. This being was one of the sons of life. The individual human being's feelings for that being were something like this, quote, "Even during the sun period, when I was given over to the glory of the cosmos, I dwelled in this being. It was invisible to me then, but now it is becoming visible." Unquote. These sons of life were also the source of the strength that allowed human beings to work on their own bodily nature during the sunless period. And then, as the sun period approached again, human beings felt themselves becoming one with their sons of life. Although they did not see them then, they still felt intimately connected to them. This connection to the sons of life was such that individual human beings did not each have a personal son of life, but a whole group of human beings experienced one such being as belonging to them. Moon humans lived in separate groups like this, and each group experienced one son of life as their collective I. The difference between groups was made apparent by the fact that the ether bodies of each group's members shared a distinctive form. Since their physical bodies took shape in accordance with their ether bodies, the characteristics of the ether bodies were imprinted on the physical bodies, and the individual groups of human beings appeared as so many different human types. When the sons of life looked down on the groups of human beings belonging to them, they saw multiplications of themselves in these individual human beings. This was their experience of being an I. They were mirrored in human beings, so to speak. This was also the task of the human senses at that time. It has already been shown that these senses did not yet transmit any perceptions of objects. However, they did reflect the essence of the sons of life. What the sons of life perceived through this reflection provided them with their I consciousness, and in human astral bodies, this reflection aroused the images typical of their dull and dusk-like moon consciousness. The human being's own activity and interaction with the sons of life brought about the first seminal beginnings of the nervous system in the physical body. The nerves represent an extension of the senses into the interior of the human body, as it were. From this description, it can be seen how three types of spirits, the spirits of personality, the spirits of fire, and the sons of life, worked on moon humans. If we look at the main time period in the moon evolutionary phase, its middle period, we can say that this is when the spirits of personality implanted independence and the character of personality in the human astral body. This made human beings capable of turning inward and working formatively on themselves during the times when the sun was not shining on them, so to speak. The spirits of fire were actively at work on the ether body, to the extent that this body imprints the independent form of the human being on itself. These spirits were responsible for human beings feeling that they were still the same beings after each bodily renewal. Thus, through the spirits of fire, the ether body was given memory of a sort. The sons of life worked on the physical body so that it could become the expression of the newly independent astral body. They also made it possible for this physical body to become a physiognomic copy of its astral body. In contrast to this, at times when the physical body and ether body were developing independently of the autonomous astral body during the sun periods, higher spiritual beings intervened in them, specifically the spirits of form and the spirits of motion. They worked down from the sun to accomplish this intervention, as was described above. Human beings matured under the influence of these circumstances, gradually developing in themselves the seminal nucleus of the spirit self. Just as they had developed the nucleus of the spirit body on Saturn and that of the life spirit on the sun. This brought about a change in conditions on the moon. In the transformations and renewals that followed, human beings became ever nobler and more refined, but they also gained in strength. As a result, their image consciousness was increasingly maintained during the sun periods, and began to influence the formation of the physical and etheric bodies, which had formerly been accomplished totally through the activity of the sun beings. What was happening on the moon by means of human beings and the spirits associated with them was becoming increasingly similar to what had formerly been accomplished by the sun and its higher beings. As a result, these sun beings became more and more able to apply their forces to their own development. Because of this, after a certain time passed, the moon became ready to reunite with the sun. Perceived spiritually, these processes appear like this. The breakaway moon beings were gradually overcome by the sun beings, and had to adapt so as to incorporate their undertakings into those of the sun beings to whom they had become subject. However, this happened only after long epochs had gone by, in which the moon periods became ever shorter and the sun periods ever longer. During the evolutionary period that followed, sun and moon were again a single cosmic formation. During this time, the physical human body became completely etheric. Having said this, we must not imagine that we cannot speak of the existence of a physical body in this state. What had been formed as the physical body during the Saturn, Sun, and Moon phases was still present. In this case, it's important to recognize the physical element even when it does not manifest in an outer physical way. The physical element still exists, even when it outwardly displays the form of the etheric or even of the astral element. We must simply distinguish between outer appearances and inner laws. It is possible for a physical entity to etherize or astralize, yet still retain its physical laws. This is what happened when the physical human body had reached a certain degree of perfection on the moon. It became ether-like. However, when supersensible consciousness, which can observe things like this, looks at an ether-like body of this sort, this body appears imbued with the laws of the physical element instead of those of the etheric element. In such cases, the physical element has been absorbed into the etheric in order to rest and be cared for there, as if in the womb of a mother. Later, it re-emerges in physical form, but on a higher level. If moon humans had kept their physical bodies in a crudely physical form, the moon would never have been able to reunite with the sun. By assuming an etheric form, the physical body became more closely related to the ether body and could therefore also be more intimately imbued with the parts of the ether and astral bodies that had to withdraw from it during the sun periods of the moon phase of evolution. Human beings who had appeared in the form of dual beings while sun and moon were separated became unified beings again, although their physical element became more soul-like. Their soul element was more united with the physical. These unitary human beings had now entered the immediate sphere of the sun beings, who were then able to work on them in a way that was quite different from when their activity had been directed toward the moon and its human beings from outside. Human beings were now in surroundings that were more soul-like and spiritual in character, which made it possible for the spirits of wisdom to have a significant effect on them, specifically to imprint wisdom on them, to ensoul them with wisdom. This allowed them to become independent souls in a certain sense. The influence of the spirits of wisdom was then augmented by the spirits of motion, who worked primarily on the astral body, which developed a soul-like mobility and a wisdom-filled life body under the influence of these two orders of beings. The wisdom-filled ether body constitutes the first seminal beginnings of what was described in an earlier chapter as the mind-soul in present-day human beings, while the astral body, stimulated by the spirits of motion, is the seminal nucleus of the sentient soul. And because all this was brought about when human beings were in a state of heightened independence, these seminal nuclei of the mind and sentient souls appeared as the expression of the spirit self. We must not make the mistake of thinking of the spirit self at this stage in evolution as something independent of the mind and sentient souls. They are only the expression of the spirit self, which signifies their higher unity and harmony. It is especially significant that the spirits of wisdom intervened during this epoch in the way just described. They did so not only with regard to human beings, but also with regard to the other kingdoms that had developed on the moon. When sun and moon were reunited, these lower kingdoms were absorbed into the sphere of the sun, and everything physical about them was etherized. From that point on, therefore, mineral plants and plant animals existed in the sun alongside human beings. However, these other beings remained endowed with laws of their own that made them feel like strangers in their new surroundings. Their character had little in common with that of their environment. Since they had been etherized, however, the effect of the spirits of wisdom was able to extend to them as well. In fact, everything that entered the sphere of the sun from the moon was imbued with the forces of the spirits of wisdom. For this reason, what the sun-moon formation became during this period in evolution can be called the cosmos of wisdom. After a period of rest, our Earth's solar system appeared as the successor to this cosmos of wisdom. When that happened, all the beings that came to life again on Earth, emerging from their moon nuclei, appeared filled with wisdom. This is why we present-day Earth humans, if we observe closely, can discover wisdom in the nature of the things around us. We can admire the wisdom in every leaf of every plant, in every human or animal bone, and in the marvelous structure of the brain and heart. When human beings need wisdom in order to understand things, that is, when we extract wisdom from them, this shows that wisdom is inherent in the things themselves. For no matter how hard we might try to understand things with wisdom-filled ideas, we would not be able to extract wisdom from these things if it were not present in them to begin with. If we want to use wisdom to grasp things that we think have not received wisdom themselves, we might as well believe that we can get water from a glass that has not had any poured into it. As it will be shown later on in this book, the Earth is the resurrected old moon. It appears as a wisdom-filled formation, because the spirits of wisdom imbued it with their forces during the period just described. It should be understandable that this book's description of conditions on the moon necessarily emphasized only some of their transitory evolutionary forms. In this flow of events, certain things had to be selected and emphasized for the sake of description, so to speak. Naturally, such a description of evolution yields only separate images, and may therefore seem the worse for not being incorporated into a context of fixed and definite concepts. In response to this objection, let it be said that this description was deliberately given in the form of less concise concepts, because the point here is not so much to build constructs of speculative concepts and ideas as to give an idea of what can actually present itself when spiritual sight turns to these facts. And with regard to the moon phase of evolution, what presents itself in this way simply does not have the clear and definite contours that earthly perceptions reveal. During the moon epoch, we are dealing with very changeable, vacillating impressions, with mobile, fluctuating images, and the transitions between them. In addition, we must consider the fact that the evolution in question took place over long periods of time, and that we can only select certain momentary images to emphasize when describing it. Essentially, the high point of the moon phase of evolution was reached when, thanks to the astral bodies implanted in them, human beings had advanced far enough so that their physical bodies made it possible for the sons of life to achieve their human stage. At that point, human beings had also achieved everything that this phase could give them for themselves, and the progress of their inner development. What followed, the second half of the moon phase of evolution, could therefore be described as a period of abatement. Nonetheless, something important happened during this period with regard to human beings themselves and their surroundings. Wisdom was implanted into the sun-moon body. As we have seen, the seminal nuclei for the mind and sentient souls were laid down during this period of abatement. Not until the Earth phase of evolution, however, did they unfold, together with the consciousness soul, so that the birth of the I of independent self-awareness could take place. At the moon stage, the mind and sentient souls were not yet actual expressions of human beings themselves. Rather, these soul elements appeared as instruments for the sons of life, who belonged to these human beings. What human beings on the moon felt with regard to this would have to be described as follows. The Son of Life lives in me and through me, sees the moon environment through me, and thinks in me about the things and beings of this environment. Moon humans felt themselves overshadowed by their Son of Life. They felt like tools for this higher being. During the separation of sun and moon, at times when the moon was turned away from the sun, they felt a greater degree of independence. But they also felt as if the I belonging to them, which disappeared from their pictorial consciousness during the sun periods, then became visible to them. For moon humans, what we described as a change in their state of consciousness gave them the feeling that during the sun periods their I drifted away from them into higher regions to sublime beings, and that it descended with them into lower worlds when the sun disappeared. The actual evolutionary phase of the moon had been preceded by preparatory periods, during which the Saturn and Sun phases were repeated in a certain way. Similarly, we can distinguish two epochs within the time of abatement after the reunification of Sun and Moon. During these epochs, things even condensed physically to a certain degree. Thus the Sun-Moon formation alternated between states that were soul-like or spiritual in character and states that were physical. In the physical epochs, human beings, and also the beings of the lower kingdoms, appeared as stiff figures that were not independent, but seemed to foretell what they were meant to become later during the earth phase in a more independent way. We can thus speak of two preparatory epochs in the moon phase and two different ones during the time of abatement. Epochs such as these can be called cycles. In what followed, the two preparatory epochs but preceded those of the abatement, that is the time of the moon's separation from the sun, we will also be able to distinguish three epochs. The middle one is the time when the sons of life became human. This was preceded by an epoch whose circumstances were all focused on this main event, and it was followed by another in which the beings in question found their way into and developed their new creations. Thus the middle portion of the moon phases is divided into three epochs, along with two preparatory epochs and the two epochs of abatement. This makes a total of 7 moon cycles. We can therefore say that the entire moon phase of evolution ran its course in 7 cycles. The periods of rest between these cycles have already been described several times. We only arrive at an accurate idea of this state of affairs, however, if we imagine that there were no abrupt transitions between periods of rest and periods of activity. For example, the sun beings withdrew gradually from their activity on the moon. For them, an apparent period of rest began while there was still lively independent activity taking place on the moon. The active period of one order of beings often overlaps with the rest period of others. If we take this into account, we can talk about a rhythmic, cyclical rising and falling of forces. Similar divisions can be observed even within the 7 moon cycles that were pointed out above. We can call the entire moon phase of evolution one great cycle, one planetary cycle, in which case the 7 divisions within it constitute smaller cycles, and their parts still smaller cycles. This division into 7 times 7 sections was already noticeable during the Sun phase, and a suggestion of it was even present during the Saturn phase. However, we must consider the fact that the boundaries between sections were already blurred on the Sun, and even more so on Saturn. These boundaries became ever clearer as evolution continued toward the Earth phase. That's the end of paragraph 58 I'm on page 197, and that will be the end of this section, and I will begin with the Earth description next.